individual is realized through a common unity which rules and orders the life of a whole people. In universal law and in the government's command, the individual discovers what makes up the heart of his action, what allows him to actualize himself concretely, what accords meaning to him. In wealth, on the contrary, the individual finds only an ephemeral consciousness and enjoys himself as specificity. In this system the good is the unity of all, participation in political life. Wealth merely separates individuals and opposes them to each other, and it must be superseded if the individual is to exist essentially. In the alternative system, which corresponds to an individualistic form of thought popular in the 18th century, power is bad. The oppression before which the individual is constrained to bow must be reduced to the minimum. The true good is wealth, which allows each individual to rise to self-consciousness. This individualization of essence, correctly understood, does not so much oppose individuals to each other as it reunites them in itself. In itself, it signifies universal prosperity. The enrichment of each is thought to realize the good of all. Interference by the state, on the contrary, is the oppressive power which stands in the way of the expression of all. That in a given case wealth withholds its gifts and that it is not obliging to every need is a contingency which does not prejudice its necessarily universal essence to spread to all specific beings, to be a many-handed donor. In these two systems, a hierarchical organization of society confronts a liberalism whose essence is concern for the interests of the individual, interests which, all things considered, contribute to the interests of all. But in each of these judgments there is an equality and a disparity. There is a double equality and a double disparity. What is given is an opposite relation to the two real essentialities. Equality and disparity, which were at first immediately posed in the moments themselves, later appeared to us in the relation of self-consciousness to those moments, a relation which alone allows them genuinely to be. But we saw that that relation is self-contradictory. It gave rise to a double equality and a double disparity. We must rise still higher and consider equality and disparity neither in the moments taken immediately nor in the relation of self-consciousness to the moments, but in self-consciousness itself. In this manner we rise to spirit, the being in and for itself of the whole. Equality and disparity will then appear to us as two concrete figures of self-consciousness. If we envisage equality as the essence of self-consciousness itself, we will reach noble consciousness, the consciousness that is adequate both to state power and to wealth. If we view disparity as the essence of self-consciousness, we will reach vile or base consciousness. Thenceforth, our problem will be the opposition between noble consciousness and base consciousness. The disparate Y between these two types of self-consciousness reproduces at a higher level that between master and slave. Noble consciousness is defined by its adequation to the real political and social world. It respects state power and endeavors to remain in obedience to it. It sees in wealth the satisfaction of its being for itself, recognizes the one who grants it enjoyment as a benefactor and considers itself bound in gratitude to him. 26 This is the state of mind of an aristocracy in an organic society in which as yet no revolutionary ferment is stirring. Noble consciousness is conservative insofar as it recognizes the established order and accepts it, the power it obeys, the wealth it receives as a gift. Equality adequation is the precise characteristic of noble self-consciousness, its essence. Base consciousness is quite different. It is constrained to obey the constituted power, but in doing so it hides an internal revolt. It seeks wealth, which makes possible enjoyment, but above all it sees in wealth a disparity with its own essence, that which in wealth is ephemeral and unsatisfying. Thus it receives wealth but hates the benefactor. Base consciousness is consciousness in revolt, consciousness which, essentially, is always discrepant. Now just as the slave was the truth of the master, and the master was, without knowing it, the slave, so base consciousness will be revealed as the truth of noble consciousness and ever unsatisfied consciousness as the truth of satisfied consciousness. The revolutionary nature of Hegel's dialectic is unmistakable. Although the implications of Hegel's system are conservative, the advance of the dialectic is revolutionary. whatever Hegel's intention may have been. Nonetheless, the opposition between noble consciousness and base consciousness is not reducible to an opposition between two social or economic classes. The drama has a psychological and even a metaphysical character to the degree that the essence of self-consciousness is in question. The self of noble consciousness is posed in the mode of equality and that of base consciousness in disparity. But the genuine self can only discover itself through the most profound rending, through essential disparity. The world of alienation thus necessarily reveals base consciousness. Consciousness disparate with itself, to be the truth of the whole process. See the forward motion of the moments in themselves, the mediating syllogism. Thus far we have seen what the moments of substance were as the predicates of the judgment of self-consciousness. But these predicates have not yet been raised, through the alienation of self-consciousness, to spiritual being. The mediating movement of the syllogism has not yet occurred. That is the movement we shall consider in attending to the development of noble consciousness which, through its alienation, makes state power and wealth actual why real. We know indeed that state power becomes real only through the alienation of the natural self and, conversely, that self acquires essentiality only through that same alienation. Such will be the mediating process which acetualizes the two terms, noble consciousness and state power, or noble consciousness and wealth. As a result of that mediation, state power and wealth will become subjects rather than remaining inert predicates. These determinations are immediately essences, they have not become what they are not in themselves self-bound consciousnesses, that for which they are is not yet their animating principle, they are predicates that are not yet subjects. By virtue of this separation the whole of spiritual judgment is shattered into two consciousnesses, each of which is bound by a one-sided determination. This development of the moments is simultaneously the self's conquest of its universality. The spur to this development will be the process of alienation. At first, noble consciousness constitutes state power by alienating its natural being. Thereby, it wins esteem, both from itself and from others. The development of a feudal regime culminates in a monarchy. But noble consciousness will appear ambiguous to us in its sense of honor, and it will approach, for us, base consciousness, which is always on the verge of revolt. Through an even more complete alienation, state power will be constituted as personal self. In this way noble consciousness will gain wealth. But wealth having then become in itself, we shall see all consciousness become base consciousness, unequal to itself. At that supreme moment of alienation, culture truly appears as the world of lacerated consciousness. Diderot's Rameau's nephew offers us a description of that lacerated consciousness, of a pre-evolutionary state of mind. The spirit of culture will emerge completely for itself. The successive stages of this dialectic suggest an actual historical development. The modern nations were formed from feudal regimes. They became monarchies through a weakening of the nobility. An absolute monarchy, as we see it in the France of Louis XIV, is the supreme moment of this development. It is the sign of a decline. This decline can be seen in the substitution of wealth for state power as the essential, with the result that although the two dialectics are contemporaneous by right, they appear to succeed each other in an accessory order. It seems indeed that for Hegel the description of an extreme culture and of a lacerated consciousness corresponds to French society of the late 18th century, which heralds the birth of a new spirit. 21. Transition from the feudal regime to monarchy, alienation of noble consciousness. At first, noble consciousness recognizes state power as goal and as absolute content. It sees this power not as a personal monarch whom it must obey, but only as a substantive reality to which it must sacrifice itself. By taking a positive attitude with regard to that power, it takes a negative attitude with regard to its own natural existence. This consciousness is the heroism of service, the virtue which sacrifices specific being to the universal and, in so doing, carries the universal to Dasein. There is a double alienation here. With regard to content, noble consciousness renounces its particular goals and its naturalness and becomes thereby an essential will, a will that desires the universal as such. Through this alienation the substance of the state, which hitherto had been only in itself, enters existence not yet as government or as personal decision, but at least as power in action, as recognized and existing universal. In this way, noble consciousness gains essentiality. Able to renounce its life, it alienates its natural being. But being that has become alien to itself is the in itself. Losing the immediateness of natural existence, noble consciousness becomes suppressed immediateness, or in itself, and it thereby gains esteem in its own eyes as well as the respect of others. Such is the proud vassal, whose sense of his own value stems from his renunciation. Hegel calls his feeling honor, thinking perhaps of Montesquieu, who considered honor the essential principle of an aristocratic monarchy. But in renouncing particular purposes, and even his life, the proud vassal does not renounce his self. He is willing to sacrifice himself for the state, but not when the state is incarnated in a specific will. He has alienated his natural Dasein but not his self itself. This self-consciousness is the proud vassal who acts for state power, but only when state power is an essential, not a personal will. For this reason, the honor gained through this alienation, this personal sense of the universal, is an equivocal mixture of arrogance and virtue. Unless the nobleman actually dies in combat, there is no proof that the truth of his nobility is anything more than the self-love which La Rochefoucauld described in the early 17th century. Being for itself, will which has not yet been sacrificed qua will, is the inner spirit of the social hierarchy, spirit which in speaking of the universal good reserves its own particular good for itself and tends to use the mere rhetoric of universal good as a substitute for action. In Germany, especially, the feudal regime extended itself to the point of preventing the complete realization of state power. The inner spirit overwhelmed genuine public spirit. But in France, as Hegel showed, it was possible for the feudal regime to lead to the absolute monarchy and to the full and actual realization of state power. 28 Thus, when the heroism of service stops short of actual death, we cannot know whether noble consciousness does not at bottom identify with base consciousness, a consciousness always on the verge of revolt. If stat power is to exist as a personal self, there must be an alienation greater than that of natural Dasein. This further alienation also manifests an essential moment of spirit, langage. In the alienation of natural Dasein, noble consciousness can prove its nobility only through death. But death is merely a natural negation. When living self-consciousnesses wish to prove to each other the IR truth as pure being for itself, they can only die in combat. But then death is also the end of the act of recognition. Thus, an alienation of the self must be found in which being for itself surrenders itself as completely as in death while preserving itself in that very alienation. The negation must be a spiritual negation which preserves at the same time as it negates. It must be an Aufhebung. Now the only way to go beyond the natural alternatives of posing and negating is to find an exteriority of the I such that that exteriority still remains one. According to Hegel, language is that exteriority which henceforth will allow us to understand the world of culture, the world of spirit alien to itself. In the alienation peculiar to noble consciousness, the content of language is only advice, which is communicated for the universal good. But in the face of advice, state power has no will, it is unable to choose among various opinions concerning the universal good. State power is not yet government, it is not yet the actual power of the state. Language as the actuality of estrangement, or culture, the absolute monarchy of Louis XN. In language qua language, this specific I can become external to itself and move up to universality, the universal, reciprocally, can become one. Up to this point, language has been considered only with regard to its content. In the ethical world it served to express essence as law and commands. In the world of the alienation of natural being it expressed essence as advice. Now, language is to play a role qua language. Its very form will realize that which is to be realized. But here language receives its own form as its content, it is valid as language. It is the force of speech as such that realizes what is to be realized. Indeed, language is the only spiritual alienation of the I that offers a solution to the problem we have posed. In language, the for itself specificity of self-consciousness as such enters existence in such a way as to be for others. The I that is expressed is learned, in its very disappearance it becomes a universal contagion. Thus, this disappearance is immediately its permanence. It is its own self-knowledge, the knowledge of a self which has passed over into another self, one that has been learned and is universal. The two opposing terms, the self of consciousness and the universal, become identified with each other in language spirit's logos, which makes the I a universal and by that very fact makes the universal an I. The function of language is precisely to say the I, to make the I itself a universal. Thus, language is a moment of the spirit, it is the logos, the middle term of intelligence. It must make spirit appear as the self-conscious unity of individuals. From the very beginning of the phenomenology, language has appeared in this aspect. When consciousness wishes to grasp the present moment or the privileged place given it as its own, the only words it finds are here and now, which are universal terms. When it wishes to name itself, I, this I, it names what is most universal, the I in general. In saying one, I say what every other I can say. I simultaneously express myself and alienate myself, I become objective, I move from a specific self-consciousness to a universal self-consciousness, that universal self-consciousness which results from the alienation of the specific self is precisely what is to be realized. And language alone can realize it. Language gives the world of culture a spiritual being. The courtier's language will make the state an I which in its specificity is a decision-making and universal I. The language of the basest flattery will raise wealth to essentiality. The language of laceration will be spirit itself, self-alienated and having become transparent to itself in its disparity. Not only does the individual renounce his natural existence so as to form himself through service, he also alienates himself in expressing himself. He says what he is and in so doing he becomes universal. He can then discover himself only as a universal being. Thus, we will best be able to understand the self's becoming universal if we study the self's expression in the development of culture, its alienation in a language. At the end point of that development, language will have become the universal consciousness of human culture that we find in French thought of the 18th century. 29. The language of flattery. In the first place, the language of flattery brings about what the alienation peculiar to the noble consciousness could not, the actualization of state power. Language is now the middle term between the extremes of universal and specific, substance and self, and it reflects each of these extremes back into itself, posing it as the contrary of itself. State power, an abstract universal, is reflected back on itself and becomes a specific I, a decision-making will. Correspondingly, noble consciousness alienates its pure being for itself and is reflected back on itself, receiving in exchange for that alienation the actuality of substance, that is, wealth. But in this reflection, noble consciousness shows itself to be as disparate as base consciousness. Its spirit is the completely disparate relation. On the one hand, in its honor it retains its will, on the other hand, it abandons its will, and in that abandonment it partly alienates its interiority, thereby reaching the greatest disparity with itself, and partly subjugates universal substance and renders it unequal to itself. Clearly, the determination that noble consciousness had when, in judgment, it was compared to base consciousness has vanished, and by this very fact, base consciousness itself has vanished, having reached its goal, to encompass universal power under being for itself. This passage clearly shows us the meaning of this whole development of the dialectic of spirit. Just as the I rose through the service and the labor of the slave to the in itself and retrieved the substantiveness of being for the self, so in this world of spirit spiritual substance is gradually conquered by self-consciousness. It is transformed from substance to subject. Wealth is but one stage in this development. If the self alienates itself and becomes substantive, it is so that substance in turn will show itself as self-certainty, as the subject of its own history, but in wealth, the self-alienated self will come to discover itself in the most profound laceration. Let us first consider the evolution of noble consciousness and the corresponding evolution of state power. Noble consciousness and state power both decompose into extremes. State power is the abstract universal, a common good, it is not yet a will and a decision, it does not yet exist for its own sake. Noble consciousness, by contrast, has renounced its natural being and has sacrificed itself in service and obedience, but it has not alienated its pure self. Being in itself exists only potentially in noble consciousness, in the form of honor and self-esteem, while the self remains actual. But in the absence of alienation, the acts of honor of noble consciousness and the advice of its insights remain equivocal, dissembling the internal reservation of particular intentions and of one's own will. This seems almost one of La Rochefoucauld's maxims, showing up the self-love that subsists in those acts that appear most noble, acts inspired by feelings of honor and glory. There is only an apparent difference here between noble consciousness and base consciousness ever on the verge of revolt. When the pure being for itself of will is kept in reserve, the obedience of service is always impure. On the other hand, in return for its alienation in service, noble consciousness has been granted only honor, not actual power. The universal is actual only in the power of the state, whereas the self is actual only in noble consciousness. The language of flattery will permit the one alienation that is still necessary, and will grant the I to the state and real power to the one. In the language of the court, noble consciousness alienates its very one. The nobleman becomes the courtier and shifts from the heroism of service to the heroism of flattery. The heroism of silent service becomes the heroism of flattery. This eloquent reflection of service raises this power, which at first is only in itself, to being for itself, and to the specificity of self-consciousness. Henceforth, this power can say l'état c'est moi. Hegel's dialectical argument is in fact a commentary on Louis XIV's famous phrase. When the nobleman becomes a courtier, the structure of the state is upset. The state is no longer beyond self-consciousness, a universal that is merely thought, it becomes, in the terms of court language, an unlit monarch. Unlimited, the term corresponds to the universality of the concept in language, monarch, language too elevates specificity to the summit. Only the king has a proper name that is known by all. Individuality is immediately universal, and universality is immediately individual. Behind these dialectical formulations, we see the reign of Louis XIV. What Taine later called the classic spirit was already described by Hegel. Whereas the courtiers have completely alienated themselves, their pure inner certainty, only the sovereign, in this artificial world, preserves his nature. In the 1806-7 course on philosophy of spirit, Hegel had noted that the majority of individuals, the people, face one individual, the monarch. He is all that remains of nature, nature has taken refuge in him. Every other individuality is valid only insofar as it is alienated, only by virtue of what it has made itself into. 30. The king still has a proper name that is known and recognized by all, and the succession of kings follows the order of nature. But this exclusive individuality can be the power only if the nobles recognize it, if, in Saint Simon's phrase, through assiduity and baseness they become valets. As for the unique one, he knows himself as the universal power because nobles not only are ready to serve state power but stand grouped around the throne like an ornament, constantly telling the one who sits on it what he is. But state power, having thus been actualized, is, in fact, alienated, it too has become alien to itself. It depends on the noble consciousness which has posed it in its solitary specificity. It is no longer the in itself, but rather the in itself negated. Nobly consciousness, the extreme of being for itself, receives the extreme of actual universality in exchange for the universality of thought which it has alienated. In a general way, we can say that substance, the in itself of state power, has become a moment of the consciousness that has dominated it. Noble consciousness has exchanged its honor for pensions and material advantages. Power is no longer the in itself that is beyond self-consciousness, it is what self-consciousness appropriates, the suppressed essence, wealth. Of course, it still subsists as an appearance, but it is now no more than this movement, to pass through service and homage into its contrary, the alienation of power. Finally, nothing remains to it but its empty name. At that moment, all spiritual substance has become dependent on self-consciousness, which has alienated itself to gain that dominance. The only object that subsists in the face of the self and still resists it is wealth. But wealth is not the in itself, it is not the essence which state power, in the strict sense, was, it is rather suppressed in itself, and the self-consciousness that makes it the essence must see itself alienated in it. Self-consciousness then must rediscover itself in wealth. We have had occasion to think of La Rochefoucauld, here La Bruyere comes to mind. Such people are neither relatives nor friends, neither citizens nor Christians, perhaps they are not men, they have money. In the I-806-7 course on the philosophy of spirit, Hegel had noted the profound transformation in the modern world, which made wealth the object of the one. Money becomes the existing material concept, and man's self is alienated in the blind movements of the whole of economic life. The opposition between great wealth and great poverty appears. But this inequality, which almost necessarily increases in society, is also a laceration of spirit. The individual sees his self outside himself, in a thing which is neither the universal, devoid of self, that characterized state power, nor the non-organic nature of spirit. The contractation cannot be overcome. The self alienates itself not into an other self or into a spiritual power, but into a thing. It depends on a thing in which it can no longer discover itself, though that thing is the exact incarnation of its works. For this reason, Hegel noted in the course from which we have just quoted, the inequality between wealth and poverty becomes the sharpest laceration of will, it becomes internal revolt and hatred. 31 In the Phenomenology, the alienation of the self in wealth expresses the moment of the most profound laceration, and it is therefore the dialectical development that returns the self to itself. Noble consciousness finds itself facing itself, as such, which has become alien, it encounters it as a solid actual object which it must receive from another solid being for itself. Its object is being for itself, i.e., what is its own, but because that is an object it is also immediately an alien actuality which is being for itself proper, or will proper. That is, consciousness sees itself at the mercy of an alien will. When the power of the state is completely realized and becomes a specific I, it is already negated and only an appearance of it remains. For it is entirely subjected to being for itself. It is not yet, however, substance that has completely returned into the self. That return, which marks the end point of the dialectic of culture, does not occur at first. The negated in itself is only being for an other, it is essence which sacrifices itself and which spreads, without yet being for itself. Such indeed is wealth, the object which is now presented to the self, just as state power was before. Wealth is indeed the universal, subjected, to be sure, to consciousness, but not yet, by that first suppression. Return.n. Into the self. In order that the last stage of this dialectic be reached, the self must finally have itself as its object, as self, alienation must in turn be alienated, the self must be able to discover itself as identical to itself in its being other. In that moment, spirit rediscovers itself as self, no longer as the immediate self of the world of law, but as the self that has become universal within itself and knows itself in every otherness. This absolute self, raised above substance, having penetrated substance and reduced it to self, is the rationality of the Enlightenment, the idealism of intellection and of the Enlightenment. Rationality will present the metaphysics of the Enlightenment, the French Revolution which attempts to make the Enlightenment real. Hegel observes the relation between self-consciousness and wealth as he had observed the development of the relation between self-consciousness and state power. This relation too is the result of an alienation. Noble consciousness has had to renounce itself, to renounce what was innermost in it, in order to make the state actually real and to make itself its actual master. For this reason, the self appears alien to noble consciousness, as the will of the monarch who accords or fails to accord the promised enjoyment. The alienated self has become wealth, being for some other, which makes being for itself possible. In this manner, consciousness contemplates its alienated self in the form of wealth. Its object is nothing other than itself, but itself having become alien to itself. Thus, in the final dialectic of serving reason, the I discovered itself as a thing, a judgment which, although seemingly the most puerile, was in fact the most profound. 32 The relation thus established between self-consciousness and wealth is open to a whole dialectical development which is quite different from the development of the relation that obtains between self-consciousness and state power. The alienation in this case is much more strongly marked. For this reason, it leads to a becoming aware of alienation, such as does not appear in the preceding moment. It leads to the disintegration of spirit as a whole. Concretely, it leads to a situation which we can call revolutionary if we refer to certain terms Hegel uses and to precise allusions in the Phenomenology to 18th century France. First of all, noble consciousness, which is adequate both to state power and to wealth, fails to notice the internal contradiction of its alienation. It accepts gifts and it is grateful to the donor. But just as in its relation to state power noble consciousness turns out to be identical to base consciousness, so with regard to wealth too its actual experience will reverse its immediate judgment. In fact there will be only one type of consciousness, and it will be discrepant to the whole social order, a consciousness internally rent and in revolt. Wealth, which is but the suppressed in itself, becomes the conscious goal when it is raised to the dignity of essence. The desire for wealth for its own sake is cynically admitted, and that wealth comes to signify the precondition of being for itself. Consciousness sees itself depending on an alien will, and the feeling of that dependence, together with hatred of the benefactor, replace respect and gratitude. What consciousness awaits from another is its absolute object, its enjoyment in and for itself. But what allows it to receive that object is the chance of a moment, a whim, or some other random circumstance. This contradiction necessarily appears to consciousness. Consciousness enters into the experience of it, and that is why the spirit of gratitude is equally the feeling of the deepest abjectness and the deepest revolt. In this relation of self-consciousness to wealth, the impossibility for the I to discover itself as a thing appears. The I sees that its self-certainty, as such, is that thing which is most empty of essence. It sees that its pure personality is absolute impersonality. Thus, it arrives at the infant judgment that wealth is the self, an opposition that is much more deeply felt than the opposition that was expressed in the phrase l'état c'est mole. In being completely realized as an object, the self is negated, it is repudiated insofar as it seeks to rediscover itself. But the self is fundamentally inalienable. Negated, it negates what negated it, it is elasticity itself. Reflection, in which the self receives itself as an objective entity, is the immediate contradiction that is posed at the heart of the I. Nevertheless, qua self, this consciousness stands immediately above that contradiction. It is absolute elasticity which suppresses anew the suppressed being of the self and repudiates the repudiation. That is, when its being for itself becomes alien to it, and it rebels against receiving itself as something alien, it is for itself. In this rebellion the world of culture becomes aware of itself as a world of alienation. The self discovers itself in that self-contradiction and considers itself the essence of the world. Such is the language of laceration. The language of laceration. The general corruption of the body politic by wealth, considered as essence, entails the disappearance of the differences between noble consciousness and base consciousness. The ancien regime depended on this distinction and on its firm preservation. But the nobility, which had devoted itself to serving the state, alienated its honor and demanded genuine power, money, in exchange. The state, then, is no more than a means, it has indeed been transformed into wealth, which is self-consciousness existing as universal gift. Hegel views this transformation as a profound revolution in the texture of spirit, and he describes it both as it is on its own and as a dialectical moment in which spirit realizes itself and prepares to reach a higher self-consciousness. The self receives substance, and the most extreme form of the alienation of self-consciousness leads precisely because it is the most extreme form to its own reversal. This entire dialectical development is summarized in the following passage. In reaching its spirituality thanks to the principle of individuality, universal power receives itself only as a name, and when it is actual power it is instead self-sacrificing impotent essence. But that abandoned essence, deprived of itself, i.e., the self that has become a thing, is rather the return of essence into itself. It is being for itself which is for itself, it is the existence of spirit. This entire development, the formation of noble consciousness, its service and its virtue, its opposition to base consciousness that is in revolt against the universal order, the development of state power, which at first is impersonal, its subsequent realization as an absolute I, and finally the actual transformation of power into wealth as the object of self-consciousness prepares a consciousness of the dialectic of the self, a consciousness that is fulfilled in language. The world of alienation will appear to itself will finally emerge as the existence for itself of spirit. Noble consciousness becomes in actuality what base consciousness was. These values and distinctions now have a merely formal meaning. Although they subsist, they contain no truth, they are merely a facade behind which a new world is fashioning itself. To be sure, there is a difference in this world between two types of consciousness, that of the wealthy man who dispenses gifts and that of the client who receives them, but this difference is not an essential one. Both types of consciousness are characterized by laceration. There remains briefly a certain unawareness in wealthy consciousness. The wealthy man is indeed familiar with the power of wealth. He knows that what he distributes is the eye of others, and his right hand knows full well what his left hand is doing. Wealth is no longer an original and naive condition of life. Wealth shares the abjectness of its client, but arrogance replaces revolt. Hegel's whole argument about the arrogance of the rich man and the baseness of the poor client is inspired by Diderot's satire, Rameau's Nephew, which Goethe had just translated. Hegel interpreted Diderot's text as the expression of a general depravity of society, as the self-consciousness of an extreme culture. The wealthy man's consciousness is the arrogance which thinks that it supports an alien I by the gift of a meal and that it thereby brings his innermost being under submission. This is a clear allusion to Diderot's text. Rameau's Nephew describes to the philosopher how he behaves toward the rich man who feeds him, and he gives a portrait of that man, who likes to see his client grovel at his feet. My hypochondriac with his head swallowed up in a nightcap down to his eyes looks like an immovable idol with a string tied to its chin and running down beneath his chair. You wait for the string to be pulled, but it is never pulled, or if the JAW drops it is only to let out some chilling word, from which you learn that you have not been understood and that your apish tricks have been wasted. S3. In the state of mind depicted by Diderot, Hegel sees a self-consciousness that is equal to itself in its greatest disparity with itself, the complete liberation from every bond, the pure laceration in which the self-equality of being in itself having become completely disparate, all that exists in the mode of equality, all that subsists, is lacerated, and which consequently lacerates in the first place opinion and feeling with regard to the benefactor. This intuition of being for itself as destructive of everything that subsists, as the refusal of immediate equality, and as a perpetual mediation with itself, is characteristic of Hegel's conception of spiritual self-consciousness. Diderot's description provided Hegel with an illustration of his own conception. The rich man sees that bottomless depth which has neither foundation nor substance as merely a common thing, a plaything of his mood, an accident of his whim. His spirit, therefore, is absolutely superficial. But the client's case is different. He can rise through his depravity and his humiliation to a consciousness of the self. The rich man, on the other hand, does not gather the disparate moments together, and he cannot, therefore, become aware of this world of alienation. Hence, we must consider the consciousness of the poor client, and, in his becoming aware of himself, perceive the very consciousness of culture, the spirit peculiar to this world. After reading Goethe's translation of the book, Schiller wrote to Korner that Rameau's nephew is an imaginary conversation between a nephew of the musician Rameau and Diderot. The nephew is the ideal of the vagabond parasite, but among vagabonds of this type he is a hero, and while portraying himself he simultaneously satirizes the world in which he lives. This idea shows us what Hegel was at first able to see in the book, the portrayal not merely of the eccentric but also of the world that is reflected in him. Further, in that world's becoming aware of itself, Hegel saw the consciousness of extreme culture and of the laceration that results from that culture. And Hegel appreciated the dialectical nature of the book. Rameau's nephew is a strange character who completely resists definition. He is always other than he is thought to be, a compound of elevation and abjectness, of good sense and lunacy. The ideas of decency and depravity must be strangely scrambled in his head. 34 He frankly shows himself as he is, but he never recognizes himself in any particular aspect. He is never what he is, always outside himself, and, when outside himself, returning within himself. Hegel had already said that man is what he is not and is not what he is. Diderot's description offered Hegel the satire of a world, a concrete example of human self-consciousness, and, with regard to the dialectical development under discussion, the result of the culture in which the I is always alien to itself. Rameau's nephew humiliates himself and plays the part of a base man, but he finds in this depravity an occasion to assert his dignity. Only as soon as this dignity becomes manifested appears ridiculous to itself, a certain dignity attaches to the nature of man that nothing must destroy. It stirs in protest with regard to boots. Yes, with regard to boots. Hegel notes that the dialogue puts two very different characters face to face, the respectable philosopher and the bohemian. The philosopher wishes to preserve a number of fixed values, he is frightened by the bohemian's dialectical reversals and by his incessant transformations. Yet he is forced to recognize the frailness of his interlocutor. I was confounded by such sagacity and such meanness, such correct ideas and such false ones, by so general a perversion of feeling, such complete turpitude, and such uncommon frailness. The decent soul of the philosopher cannot adapt itself to such a perpetual reversal of values. Indeed, Hegel too often tries to evade the consequences and the logic of his own dialectic. But in Diderot's dialogue, truth is with the bohemian. For he sees everything in the world for what it is, to wit, the opposite of what it appears to be. One of the chapters of Rameau's nephew, Gold is All, can help us analyze the passages in the Phenomenology that discuss the depravity brought on by wealth. What a hell of an economy! Some men are replete with everything while others, whose stomachs are no less importunate, whose hunger is just as recurrent, have nothing to bite on. 35 But in a world in which gold is all, spirit is always alien to itself, and each moment is its own contrary. Good and bad, the consciousness of good and the consciousness of bad, noble consciousness and base consciousness, none of these hold true. They pervert themselves into each other, and each is its own contrary. Noble consciousness is base and abject, and abjectness changes into the nobility of the most refined freedom of self-consciousness. The Bohemian strips the veil off a world and a social system which have lost their substantiveness, a world whose moments lack all stability. The consciousness of this loss transforms ascesion into a stage comedy and pure intentions into hypocrisy. Ambition and the desire for money, the wish to master power, these are the truth of this comedy. But having frankly laid out what everyone thinks but does not say, the nephew draws himself up, he is proud of his pure frankness. He raises himself above the baseness he has portrayed, and through the cynical admission of that very baseness he reaches equality with himself within the most complete laceration. Hegel's analysis of one acerated consciousness may remind us of the analyses of skeptic consciousness and of unhappy consciousness. But it is original on two counts. The lacerated consciousness is specifically the consciousness of the end of a certain world. It is also, generally, the final consciousness of every culture. That the nephew expresses a pre-evolutionary state is clear. Vanity, there are no fatherlands left. All I see from pole to pole is tyrants and slaves. 36 Hegel explicitly says that this shows the end of a world. The demand for this dissolution can be addressed only to the very spirit of the culture in order that it return from its confusion back into itself, thus gaining a still higher consciousness. The study of lacerated consciousness allows Hegel to advance from the world of culture to another world. Having rediscovered itself, self-consciousness will be either faith or pure intellection. For the time being, it is merely the scintillating language of wit, which pronounces the vanity of the vanishing world and which tears everything apart. A7 The language of wit, which pronounces the vanity of the world of culture, is, Hegel quotes Diderot, a musical language which accommodates and mixes some 30 different tunes, French and Italian, tragic and comic, tunes of all kinds. 38 The respectable consciousness of the philosopher, by contrast, wishes to keep to the melody of the good and the true in a harmony of tone. It considers each moment a stable essentiality. It is the inconsistency of an uncultivated thought that does not know that it does the opposite as well. The lacerated consciousness, on the contrary, is the consciousness of perversion and specifically of absolute perversion. The concept is dominant in it, the concept which gathers together thoughts which respectable consciousness considers far apart. Its language, consequently, sparkles with wit. The sparkling language of wit is not merely the language of the tragicomic bohemian, it is the truth of the world of culture, a truth which the naive, non-dialectical philosopher cannot understand. It is the language of an entire society which can hold itself in esteem only insofar as it can, in select circles, declare frankly and with verve the hollowness of its world. It continues to benefit from the existing order, but it knows itself to be superior to that order, an order which serves it only as an object on which it can exercise its judgment, sparkling with wit. Nonetheless, as Diderot notes, nobody can think this way and condemn the established order without noticing that he thereby renounces his own existence. Language, the universal judgment made on the world of culture, is the truth of that culture and its spirituality. The dossier of this spirit is universal speech and the judgment that tears everything apart, a judgment in the light of which all the moments that should be valid as essences and acetal members of the whole dissolve. A judgment of this sort plays the game of self-dissolution with itself too. This universal language pronounces the hollowness of culture and contains its truth. It contraposes its negative dialectic to the decent soul who even by giving imaginary or real examples cannot maintain the good and the true in their purity. For to portray the good in the form of a specific anecdote is the worst way to speak of it. And if simple consciousness demands the dissolution of this world and a return to nature, it cannot address itself to the isolated individual. Even Diogenes in his barrel was conditioned by his society. The world as a whole must be transformed and must rise to a higher form. There is no question of spirit falling back to innocent nature and rediscovering the simplicity of the natural man. Rousseau's work, which was the most negative of its century but by that very token prepared the way for a new positivity, is not to be understood in this way. The return to nature can signify only the return of spirit within itself, thus gaining a still higher consciousness. But this return has already occurred. The language of laceration is the reflection of spirit back on itself. On the one hand, this reflection may signify the rise of spirit above the reality it has constituted, in which case spirit is impelled beyond the world of culture, 1t is deflected from this world to heaven, its object is the beyond of this world. We know that the spirit of culture and alienation has its counterpart in the world of faith, a world parallel to the world of culture. On the other hand, that spirit is the reflection of the world of culture in the self, which knows and pronounces the hollowness of this world. Its interest is then merely the judgment on the hollowness of the whole culture. The self still focuses on the real world, but it retains a spiritual interest in it only constantly to criticize it. The hollowness of all things is its own hollowness, it itself is hollow. It is the self which is for itself, which call not only judge and chatter about everything but can also express wittily in all their contradictions both the solid essences of actuality and the solid determinations posited by judgment. Those contradictions are their truth. The self gains power and wealth, and it is then dissatisfied. It continues to desire power and wealth and to do everything possible to acquire them, but when it has acquired them it knows that they are nothing in itself, that it is their power, and that they are hollow. Thus, it transcends them in possessing them, and its highest interest is to become aware of their hollowness. This hollowness depends on the hollowness of all things for its own self-consciousness, thus it engenders that hollowness itself and is the soul that sustains it. Hegel is thinking here of the brilliant French society of the 18th century, of the conversations and of all the critical thought, which culminated in the negation of the cultural world and in the experience of the return of spirit into itself, in Rousseau. But the critique of the hollowness of all things remains negative and can grasp no positive content. The positive object is now only the pure I itself, and lacerated consciousness is in itself the pure self-harmony of self-consciousness returned to itself. Thus, the cultural world leads us to become aware of it as a world of the alienation of the self. This act of becoming aware is a return of spirit to itself, a transcendence of alienation. This transcendence will appear in two guises in Hegel's dialectic. Parallel to the real world of culture there is a world of faith into which spirit flees to regain its unity with its essence, and there is pure intellection, the self which has gained its own universality through culture and is able to reduce to itself all the content that appeared alien to it. The conflict between faith and the enlightenment, a result of the alienation of spirit, remains caught up in that alienation, although it is in order to end and definitively surmount the alienation of spirit that the enlightenment struggles against faith. At the end of this struggle, according to the Enlightenment, heaven will descend to earth and absolute freedom will appear. 2. Faith and pure intellection. The cultural world, the world in which spirit has become alien to itself, has a counterpart in another world, the world of faith. In a development parallel to the development of spirit that we have just discussed, actual consciousness comes to stand contract opposed to pure consciousness, consciousness of realized spirit to the consciousness of the essence of spirit, and the here below to the beyond. We know that this split is characteristic of the modern world. Man lives in one world and thinks in another. In the cultural world, he seeks power and wealth, which are the objects of his desire. But in acquiring them he transcends them. He knows that they are hollow and that pursuit of them cannot satisfy. In possessing them he does not reach himself. Power and wealth are the supreme goals of the self's effort. It knows that through renunciation and sacrifice it molds itself to the universal and manages to possess it, and that in that possession it attains universal validity. Power and wealth are the recognized actual forces, but the validity that the self reaches through them is hollow. Precisely when the self has acquired them it knows that they are not autonomous essences, that it is itself their power, and that they are hollow. This knowledge of the hollowness of the cultural world, of the powers in which the self has realized, or rather alienated, itself, is a knowledge of the nothingness of the world and the immediate ascent of spirit to another sphere. This world, in which by forming itself the self actualizes its will to power, now appears only on the near side of essence. It is not the true world, although it is the actually given world. Faith, Malebranche wrote, teaches us that the things of the world are vain and that our happiness does not lie in honors and in wealth. 39. Thus, unlike the first world of spirit, the world of culture is not self-sufficient. As a totality it is alien to itself, and it implies a truth that lies outside it. As it is a here below it refers to a beyond. That beyond is the thought of this world itself, yet it constitutes its reflection. It appears now to the pure consciousness of spirit in faith. Hegel envisages faith as the counterpart of the world of alienation and shows how it is a which is also conditioned by the real world which it flees. Faith is the thought of spirit, to be sure, but it is a thought that does not yet know itself as a thought and that therefore appears contaminated by the element of which it is the other. That is why although in itself faith is thought the principal moment in the nature of faith, a moment that is usually neglected, it appears, once it has entered self-consciousness, only as a representation of self-consciousness itself, an objective being, that is negative in the positivity of its content. But inasmuch as thought enters consciousness, or pure consciousness enters self-consciousness, this immediateness carries the signification of an objective being, a being that dwells beyond the consciousness of the self. 40 If we try to express Hegel's idea of faith as simply as possibly, dispensing with his terminology, we come to the following: faith is a flight from the real world, it is a representation of spirit beyond the determinations of this world. Yet, as in a play of mirrors, the same substance appears at times in the guise of the powers of the world and at times in the guise of absolute being, in the guise of God. The absolute object is nothing but the real world raised to the universality of pure consciousness. The content of this faith is the content of the Christian revelation, spirit in and for itself in the 39. It is not by chance that we quote Malebranche here. He expresses especially well the duality of reality and essence that Hegel wishes to note. 40 In penetrating immediately to self-consciousness, pure thought, the essence of spirit, is contaminated by the moment of reality. As a result, it is only representation and it takes on the form of an other world. In intellection, on the contrary, pure thought behaves negatively with respect to objectivity and reduces the whole of negative objectivity to the self. Form of the three persons of the Trinity. In the first place, spirit is eternal substance, God the Father. But since the substance is spirit, it is not only in itself, it becomes for itself, and it realizes itself in the form of a transitory self given over to the passion and to death, i.e., in the form of Christ. It then gathers itself up into its original simplicity. Only when represented in this manner is substance represented as spirit. Thus, the three moments of spirit which we saw in the real world in the mode of alienation appear to believing consciousness in the form of the three persons of the Trinity. It is indeed the content of spirit in and for itself that is portrayed here. But it is only portrayed, that is, believing consciousness does not grasp the necessity of the transition from one moment to another, the movement through which substance forms itself as subject, actualizing itself and preserving itself within that actuality, in its substantiveness. The Christian Trinity appears to believing consciousness in the element of representation. Each of the persons is envisaged in its unalterable unity, and an unintelligible event presents the transition from one person to the other. Believing consciousness knows that God became man and dwelt among us, but this development of divine substance is not a necessary development, it is not the very expression of substance as spirit. These persons form a necessary series only for us, for faith, their difference is a static diversity and their movement is an event. Inasmuch as the object of believing consciousness, God, participates in the real world through his Son, believing consciousness is still part of the real world. Yet Hegel had made the same observation with regard to unhappy consciousness, whose subjectivity stands contract opposed to the objectivity of faith. Its participation in the real world does not suffice to reabsorb the moment of the beyond. If God was made flesh and dwelt among us, he nonetheless remained an alien reality in that incarnation. And the beyond merely took on the determination of being spatially and temporally distant. 41 Believing consciousness rises immediately above the real world, but it carries that world within itself. Thus it thinks its essence, but does not know that it is a thought. The content of spirit in and for itself appears to it, but it appears as a world, as an other world, as an other positive reality that is different from it and whose provenance is unknown. This is the positivity, the exterior authority presented by faith, that was denounced by the 18th century's critique and that Hegel viewed in his Burn Life of Jesus as an impurity. When you revere church statutes and state laws as your highest law, you overlook the dignity and the power that allow man himself to create the concept of divinity. 42. Precisely inasmuch as the world of faith is an other world, it is not the thought of spirit. Unlike religion, it is not spirit in and for itself. Hegel here subtly distinguishes faith and religion. At the end point of the Phenomenology, religion, that is, spirit rising to the consciousness of its own content, finds the dialectic proper to it. It is viewed as absolute spirit's becoming aware of itself. But here, it is only a moment in the development of self-alienated spirit, the moment that stands contract opposed to actuality, and therefore it is only a faith. Faith is different from unhappy consciousness. The latter was the expression of the deepest subjectivity, which is why it failed to reach objectivity. Its content was not yet posed as the substance of spirit, but was merely ardently desired. Unhappy consciousness was the soul's nostalgia, not the spirit's thought. It was a pious fervor and the soul's direction toward thought. As fervor, its thought remains a formless tumult of bells, a warm mist. It is a musical thought it fails to attain the concept, which would be the only immanent objective modality. In the faith of the world of culture, the subjective Christian piety of the Middle Ages gives way to the objectivity of substance. What appears to believing consciousness is the essence in and for itself of spirit, the content of truth. But precisely as a content, it carries in its objective presentation the mark of the alienation of spirit. Religion, Hegel wrote later, reunites within itself the subjectivity of unhappy consciousness and the objectivity of believing consciousness. 43 Hegel further specifies the characteristics of the content of faith. By distinguishing it from the in itself of Stoic consciousness and from virtuous consciousness. For the Stoic, thought was merely a form that received an alien content into it. For faith, thought itself is the content, its object is not a mere form. For virtuous consciousness, the in itself was indeed the essence of reality, but it was a nominalized essence, an ideal that was not yet present. For believing consciousness, the in itself is not an ideal to be realized, it is thought of as actual, although it is posed beyond actuality. Thus, the object of faith is neither the form of thought nor an ideal, it partakes of both. It is the essence of spirit, which, in its self-alienation, perceives itself as beyond itself. Nevertheless, since this pure consciousness of absolute essence is a consciousness alien to itself, it must contain its otherness within itself. It is a flight from the actual world, and at first glance its other appears to be that world. But it must contain its other within its own heart. Thus, it presents itself as engaged in a conflict. Pure consciousness is thus alien to itself within itself, and faith constitutes only one aspect of it. The other aspect, as Hegel notes, has already been bmn for us. It is the aspect of pure self-consciousness, the movement that we discovered in the dialectic of the world of culture, a movement that attacks the subsistence of each of the moments of the world and transforms it into its contrary. If faith is the thought of the content of spirit, it stands contract opposed to the movement of intellection, the movement of the self which rejects all otherness and transmutes all objects into the self. As the totality of life stood contract opposed to the self-consciousness of life, and immobile truth stood contraposed to the anxious search for the true, so faith, as the content of the substance of spirit, stands contract opposed to intellection, the universal self which reduces everything to itself and rejects all content which appears in an objective form alien to the self. 4. Faith can present itself only as engaged in an unending conflict with reason. This conflict at the heart of pure consciousness is now our subject. 44. The supreme synthesis of Hegel's thought is this unity of movement and repose, a unity of the disquiet of the self and the eternity of essence. For this reason truth in and for itself is Bekel delirium. But this delirium is also a translucent and simple repose. The two moments separate here as essence and self, faith and intellection. Cf. the discussion of life as repose and disquiet and the discussion of the true and its movement. The two terms which so radically oppose each other are not as distinct for us as they appear to be for each other. We see one and the same truth of self-alienated spirit in them. When we consider it as it is in truth, driven back into itself from the world that lacks essence and is merely disintegrating the world of culture, spirit is an inseparable unity both of absolute movement and the negativity of its manifestation, and of the essence of these two moments, satisfied by itself, and their positive repose. But these two moments, bound in general by the determination of estrangement, move apart as a split consciousness. Content as an immobile truth, as an essence posed beyond intellection, characterizes faith. The movement of the self, turned against all objectivity, characterizes intellection. On the one hand, spirit perceives itself as a truth that is equal to itself, and is pure positivity. On the other hand, spirit is the self that penetrates every content and reduces it to its own self. It is absolute negativity, the universal self. These two aspects are identical, for the concept is absolute difference which, as such, is difference from itself, that is not a difference at all. But they present themselves in opposition here, an opposition that seems the most profound possible. Thus, the object of Hegel's study is the struggle between faith and intellection. These two terms present themselves as a turning away from the world of culture, faith is a flight from it, universal intellection is its result. The self, which has traversed the world of culture, has risen to universality. The natural differences that separated individuals have been overcome. There are no longer fundamental differences but only differences in magnitude, more or less powerful wills. In every individual spirit is one and the same universal acquired by culture. It reveals itself as the self. On the one hand, the self reduces everything objective to the being for itself of self-consciousness. On the other hand, that being for itself has the signification of a universal, one intellection becomes the property of all self-consciousnesses. The I, as it later appears in Kant, Fichte, has already been discovered here by us. Idealism expresses the triumph of the universal self in a philosophic system. No longer can anything be contract opposed to that self as a thing in itself. It will penetrate every content that claims to be valid outside self-consciousness. It will comprehend such content, and, in so doing, make of it a moment of its own esse. Similarly, the I will not be the exclusive property of this or that given individual but will be universal in everyone. The requisite universal self, resulting from the process of culture, precedes the reduction of being to the I in philosophic systems. Its universality is as yet no more than a pure intention. Thus, pure intellection is the spirit that addresses every consciousness and proclaims, what you all are in yourselves, be for yourselves, be rational. 45 But intellection is confronted by the world of faith, which presents itself as an irreducible objectivity, as a content contaminated by that from which it is in flight. Intellection, then, struggles against faith on the pretext of actualizing the freedom of spirit. This struggle is realized in the 16th century with the Renaissance and the Reformation, and in the 18th century with the Enlightenment. Hegel dwells principally on the struggle between the Enlightenment and faith. Critics have been surprised that in the Phenomenology Hegel did not discuss the Reformation at greater length. There does not even seem to be a clear allusion in the Phenomenology to what Hegel called the revolution of the Germans. In fact, Hegel understood the movement of the Reformation as a first stage in the liberation of spirit. In the Philosophy of History, he compared Luther to Socrates and wrote that with Luther, spirit began to return to itself and rose to an inner reconciliation. The Reformation was the beginning of the Enlightenment. Faith preserved in the spiritual world the sensuousness which it claimed to be escaping, and the necessary corruption of the Church was due to this. 46. Faith became impure as a result of the admixture of thought and the sensuous, the immediate transposition of the real world into the world of thought. For Protestantism as for the Enlightenment, religion must build its temples and its altars only in the individual's heart. And it must see that the objective thing presented for the worship of the faithful is nothing but a thing. Thus, the divine is completely separated from all intuition. In Phenomenology, Hegel had tried to show how Protestantism had contributed to the separation of inner from outer. In this way, the subjectivity that characterizes this form of universal 45. Hegel also characterizes the movement of believing consciousness vis-a-vis the real world. Instead of thinking that world vain and going no further, it tries to reach the consciousness of its union with essence. But that union is never realized, at least not by specific consciousness. Spirit, the principle of the Nordic peoples, was reached. 47. For this reason, the Enlightenment did not have in Germany the anti-religious nature that it had in France. If in France the Enlightenment attacked theology, it was because French theology was not yet internalized. Faith had remained a faith in a supersensuous beyond, that is, in a second world that was beyond the first one, but that, like the first, was objectively given. The struggle for the liberty of spirit which Luther inaugurated was carried on by the Enlightenment. In the modern world, Hegel wrote in the Philosophy of History, religion cannot subsist without thought. In part, it advances to the concept, in part, forced to by thought itself, it becomes intensive faith, or, if pushed to despair by thought, from which it flees completely, superstition. 48. If our interpretation is correct, Hegel had no need to discuss the Reformation specifically in the Phenomenology, because that movement is part of the struggle between what Hegel calls faith and what he calls pure intellection. The two terms pair together. The Reformation is only a moment in that struggle, the Enlightenment, on the other hand, is its culmination. In considering the Enlightenment's struggle against superstition, Hegel transcends Protestantism, which merely initiated spirit's freedom, attaining only its inner reconciliation. The Enlightenment finally met partial failure in 18th century philosophy in the French Revolution. Nevertheless, in subjective spirit faith still presents itself, albeit as pure subjectivity freed from alienation. Subjective spirit, which can be connected more directly to the Protestant Revolution, an unsatisfied enlightenment rather than an enlightenment that submerges itself in finitude and finds its repose there, reappears in what Hegel calls the moral worldview. This worldview, which corresponds to Nordic subjectivity and to the philosophies of Kant and Fichte, constitutes the original development of the Reformation. 49. Thus the Reformation does play a part in the Phenomenology. Insofar as it opposes the theology of the beyond and fights it with the weapons of pure intellection, but also, on the other hand, insofar as the beyond still subsists in Protestant theology and pertains only to subjectivity, the Reformation is expressed in the moral worldview, in the awakening of free subjectivity, which the Phenomenology specifically studies and which the article Phenomenology related directly to Protestantism. Pure intellection turned against faith comes to be called the Enlightenment. It is the light that dispels shadows. At first, this struggle, which runs throughout the 18th century and claims to realize rationality in and for itself, is negative. The Enlightenment triumphs over faith. It denounces the moment of the beyond that faith includes and shows faith to be superstition. But in the course of this struggle, pure intellection acquires a positive content, the Enlightenment's doctrine, its truth, which reveals itself as the most platitudinous utilitarianism, and the thought of the finite world. Emerging from this finitude, spirit is reconciled with itself. And the two worlds, earth and heaven, come together in one. This is the experience of the French Revolution, which appears to be the end of the world of culture and of separation. Yet this experience too proves disappointing. With the Terror and with Napoleon, then, spirit rises to a higher form, it becomes self-certain spirit, which constitutes the third moment in the development of spirit. The great struggle of the 18th century, which pitted the philosophers of the Encyclopedia against those whom they considered the backward defenders of an already crumbling faith, the struggle of reason against faith, of the Enlightenment against superstition, was a recent phenomenon for Hegel. It was a struggle which foreshadowed new times, a struggle which entailed a revolutionary change in the texture of spirit. Sensitive as he was to historical changes, to visible and invisible changes in the world spirit, Hegel could hardly fail to devote to that struggle a discussion appropriate to the importance he attributed to it. He had to describe the revolution in spiritual Lipoundy and to understand its significance. His prime model was philosophical preaching in France, which took on a more pronounced anti-religious cast than it had in Germany, and which culminated in a political revolution of considerable importance. To be sure, in 1807 Hegel no longer thought of the French Revolution as he had during his years at Tübingen. The course of events, the terror of 1793 and the Napoleonic Empire, led him to change his views somewhat, as they did many of Hegel's contemporaries. But Hegel continued to affirm that there was in that political revolution a prodigious effort on the part of the world spirit to realize the rational, in and or itself on earth. The world changed with the 18th century and the French Revolution. Despite his cautious conservatism, Hegel still wrote in the Philosophy of History that with the French Revolution, the thought, the concept of law, was suddenly asserted, and the ancient edifice of injustice could not withstand it. In legal thinning, a constitution was constructed on the basis of which everything was thenceforth supposed to stand. Never before, since the sun has been in the sky and the planets have turned around it, had man stood on his head, that is, based himself on the idea and constructed reality according to it. Anaxagoras had first said that Pous rules the world, but only now has man come to see that thought must direct spiritual reality. It was a superb sunrise. All thing being celebrated that era. A sublime feeling reigned, enthusiasm of spirit shook the world as though the genuine reconciliation of the world and the divine had occurred at precisely that moment. 1. Of course, in the same book, Hegel criticized the revolution for having realized only formal principles and for having been unable to express concrete reason. Its principle remained formal because it issued from abstract thought, from understanding, which is abstract insofar as it is immediate and which is at first the consciousness that pure reason has of itself. We shall see this critique developed throughout this whole study, but we must not allow it to blind us to the spiritual necessity that Hegel ascribes to the struggle. The French Revolution was born of thought, it emerged from the philosophy of the world elaborated during the 18th century. The sovereignty of the subject standing by himself was posed against a faith based on authority, and the laws of nature were recognized as the only bond between phenomena. Thus all miracles were challenged, for now nature was a system of known and recognized laws. Man was at home in nature, and where he was at home was all that counted. Knowledge of nature made him free. 2. Then thought extended its sway to the world of spirit and refused to recognize law and morality in a commandment that was alien to human reason. Thus a fundamental change in the development of spirit came about, the effort to transcend all alienation of the one. These general conceptions, deduced from actual and present consciousness the laws of nature and the substance of what is right and good, have received the name of reason. The recognition of the validity of these laws was designated by the term éclaircissement. From France it passed over into Germany, and created a new world of ideas. 3 In the passages from the Phenomenology which we shall now discuss, both the historical moment and the general significance of the rationalism of the Enlightenment are considered. There was, to be sure, a philosophical doctrine, but it was a doctrine that spread throughout the whole of society and won over a whole people. We have already noted the opposition in Rameau's Nephew between the philosopher, who behaves formally while collecting the secrets of the Bohemian, and the Bohemian himself, who expresses the rending of the perverse and self-alienated world. There was in all he said much that one thinks to oneself, and acts on, but that one never says. This was in fact the chief difference between my man and the rest of us. He admitted his vices, which are also ours. He was no hypocrite. Neither more nor less detestable than other men, he was franker than they, more logical, and thus often profound in his depravity. 4 At that point, the world of culture reaches its sharpest self-awareness and becomes a scintillatingly witty discourse that judges all aspects of its own condition. This mirror of the world is not yet pure intellection. For it wishes to shine and, in the midst of that world, to manifest itself by its wit and by the originality of its corrosive critique. Self-consciousness still participates in the world it reflects. This is the time of the Salons and of Montesquieu's Persian letters, not yet the time of pure intellection which, having become the intellection of all, escapes this artificial world through the universality of its critical thought. At first, the I still enjoys the artificial order of society. But the I knows itself to be superior to that order, which serves merely as an object on which it can exercise its judgment. One rises above the world by showing its vanity and, in the process, demonstrating one's own wit. One still lives in that world, but through one's wit one shows that one no longer believes in it. Only the interest in having content for argument and frivolous conversation maintains the whole and its articulations. 6. Thus, consciousness still participates in the world of culture and, seeking to shine at its expense, helps to maintain it. But the emptiness of the content also expresses the emptiness of the self which knows that content to be empty. Therefore, when consciousness discovers that its judgment is universal it rises to pure intellection, the scattered traits are gathered up into one universal image and make up one intellection belonging to everyone. At that point, the fact of judging better than others, the only remaining interest, disappears and specific Insight Einsehen is resolved into universal intellection Einsicht. 1. In this way Hegel shows us how pure intellection is formed by a reflection back on itself of the world of culture, a reflection which also gives rise to the world of faith. Both faith and intellection result from the alienated spirit's attempt to overcome its alienation. Faith is the transcendence of the world through the thought of its absolute beyond, the thought of the being of spirit. Intellection is the return of spirit to itself as an act of thought, as the negation of all alienation. Henceforth, those two reflections oppose and confront each other in a fratricidal combat all the more violent in that they fundamentally express the same truth, the truth of spirit. Thought struggles with thought. In the beyond to which it aspires, faith knows, without knowing it, the very essence of spirit. But only content appears to it, not the form of intellection. In intellection, spirit still knows itself only as pure negativity, it is form which separates itself from content so as to negate it qua other. At first, Hegel wrote in the philosophy of Histo Ty, the principle of thought appears in its universality in abstract form, and it stands on the principle of contradiction and identity. Thus content is posed as finite, and the Enlightenment banished anything speculative from human and divine things. And in the Phenomenology he writes, faith and intellection are one and the same pure consciousness, but they are contract opposed with regard to form, for faith essence is thought, not concept, and it is therefore something absolutely opposed to self-consciousness, whereas for pure intellection es6. By masses Hegel means the divisions of the social substance community and family, social classes and estates, etc. At the close of the 18th century these masses have being only insofar as they furnish the occasion for wit's critique. The hour of their disappearance in revolution is near. Sense is the self. Thus faith and intellection are negatives of each other. The defect of faith is that it presents itself as a beyond, as a content that is alien to self-consciousness. The truth of rationalism is that it asserts the absolute freedom of the spirit. That freedom had already begun to appear in Lutheranism. Luther had secured to mankind spiritual freedom and the reconciliation in the concrete. He triumphantly established the position that man's eternal destiny must be wrought out in himself. But the import content of that which is to take place in him, what truth is to become vital in him, was taken for granted by Luther as something already given, something revealed by religion. 8. What the Enlightenment denounces is precisely this given, this positivity. 9. In 1788 Hegel's professor at the Tübingen Seminary was a theologian named Storr. Storr, in the age of the French Encyclopedia, based all his teaching on the authority of revelation. Starting with the sacred authority of Christ and the Aposteles, Storr as a concession to modernism even justified his method by appealing to Kant's philosophy. Critical philosophy had shown that human reason could not go beyond the knoll edge of the sensuous world. Human reason, therefore, is incompetent to judge the validity of revelation. In his book Doctrini Christiani pars theoretica et sacri literaris repetita, Storr wrote, in hac causa ne habet quidem philosophia justum octoritatem. 10. On the other hand, we know that in the first of his early works Hegel criticized such positive religion, which imposes a content on human consciousness. The students at the Tübingen seminary had read the French philosophes of the 18th century. And in Germany Lessing had praised religious tolerance. In his first essays, Hegel often quoted from Nathan the Wise. According to Lessing, revelation was necessary during the childhood of humanity. It prepared for a moral religion which responds to human maturity and which is the result of human reason. The conflict between the Enlightenment and positive faith was one of the fundamental problems Hegel posed in his youth. The details of this conflict and its speculative implications are presented in philosophical form in the Phenomenology. Although Hegel was influenced by the Enlightenment in his youth and, despite profound differences, remained faithful to its rationalist spirit, his adherence to it was not unmassive. As early as the first Tübingen essays, there is a critique of any philosophy of understanding that is too dry and abstract to inspire human action. Following Rousseau, Hegel contract opposed subjective religion, a religion of the heart capable of directing the whole of human life, to an abstract theology, which at that time he called objective religion. The Enlightenment, the critique carried out by understanding, can make us more intelligent. But it cannot make us better. It has no effect on our souls, it acts only negatively, and it thereby stands contract opposed, in turn, to subjective religion. During that same period, Hegel drew an opposition between the religion of a people and private religion. He was clearly aware of realities not known by the Enlightenment. We can already see in these texts a desire to go beyond the oppositions, to thin religion through so as to preserve its speculative content as a manifestation of spirit's truth, without, however, denying the rights of self-consciousness to rediscover itself in its object. But it was not until Glauben und Wissen, and later the text we are discussing here, written in Jena, that Hegel conceived of religion as a moment of absolute spirit, the moment of self-consciousness of spirit. From then on, the Enlightenment's critique, although correct, appears as merely negative. 18th century thought, which denied faith, had to be replaced by a thought in which everything that revelation first offered in history to believing consciousness was assimilated to, and integrated in, spirit. The mistake of the Enlightenment was to offer a merely negative critique, to fail to grasp the content of faith and discover its speculative meaning. Religion must be thought through. Hegel prepares the way for Feuerbach.ll2. For a discussion of Hegel's early attitudes toward religion and the Enlightenment, C.J. Hyppolite, Les Travaux de jeunesse de Hegel d'après d'ouvrages récents, Revue de métaphysique et de morale, Vol. XLII. In his early works, Hegel contraposes subjective religion to objective religion, the religion of a people to a private religion. He evaluates positivity, the historical element of a religion, in different ways. At times, he combats it, at other times, he contraposes it to the sterility of abstract human reason. A decisive development took place during his years in Frankfurt, when positivity became a destiny. Pure intellection is an example of the power of the negative that animates self-consciousness, a power we have already encountered, for example, in the strength of skepticism, annihilating the being of the world in the manifold variety of its determinations, unveiling the hidden dialectic of each determination posed as such to thought. We have also seen the power of the negative in theoretical and practical idealism. But in pure intellection it is raised far above these subordinate stages. For pure intellection is born of substance, knows the pure self of consciousness as the absolute, and compares itself to the pure consciousness of the absolute essence of all actuality. It is born of substantiate, that is, we have here no longer an abstract aspect of self-consciousness or of reason but a manifestation, a phenomenon of spirit as such. This pure intellection is the result of a culture that is bound up with collective life, it is a human experience in the full sense of the word. Spirit, which always negates, emerges in history here and confronts the consciousness spirit has of itself when it knows itself only as an essence that is beyond it. For the abstract reason of the Enlightenment, then, faith is the realm of error, the kingdom of shadows. In its denunciation of fundamental error, the Enlightenment distinguishes various moments. There is first the naive consciousness of the masses, still submerged in childhood. Among the masses, error is only a weakness of spirit, a lack of reflection and, consequently, of a turning in on itself. But this naivete is contractopposed by a second moment, the ill will of the priests who, vain, envious, and anxious to maintain their prestige, seek to deceive the masses. They reserve thought for themselves and deceive everyone else. On top of these, there are the despots who, unenlightened, share the stupidity of the masses but use the lying clergy for their own ends. Thus they gain an undisturbed control and the possibility of realizing their pleasures and whims. Such is the world of error in itself, so to speak, which the Enlightenment notes and, by a dialectical movement frequent in history, almost manages to create in its adversary. Sometimes when two principles are in conflict, the idea that one has of the other transforms that other and introduces into it the evil which at first existed only implicitly. Point 12. In this description of the realm of error, we can see without difficulty Voltaire's notion of l'infâme. In his Oedipe, written in 1718, we find the following. Les prêtres ne sont pas si échus en vain peuple pense, notre credulité fait tout leur science. Priests are hardly what we fancy, their wisdom is but our credulity. The weakness of the people and the hypocrisy of the clergy create the abominable fanaticism and hatred which have bloodied human history. In the play Muhammad, the duality of ignorance and hypocrisy is expressed in the opposition between Said and Muhammad. The former, expressing naive and ignorant consciousness, can say, Vous avez sûrement à mon entière puissance. Éclairez seulement ma docile ignorance. You have full power over my heart, my docile ignorance awaits your word. While Muhammad poses as the earthly representative of God, écoutez parna voix sa volonté supreme here, through my voice, his supreme will. 13. This world is also depicted in Schiller's The Robbers, Hegel's use of which we have already seen. Nevertheless, though the Enlightenment begins by unveiling that logic of error which perverts humanity, and by negating it seeks to free mankind and render it capable of truth, it cannot act on all the moments of error equally. The perverse intention of the priests escapes its reach, for that intention pertains to the being for itself of consciousness. Its action, therefore, bears on the masses, who are still unconscious but who have the potential to be influenced by it. Naive consciousness and self-consciousness, indeed, differ only in that the one is in itself what the other is for itself, which is why there was no serious obstacle to the rapid spread of the Enlightenment. It penetrated the substance of the masses, insinuated itself into them, and became a universal doctrine. A revolution in spirit was brought about even before people were clearly aware of it. Hegel quotes Rameau's nephew here, the foreign god take one? His place humbly next to the native idol, little by little asserts itself and one fine day elbows out his fellow before you can say Jack Robinson, there's the idol flat on its back. 14. This contagion calls to mind Beaumarchais's words on slander, the evil is conceived, it is born, it crawls. It grows and suddenly there is slander rising, whistling, swelling, growing before your eyes. Now, Hegel wrote, an invisible and imperceptible spirit, it insinuates itself into all noble parts, it becomes mistress of the limbs and the guts of the unconscious idol. And if the infection overcomes all of the organs of spiritual life, then one fine day, a day whose dawn is not reddened by blood, there will be merely the memory of an old inexplicable story, the dead form of the preceding incarnation of spirit. The new serpent of wisdom raised for the people's worship has merely sloughed, painlessly, a shriveled skin. The established powers are helpless against the epidemic. In undertaking the struggle they ascertain what is wrong, but the ill has already been done. The spread of pure intellection is comparable to the expansion of a gas through an atmosphere without resistance. From then on, there is no longer in the spiritual mass a solid faith which genuinely opposes reason. As with two struggling adversaries, the adversary itself succumbs to the contagion, and its arguments are inspired by the spirit of its opponent. The same spirit holds sway in both camps. Of the confident faith of the past there remains only a memory, deeply buried in the texture of spirit. But when the new spirit has spread and has infected the whole substance, it reveals its precise nature and the signification of its conflict with faith. Arguments can be judged and their implications seen only retrospectively. Thinking that it was criticizing the other, pure intellection criticized itself. It is trapped in a polemic without seeing that it has negated itself as pure intention and pure intellection. The opposition between intellection and faith. The analysis of TM's polemic and of its implications is one of the most appealing passages in the Phenomenology. Free thought, pure intellection, as Hegel says, intends to liberate the human spirit from a fundamental error the origin of which cannot easily be discovered. That error is nothing other than the irrational. The Enlightenment finds an inconceivable world in the object of faith, a world alien to reason, a being other whose otherness is irreducible. But how could that irrational have become the object of consciousness, an object, moreover, in which consciousness saw the expression of its own most intimate being? How was such an error possible? That pure intellection behaves negatively with regard to the object of faith proves that for pure intellection there is an absolute other. But pure intellection, reason, is the category, which means that knowledge and the object of knowledge are one and the same. Thus what pure intellection sets forth as its other, what it sets forth as an error or a lie, can be nothing other than itself, it can condemn only what it itself is. And, Hegel adds to give the argument its full weight, what is not rational has no truth, what is not conceived conceptually does not exist. Hence when reason speaks of an other than itself it is in fact speaking only of itself, and in so doing it does not emerge from itself. In Hegel's conception of the conflict between the Enlightenment and faith, we find an attitude of reason toward religious faith completely different from the negative polemic dear to the 18th century. In itself, or for us, that conflict does not contrapose two terms which differ in essence. Faith, its absolute object, and its worship do not constitute the other of reason. Human reason itself is unconsciously represented in them. There are many passages in Hegel's analysis that already suggest Feuerbach's interpretation of religion in the essence of Christianity, a work in which Hegel's absolute spirit is replaced by a philosophical anthropology. 3.5 To be sure, Feuerbach wrote that religion is the dream of the human spirit. But Hegel had described faith as a sleeping consciousness, as opposed to the awakened consciousness of the Enlightenment. 16 Feuerbach will indeed say that his work merely presents religion that has become conscious of itself, that is, completely disillusioned. But he shows in Christianity a consciousness that humanity has of itself qua species. Religion can be nothing but man's consciousness, not of the limitation, but of the infinity of his being. Our task, Feuerbach writes, is to show that the distinction between human and divine is illusory, that it is no more than the distinction between the essence of humanity, human nature, and the individual. Man's consciousness of God is indirectly man's consciousness of himself. Consequently, in the development of human thought, religion is not an alien body but a thought of spirit. Instead of viewing religion, as the Enlightenment did, as an adversary that must be purely and simply negated, both Hegel and Feuerbach view it as the highest expression of self-consciousness. But whereas Hegel still speaks of an absolute spirit whose self-consciousness lies in the human community, Feuerbach wishes to reduce that absolute spirit to its spirit that is only human. Man, not Hegel's absolute spirit, is the center of religion. 11 Hegel, on the contrary, feared that such a reduction of spirit to the human, all too human, would culminate in the banality of a humanity sunk in its own finitude and incapable of transcending itself. In denying religion, the Enlightenment merely reached a philosophy of the finite and of the supreme being, the dullest philosophy that ever was. We have quoted Feuerbach here because it is impossible, especially in discussion this chapter of the Phenomenology, not to be struck by the similarity between his thought and Hegel's. Nevertheless, Hegel's absolute spirit exceeds human spirit even though its consciousness lies only in that spirit. And Hegel's metaphysics is different from Feuerbach's anthropology. If for Hegel the essential problem of religion is the relation of God to man, it is important to emphasize that the complete reduction of the divine to the human entails a worldview which eliminates all that is speculative and which, like comedy, culminates in a consciousness of insurmountable finitude. Whatever the case may be, since pure intellection is absolute concept, outside of which there can be nothing, it must err in seeing an other than itself in faith and its object, God. For reason, there is no genuine other, there is no irrational. What it fails to recognize is itself, and when it engages in its fierce polemic against faith it merely negates itself. All the determinations of faith are unconscious determinations of thought. When thought shows them up as illusions, it is itself that it denounces. What we first notice in reason's argumentation is a split within the concept, a struggle of self with self which can only lead to self-destruction. Reason vanquishes faith, but its triumph is such that, as Hegel noted in his article Glauben und Wissen, faith is introduced into the very midst of reason in a new form, recognizing a perpetual beyond and thereby limiting itself to an empty hope. 18 Simultaneously, faith sees polemical, merely polemical, reason as the opposite of what it claims to be. A pure intention, it appears I'm pure, the light of truth, it seems to be a lie and a deception. And its victory is expressed in a worldview whose banality is in marked contrast to its original intentions and goals. Let us consider for a moment the significance of intellection's struggle against faith. The Enlightenment accuses faith of, on the one hand, engendering its own object, God, and, on the other hand, receiving that object from the outside, as an alien essence imposed by the malice of trickster priests. The Enlightenment argues that the God of believing consciousness is a pure fiction, by which it means that what is absolute essence for faith is a being of its own consciousness, is its own thought, a product of consciousness. But it also claims that the object of faith is alien to self-consciousness, that it is not its essence but, one like a changeling, has been substituted for that essence. The Enlightenment expresses itself as though by the sleight of hand of the trickster priests something absolutely alien and absolutely other had been placed in consciousness instead of and in the place of essence. Without belaboring the inner contradiction of this argument, we may note that the two moments that intellection sees in faith in fact correspond to the moments of its own object. In intellection, consciousness apprehends its object simultaneously as itself and as an other. That object is in itself and, as such, is other, but it is also the self of the consciousness that grasps it, it is for it. Consciousness produces it by understanding it. The absolute essence of reason is in and for itself. That object is its own object. It exists, and it is produced by the self. Thus, intellection's critique of faith is a critique of itself. When reason denounces the illusory or alien character of the absolute essence of believing consciousness, it denounces what constitutes reason itself, it fails to recognize itself. Feuerbach later wrote that in man's relation to external objects his consciousness of the object can be distinguished from his consciousness of himself, but in the case of the religious object the two consciousnesses are one. The sensuous object exists outside man, the religious object, on the contrary, is within him, it is the closest and most intimate of objects. 19 How can a mistake be possible here? Believing consciousness grasps its object, God, in an act of trust, that trust is an expression of its own self-certainty. This consciousness does not pose itself as lost and negated in its object, rather, it entrusts itself to it, that is, it discovers itself in it as that consciousness, or as self-consciousness. God, here, is not an object which in its transcendence would negate self-consciousness, he is rather the inner certainty that consciousness has of itself. Nevertheless, in faith, that inner certainty appears to me as beyond me. It is God, insofar as I rise above my sensuous particularity and specificity. I am in God as an other self-consciousness, that is, as a self-consciousness that has become alien to its particular specificity or, in other words, to its naturalness and its accidentalness. Point 20 But I remain a self-consciousness in this experience, just as I do in the act of pure intellection apprehending itself in its object. Believing consciousness, finally, qua spirit of the community, the union of abstract essence and self-consciousness, establishes its certainty that it is in absolute essence through its worship, just as intellection produces its object by mediating what was at first an immediate certainty. Hegel's language here foreshadows Feuerbach's, though Hegel adds, that spirit is what it is only by virtue of the production of consciousness, or, more accurately, it could not be what it is without being produced by consciousness. Indeed, as essential as production is, it is not essentially a unique foundation of essence but only a moment. Essence is simultaneously in itself and for itself. That is why God appears to believing consciousness as beyond it, as the moment opposed to the preceding fiducia. But just as the Enlightenment interprets the first moment as though faith invented its object, so it interprets the second moment as though faith received its object from an absolutely alien source, the lies of priests. Indeed, faith oscillates between absolute trust, in which God loses his transcendence for it, and the feeling of the beyond, in which God appears to it as impenetrable in his ways and means. Positive theology and negative theology express two complementary aspects of the life of faith. But when the Enlightenment says of the object of faith, the object that expresses the innermost being of consciousness, that it is forcibly introduced into consciousness from outside, it shows itself to be absurd. A people can certainly be deceived about sensuous things, it can be fooled into seeing brass as gold, or even a defeat as a victory. But it cannot be fooled about its own intimate consciousness of itself. Now the absolute essence of faith, precisely, is the object of a people's self-consciousness. How can we speak of deception and illusion here? How could illusion and deception be produced where in its truth consciousness immediately has self-certainty, where in its object it possesses itself, discovering itself there as well as producing itself? There is no longer even a verbal difference. To be sure, a people's faith, its consciousness of absolute essence, can be expressed awkwardly. But it cannot err. For it is what it thinks. Religion is nothing other than spirit's consciousness of itself. Point 21 Since the nature of the absolute concept present in pure intellection is no different, what it fails to discern in faith is what it is itself. If only we interpret them, we see that reason and faith are not truly opposed. What Hegel tries to think through is their speculative identity. But the Enlightenment introduces the disparity of the concept into the equality of believing consciousness. It dissociates what in faith was immediately joined, and its arguments will make believing consciousness an unhappy consciousness which futilely seeks to rediscover its primal innocence but is unable to forget the point of view of reflection and dissociation. In that sense, the Enlightenment is victorious, and it intrudes into believing consciousness itself. After the struggle, faith becomes an unsatisfied, unsettled consciousness. Perhaps Protestant subjectivity as Hegel views it in Glauben und Wissen, or as it is expressed in the Phenomenology, in the chapter on the moral worldview, corresponds to that unsatisfied enlightenment which faith becomes after its adversary's attack. Since faith lacks content and cannot remain in that void, since, when it rises above the finite, which is the only content, it finds merely a void, it is simply pure yearning. Its truth is an empty beyond to which no content any longer conforms. For now all is shaped differently. In fact, faith becomes the same thing as the Enlightenment, that is, the consciousness of a relation between the finite existent in itself and the unqualified absolute, unknown and unknowable, except that the Enlightenment is satisfied while faith is a dissatisfied enlightenment. Hegel's article already shows that it is impossible for modern consciousness to return to the na of confidence of earlier times. For someone like Jacobi, faith is merely a desperate attempt to supersede reflection and the split between the finite and the infinite, a split which, as we shall see, results from the labor of the Enlightenment. It is a salto mortale, which cannot be carried out. The beautiful souls in Jacobi's novels always seek virtue, but they are never able completely to get themselves. They retain a reflection back on themselves which takes the place of of generosity. The characters of Voldemar and of Aus Edouard Allwils Papieron have a moral beauty, a desire for virtue and faith, which is merely nostalgic yearning. They suffer because of the finitude which they can never renounce, and which they know to be finitude. They experience what Dante and Goethe called the sufferings of hell, the eternal torture of being attached to oneself, of being unable to separate oneself from one's actions and of always coming back to oneself. 22. That split between the finite and the infinite, between the impurity of the finite realities of experience and the purity of an interiority without exteriority, is the doing of the Enlightenment as well as of the Reformation. Both demonstrated to believing consciousness the disparity that obtained between its consciousness of essence and its sensuous consciousness, between the beyond and the here below. That disparity becomes manifest with regard to the three moments of faith: its object, God, its justification, and its practices and rites. Pure thought, infinite being in and for itself, is the object of believing consciousness, but that object still appears in sensuous form. Of course, this form is merely an empty form borrowed from finite reality. Believing consciousness does not think that God is a piece of wood or a piece of bread, the element of which was furnished by nature, which was transformed by man, and which must return to earth. Sensuousness is also present in believing consciousness, but the worship is not addressed to the wood or stone idol. There is simply a contamination of the two elements, a contamination about which believing consciousness fails to think. Yet the Enlightenment, behaving negatively with respect to its own object, claims that the absolute essence of faith is a stone or a piece of wood, that faith has eyes and sees not. Thus, by seeing in the essence of consciousness only the contingent form in which faith customarily anthropomorphizes essence and renders it objective and representable, the Enlightenment transforms faith into superstition. Faith recognizes the validity of the criticisms leveled at it by the Enlightenment, it is unable to challenge them, and its naïve confidence is lost. The Enlightenment has revealed to it the mixture of the here below and the beyond. Understanding expresses the finite as finite, wood as wood, stone as stone, and it separates the pure from the impure in such a way that believing consciousness will always fear anthropomorphism and will take refuge in an undefined yearning, in a fervor which fears all objectification, in an art with no work of art. 23. The Enlightenment practices the same dissociation with regard to the second moment of faith, the process of mediation and faith search for its own foundation. It separates eternal spirit and historical spirit and reduces the foundations of faith to merely historical justifications, which are open to the same criticisms as any other human testimony. Like every consciousness, faith includes a mediation which binds its certainty to truth. It portrays this mediation as sacred history. Christ, who is God made man, revealed spiritual truth to mankind. He came to bear witness to spirit, he asked to be believed in, he performed miracles. There is indeed a history in this. But believing consciousness does not dissociate the historical fact from its eternal meaning, though it knows that only spirit can bear witness to spirit. Spirit itself bears witness to itself, either within a specific consciousness or thanks to the universal presence in it of the faith of all EPE. 2, 107, pg, 395, pm, 573. Christ said to his church, his spiritual community, "One am with you always, even unto the end of the world," and that spiritual presence, that immanence of spirit in the community, is the great truth on which faith is founded. It connects faith's subjective certainty to an eternal truth, it establishes a bond between the contingent and the necessary, between transitory events and eternity. The passage we have just quoted refers both to the inner faith of an individual consciousness and to the spirit of a universal church. The behavior of the Enlightenment here is similar to its earlier behavior. It shatters the equality between history and spiritual signification. It considers history only as a succession of facts, and the testimony of spirit becomes human testimony, less sure than the testimony of newspapers about daily events. EPE 2, 107, pg 395, pm 573.24. Faith allows itself to be won over by its adversary, and, by responding on its adversary's own ground, it admits its defeat. If faith wishes to ground itself on history, or at least to confirm its content in the way the Enlightenment describes, if it undertakes to do so seriously and as though everything depended on it, it has already been seduced by the Enlightenment, and its attempts to ground itself and consolidate itself in this way are merely testimony of its own contagion by the Enlightenment. The third moment of faith is the moment of action. Believing consciousness is not only a contemplative consciousness. Christ was a model. The goal aimed at by individual consciousness is the imitation of Christ. In this endeavor, individual consciousness emerges from its contingency and its naturalness and becomes universal self-consciousness. Through worship and sacrifice, it proves to itself that it is able to attain a life that is no longer natural. It renounces enjoyment and property, the element that separates individualities, isolating each in its exclusive specificity. But the Enlightenment does not understand this sacrifice. It fails to understand how anything can be given up except in exchange for money. And this indeed is the law of the modern world, a rigorous exchange, which makes gifts and sacrifice appear absurd. But its misunderstanding of sacrifice shows that the Enlightenment's pure intention is in fact an impure intention, even a hypocrisy. The Enlightenment still asserts as pure intention the need to rise above natural existence, above greed for the means of existence. But it considers it unreasonable and unjust to demand that that rise be demonstrated by deeds. It admits interiority, but separates it from words, which strike it as empty. In its polemic, the Enlightenment, which is at first purely negative, becomes real, and the question of what it becomes in its positive form is then raised. 1. All prejudice and all superstitions are banished. The question of what remains must be asked: what truth does the Enlightenment reveal in their stead? That truth is the complete separation between absolute essence and finite reality. Pure intellection has realized itself as its own contrary, which indeed conforms to the dialectical nature of the absolute concept. Pure intellection now sees in absolute essence only an empty supreme being, unknown and unknowable. On the other hand, it casts light on a finite world which becomes its only positive content. Thus sensuous certainty again becomes the truth of consciousness, though no longer naively, as at the beginning of the phenomenological experience, but with reflection and in opposition to an absolute being that is stripped of all attributes. Hegel here envisages 18th-century philosophy as the specific worldview of the Enlightenment. It is an impoverished worldview, just as sensuous certainty believes itself to be concrete and rich, although for us it is the most abstract knowledge. So, when its structure is set forth, the philosophy of the Enlightenment is seen to lack all speculative content. Indeed, the foundation of that philosophy is the negation of everything that transcends human essence and human representation. When that negation puts itself forward as a positive doctrine, it can only culminate in what we have already indicated. On the one hand, since all content illuminated by that intellection is shown to be a finite determination, since these finite things, which are reduced to their immediately present to consciousness being, are stripped of all meaning, absolute essence being in and for itself must be posed as void of content. For pure intellection, absolute essence becomes a vacuum to which neither determinations nor predicates can be attributed. The attitude of the Enlightenment culminates in a purification of all of man's representations of absolute being. Finally, only the abstraction of that negation, an abstraction now set up as a being, remains. Sensuous content, on the other hand, is taken into consideration and accepted as such. Human consciousness returns to sensuous experience, but it does so with the conviction that all other ways are unworkable. They have been tried, but they lead to dead ends. This is a negative proof, the only kind possible in these matters. Empiricism and sensualism are justified by the wanderings of previous philosophical research. Consciousness therefore must keep to its first truths. It exists as sensuous things do, with the same characteristic of specificity and exteriority, and with other actual thines existing outside it. Thus the certainty consciousness has of its own existence is, like its certainty of other existences, the certainty of a being other. Intellection does not find itself in what is thus posed before it. The I am is empirical, like the this is, and these finitudes have become the sole field of human experience. Beyond them there is surely an absolute being, but nothing can be said about this being except that it exists absolutely. 25 Nevertheless, a relation between absolute essence and finite existences, or rather a possible double relation, can be conceived. All finite determinations can be positively connected to absolute essence, in which case they are posed in absolute being, they actually exist. They can also be negatively connected to essence, in which case their being is a vanishing banji, they are then only for some other and no longer in itself. Thus the two modalities of the relation of finite things to absolute essence, an essence toward which pure intellection cannot but tend. Intellection always goes beyond itself as the only being other, are being in itself and being for some other. These two modalities, in turn, can be applied to any finite reality, and they lead to the fundamental synthetic concept of utility, a concept which contains the essence of the theoretical and practical philosophy of the Enlightenment. Things appear in themselves but they serve other uses. Man, too, is a finite reality which participates in this concept. It might be said that Hegel's argument here is rather artificial and that it laboriously works its way back to 18th century utilitarianism and to the vague deism and the empiricism of the Enlightenment. But the argument is consonant with an argument we have already encountered several times in the Phenomenology, and its meaning is clear. Hegel wished to translate the worldview held by many of the French encyclopedists into his own dialectical language. What is crucial is to note the reduction of all speculative richness to purely human experience. The divine is negated, or rather, nothing is left of the divine but the empty form of the absolute, a form that can be applied to anything and that is equivalent to nothing in particular. This is an empty formalism. What remains is an ensemble of finite beings considered first in their absolute, and then in their relative, position. Each is in itself, each is for some other. And the human flock as a whole must be considered from this point of view. 26 Let us consider now what man becomes in this world view. As he comes from the hand of God, man walks about in the world as in a garden planted for his sake. He is naturally good, and everything has been made for his delectation. We must understand this to mean that everything other acquires signification for man from its usefulness to him. Similarly, social bonds are justified by the mutual usefulness of men to each other. As everything is useful to man, so man too is useful to man, and his destination is to become a member of the flock. Useful to the community and universally obliging. Morality in general is reduced to social morality, and social morality is expressed in utilitarianism. Man uses others, and he is used, that is the dialectical relation that brings men together. The relation is dialectical because each man poses himself simultaneously as an end and as a means, and because, as in economic life, it is in seeking to pose himself as an end that man serves others, on the one hand, homo economico, and on the other a certain social goodwill which results from man's self-consciousness and from his awareness that he can use his reason to limit, or even to correct, nature. Even religion can no longer be conceived of other than as a relation of usefulness. It is regarded as man's search for the advantages he can draw from his relation to divinity. In this way, we reach the shallowest possible philosophy. In reducing everything speculative to the human, it seems that the Enlightenment reaches a world of no depth, a world in which things are only what they are immediately, a world in which individuals are shut up in their natural egoism and are linked to each other only by considerations of interest. This philosophical structure, being in itself, being for some other, Usefulness applies to everything. It seems too abstract and too impoverished to express the finite richness which seems to constitute experience. But it supports the world of that experience and constitutes its category. Nevertheless, the Enlightenment's human rights over faith cannot be denied. They are the rights of self-consciousness against the divine right of essence. Point 27. To the extent that believing consciousness is itself a self-consciousness and participates in the human, it cannot challenge those rights. Because faith, without being aware of it, mingled the finite and the infinite, it was a slumbering consciousness which the Enlightenment awakened. At times it was even a hypocritical consciousness, which fancied that by a partial sacrifice it gained the right to enjoy its property at ease. This was a mixture that could no longer be tolerated once it became conscious, and the Enlightenment, precisely, made faith become aware of itself and of its disparateness. From then on, there is no genuine difference between believing consciousness and the consciousness of the Enlightenment. Believing consciousness is merely a dissatisfied enlightenment which recalls the lost paradise and preserves a nostalgia for the beyond. The consciousness of the Enlightenment believes itself to be a happy consciousness, satisfied with its world, but it too will have to overcome its own satisfaction and rise to a higher consciousness. That rise becomes actual in the metaphysics that expresses the truth of the Enlightenment, a materialistic or deistic metaphysics which poses pure essence as the material substance of things or as the supreme being, representing its concept to intellection as an object. It develops for intellection the movement from the in itself to being for an other and from being for an other to being for itself. But the concept finally presents itself as the self only at the end point of its becoming real. At that point, the Enlightenment reaches the highest truth accessible to it, the moment of absolute freedom. The self of self-consciousness reabsorbs all objectivity, the world is its will. This absolute freedom gathers up into one world, that of the universal will. What had hitherto been separate, the here below and the beyond. The two worlds are reconciled, heaven comes down to earth. It is in this way that Hegel introduces his discussion of the French Revolution. Identity of materialism and idealism. Strange as Hegel's argument may seem at first, we shall try to justify it, primarily by showing to what historical doctrines and what movement of spirit it corresponds. In more accessible form, the SAME argument appears in the lectures on the history of philosophy with reference to 18th-century French philosophy. That philosophy, Hegel writes, is absolute concept, which directed itself against the whole realm of solidified representations and congealed thoughts, a philosophy which shattered everything fixed and which attained the consciousness of pure freedom. At the basis of this idealism is the certainty that everything that exists, everything that is valid as in itself, everything, in short, is essence of self-consciousness, that neither the concepts of good and bad, of power and wealth, nor the congealed representations of God and his relation to the world, of his rule and the duties of self-consciousness with regard to him, that nothing of this can be a truth in itself outside self-consciousness. Point 28. This polemic in favor of the freedom of self-consciousness, which Luther began but did not bring to completion, was continued, according to Hegel, by French philosophy and culminate in the correct, if still abstract, principle that, qua world of the spirit, the world is the realization of will identical to thought, what is rational is actual and what is actual is rational. After its victory, the Enlightenment began to split, according to its conceptions of absolute essence, into materialism and agnostic deism. These two sides are basically identical, but they do not reflect on the identity of being and thought, which Descartes perceived. They fail to see that what the one calls matter and the other's supreme being differ only in their memory of the preceding culture. Difference lies not in the thing but only in the different starting points of the two formations, and 3. The fact that each side attaches itself to a particular point in the movement of thought. If they went further, they would meet, and one would know that what the one considers an abomination and the other folly is the same essence. As it is the indefinite movement of self-consciousness, pure intellection is the distinction of differences which in their development are no longer seen as differences. Thus, Pure intellection stands contract opposed to itself and becomes its own object. That object is absolute essence, pure thought, which in contrast to the movement of self-consciousness which continually separates itself from itself is self-identical. We have already encountered this distinction of the non-distinct with regard to the dialectic of life and the self-consciousness that is consciousness of life. Self-consciousness poses itself as consciousness of differentiated content, over and against itself, it poses truth as immobile and beyond it. In this way, self-consciousness rediscovers its earlier distinction from faith. Qua self-certainty, pure intellection was contract opposed to faith qua substantive truth. But now that truth has lost all speculative content, which is why it is pure thought, the supreme abstraction of the in itself. Considered with regard to its purity, this abstraction can evidently be pure like pure matter, which is neither seen nor smelled nor touched. That abstract thing, that substratum, the self-contradictory nature of which had been demonstrated by Berkeley, or it can be pure like the negative beyond of human self-consciousness, the supreme being in the philosophical expression of the time. Robinette, for example, whom Hegel quotes in his lectures on the history of philosophy, speaks in this way at the beginning of his work on the nature of a God who is the unique cause of the phenomena we call nature but whom we are condemned never to know. We can only call him the unknown God. The order that governs the universe is no more the visible sign of his wisdom than our limited spirit is a reflection of his intelligence. 29 D. Holbach, on the other hand, whom Hegel also quotes, tries in his System de la Nature to conceive the great whole of nature as a combination of matter and motion, a continuous chain of causes and effects, some of which are known to us and some not yet known. 30 Materialism and atheism both insist on the positive aspect of absolute essence. Matter is positive being, the beyond of self-consciousness, as supreme being, is purely negative. But, as Hegel will show in his ontological logic, insofar as this positivity is pure, it is negation. Indeed, in order to reach his substratum, the materialist must abstract from the sensuous thing. He speaks of the existent, but to the extent that this existent is the substratum of what appears to my senses, it is the result of an abstraction performed by thought. The thing that is merely thingness, and not this or that determinate thing offering itself to our consciousness in various aspects, is pure abstraction, it is thought itself. Conversely, agnosticism, which speaks of a beyond of thought, could reappropriate the moment of positivity and of presence which it lacks if it were to think that the simple immediateness of thought is nothing but being, and that immediateness, the negative of self-consciousness, also is related to self-consciousness in negative judgment, that, therefore, immediateness is external to self-consciousness and is not to be conceived of as other than matter. In actual fact, the Enlightenment's victory is even more profoundly manifest in that internal split. Its former adversary has entered it, and in dividing itself, the Enlightenment salvages its foe. The idea of a beyond, but an empty beyond which is only negation, confronts the idea of a matter which appears to self-consciousness to be positive presence but which, in its purity, is in fact merely the supreme abstraction of thought. This abstract materialism, or atheism, and this deism, or agnosticism, cannot even be developed into a system of nature and a system of spirit. For in order to be thought through as nature, nature requires a concrete development which is not contained in the mere idea of matter. And spirit, or God, requires the moment of self-consciousness internally differentiating itself, a moment that is not contained in the mere idea of a negative beyond. 31. But the actual consciousness of the Enlightenment transcends this abstract thought when it perceives the moments of its concept as differences displayed before it. It then conceives the spiritual world in the form of utility. It no longer sees itself as abstract essence, but as the movement of its concept developing in moments which, since they are themselves concepts, return into the whole of the movement. The moments are being in itself, being for another, and being for itself. Here too the Enlightenment replaces the concrete richness of social and moral relations as well as speculative thought with an abstract schema valid for all but serving only as a starting point. The relation of utility, which expresses this relation of self-consciousness to its object, is characterized by the perpetual transition from one moment to another, but not their complete unification. Yet the dialectic of utility tends precisely to that unification. In itself, each thing is, qua being, the moment of essence that we considered above. But it is only a moment, the in itself binds itself to some other thing, which absorbs it. That is, it is no longer in itself, it has become for an other, it is what vanishes, the negation of the in itself. But in that very vanishing it rises to being for itself. These moments succeed, but are distinct from each other. The moment of being for itself is indeed in the useful, but not in such a way as to invade the other moments so as to be the self. Let us express this dialectic concretely. Self-consciousness, being for itself, still has before it a world, social institutions, a subsisting spiritual reality which does not yet appear to it as its work, as the expression of universal will. Yet this world is denied as soon as it is posed as in itself, it is considered with regard to its utility and its relation to actual self-consciousness. But what does utility, the link between in itself and for itself, mean if not that the self is the sole reality, that the world must be my will in and for itself? This unity of being and the concept is already apparent for us while self-consciousness is still in the world of utility. The useful is still an object, then, but it already foreshadows the resolution of object into subject, the reign of absolute freedom. That reign, which should put an end to the alienation of the spirit, in which spirit's only object would be itself, and in which the world would be spirit's will, is the reign of the French Revolution. The revolution puts an end to the alienation of internally divided spirit, it gathers together self-certainty and truth. In the last paragraph of this chapter, which heralds the chapter on absolute freedom, Hegel summarizes this whole dialectic and shows its significance. The real world and the ideal world have found their truth in the actual world of utility. The first world of spirit is the widespread kingdom of its Dasein which is dispersed and of its self-certainty which is singularized, just as nature disperses its life in an infinite variety of figures without their genus being present. The second world of spirit contains genus, it is the kingdom of being fu itself, of truth as opposed to certainty. The third kingdom, the useful, is truth which is also self-certainty. The kingdom of the truth of faith lacks the principle of actuality, or of self-certainty as this specific individual. But actuality, or self-certainty as this specific individual, lacks the in itself. The two worlds are reunited in the object of pure intellection. The useful is the object inasmuch as self-consciousness penetrates it with its glance and in that the object possesses the specific certainty of itself, its enjoyment, its being for itself. 32. Conversely, we may say that in this object specific certainty rises to the universality of knowledge, with the result that in this knowledge of self in the object certainty and truth are reconciled and heaven comes down to earth. Thus, this dialectic resolves the great dualism of the modern world. As life is dispersed in a multitude of living beings and of particular species which actually exist but which refer for their essence to a genus that is beyond them, so the world of culture was the world in which actual self-consciousness was realized without being able to discover its truth within itself. It reached only the consciousness of the vanity of its object, wealth and power which it did everything to possess. It discovered that its truth was beyond its actuality. Yet that truth, which the world of faith offered to it as a beyond, lacked the actual certainty of consciousness. The third spiritual world, which is born out of the Enlightenment's struggle against faith and which actualizes pure intellect, reunites that truth and that certainty. It causes the in itself to lose all positive content and reduces it to a vanishing moment. It transforms the world which stands contract opposed to consciousness into a world which dissolves in consciousness. And it raises specific self-consciousness to the universality of thought. From then on, the object thought is no ionizer beyond the self, and the self is no longer merely individual self, the object becomes the realized self, and the self becomes universal will. Absolute freedom is thought as universal will, the self identical to underscore the being that it poses immediately. But is not that immediateness still an abstraction, and can all alienation and all mediation be set aside in this manner? That is the problem that the French Revolution poses, insofar as, after culture and faith, it is a conscious return to the immediate world of spirit, a return to the Greek city with which we began. 32 Thus, in the world of alienation, the law of consciousness led to posing truth on the one hand and self-certainty on the other. The result of that culture now is the immediate transition of one moment to the other, first as utilitarian and then as absolute freedom, the passing over of specific will to universal will. 5/Absolute freedom and the terror. The second type of spiritual self. Absolute freedom and the terror. The principle of human freedom is the truth of the preceding worlds. This freedom, which knows only itself, absolute freedom, is realized immediately in the French Revolution. Yet that revolution, of which in the philosophy of history Hegel says that it issued from thought, is not the final term but itself appears as a dialectic. The immediate realization of the general will culminates only in the terror, and the terrestrial city which claims to have absorbed the city of God appears as a new avatar of spirit. The immediate interchange between specific will and universal will oscillates between anarchy and dictatorship and fails to come to a stop at a world, at a stable organization. 1 The self-consciousness of spirit cannot exist without alienating itself. Therefore, it must transcend that immediateness, which is fatal to it, and express itself in different form. As a moral worldview, it must sink profoundly into subjectivity. The political experience of revolutionary France is succeeded by the moral experience of German idealism, an experience that had its roots in the Reformation, the German Revolution, and which found philosophic expression in the systems of Kant and Fichte. In the philosophy of history, Hegel wrote that the French Revolution had its origin and its basis in thought. Now the highest possible determination of thought is freedom of the will. To say that the will is free is to say that it is aware only of itself, that it meets no obstacle, encounters nothing that is alien to it. For the only term that could be alien to the will would be a thing in itself, an irreducible opacity. But the notion of a thing in itself has just disappeared in the preceding world, the world of utility corresponding to the philosophical elaboration of the 18th century. For that philosophical thought, a subsisting world still exists over against self-consciousness, but the essential predicate of that world is utility, which means that it is not in itself. It opposes self-consciousness for a moment but then straightway disappears into it. What exists only insofar as it is useful, only insofar as self-consciousness can rediscover itself in it and adapt it to itself. Conversely, self-consciousness is no longer a particular consciousness whose intentions and goals are limited, it has risen to universality, and its concept, therefore, contains the essence of all actuality. As pure intellection, consciousness is not specific self vis-a-vis which the object also stands as independent self. It is the pure concept, the self's glance into the self, the absolute sees itself doubled. This self-certainty is the universal subject and its conscious concept is the essence of all actuality. The tension between universe and I is resolved, for the universe has become transparent to the I and the I has become universal. Thus man is like a creative God who resides completely in his works, these works are the terrestrial city. The self-knowledge of consciousness is a knowledge of all reality, it is simultaneously knowledge of being. All reality is but spirit. For self-consciousness, the world is nothing but its will. And its will is universal will. Why was this idealism of which the French Revolution was the expression a historical failure? Why did it fail, given that it seemed to manifest in the history of spirit that equivalence between self-certainty and truth which the Phenomenology seeks? It is difficult to find a satisfactory answer in the short chapter Hegel devotes to the revolution, the terror, and the transition from that world to the new spiritual world of the moral worldview. Hegel notes that the French Revolution failed not because its principle was false but because it claimed to realize that principle immediately, and therefore abstractly. That immediateness is an abstraction and hence an error. Self-consciousness cannot be realized immediately, it must alienate itself and develop through opposing itself. Otherwise, it can reach no positive works, no world. It is absolute truth to itself only insofar as it is pure knowledge and pure will. But pure knowledge and pure will are immediateness that has been negated, that is, superseded and preserved. In other words, just as the realm of the actual world is transformed into the realm of faith and intellection, so absolute freedom leaves its self-destructive actuality and enters another domain of self-conscious spirit, a domain in the non-actuality of which absolute freedom has the value of truth. What we have here is an internalization of absolute freedom, which cannot exist immediately, that is, as a nature. Hegel's thought is quite obscure here. Although it could well culminate in a justification of the revolution, in fact, it interprets the failure of that revolution. Nor, it seems, does Hegel's thought lead us to a city of God above, or parallel to, the terrestrial city. For the moral worldview fails in turn. Hegel's solution is not easily ascertainable. Point 2. The transition from the world of utility to absolute freedom is clear enough. In the world of utility, there still remains an appearance of the thing in itself. If, for example, we consider existing institutions, the monarchy, parliament, constituted political bodies, we can say that in the world of utility these are no longer posed absolutely as institutions existing in and for itself, they are justified only by their utility. Absolute monarchy is no longer accepted as a monarchy by divine right, it makes sense only insofar as it is useful. Social substance, to use Hegel's terminology, still exists, but its Dasein is not a being in itself, it must be justified by virtue of its utility. But the concept of utility is internally inconsistent. It leads from being in itself to being for some other, and from being for some other to being for itself. The last moment is supposed to absorb the others and include them in its untie. The concept of utility raises the following question: useful for what, useful in what sense? And the answer can only be universal self, the general will or the thinking will as Rousseau had already conceived it in the social contract. The general will, indivisible and inalienable, is the common self, the goal and the basis of the body politic. Thus in the world of utility, there is only an appearance of objectivity and of opposition to self-consciousness. In the thought of universal self, of the general will, nothing exists which, qua existent, is not an expression of that will. Let us repeat a sentence we have already quoted, for it summarizes the whole of Hegelian idealism: for self-consciousness, the world is nothing but its will, and its will is universal will. What becomes realized must be an emanation of the general will. Law exists as law, both as objective and as an expression of my will. My will is my own, a specific will, but I is simultaneously thought, universal will, or, to use Rousseau's term, general will. In the Phenomenology, Hegel returns to passages from the social contract. This will is not the empty thought of a will posed in silent assent or in assent through representation. It is genuinely universal will. The will of every specific person as such. Indeed, will is in itself the consciousness of personality or of any person, and must be like that authentic actual will, like the self-conscious essence of each and every personality, so that each person always does everything without splitting himself, and so that what emerges as the action of all is the immediate conscious action of each person. Each of us in common, Rousseau had written, puts his person and all his power under the supreme direction of the general will, and as a body we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. 3. In rising to the general will, each specific will is transformed from the will of a private person into the will of a citizen. This will wishes to participate directly and in an indivisible way in the total work and to rediscover its integral self at the heart of that total work. Society whose will is the self-conscious state is the work of all, and all must be aware of themselves in that work. Such is absolute freedom, direct participation in the common work and not the limitation of consciousness to a restricted task, a determinate task in the midst of the whole, whose relation to the whole is not immediately thought through. What must be surmounted here is the particular alienation of self-consciousness, which enslaves man to a reality that is alien to him. Until this is overcome, like a biological organism, society is subdivided into particular spiritual masses. Its life is regulated by a law of differentiation, and each individuality is thus excluded from the universal by its concrete bond with a limited part of social life. There are constituted bodies, corporations, states within the state, just as there are distinct limbs within an organism. In his Jena works on the life of peoples, Hegel had endeavored to characterize social classes, peasants leading an elementary life, sustained only by a naive confidence in the universal order, the bourgeoisie and the artisans moved by an abstract morality which was the expression of their own mode of life, of labor and exchange, the nobles and the military who alone attained the thought of the whole because their very function was to preserve and sustain that whole as whole. 4 But henceforth, these divisions no longer have a raison d'être. They merely express the alienation of the general will present in each and every person. These spiritual masses disappear, therefore, and in their stead the simple opposition between specific will and universal will arises. In the element of being, what made concept the object was its subdivision into separate subsisting masses. But when the object becomes concept, nothing subsisting remains in it, all its moments are shot through with negativity. It comes to exist in such a way that each specific conscious TFSS rises from the sphere that had been attributed to it, no lone find Jane, its essence or its works in that particular mass, and understand in L, itself as the concept of will and all masses as the essence of that win. Specific consciousness, then, can actualize itself only through a labor that is the totality of labor. Individual consciousness then genuinely becomes universal consciousness in everyone, its goal is the universal goal, its language, universal law, its works, the universal works. There is no longer a beyond, since everyone can think of himself as the creator of spiritual being. At most, one can still speak, in recollection, of the empty supreme being. Yet this experience leads only to a failure manifest in the terror of I-793. Hegel interprets the terror in the language of his dialectical philosophy. The great human problem which the French Revolution had claimed to solve was that of the interpenetration of substance and self-consciousness. In the previous world, substance existed as a term alien to the self, a self which thus was self-alienated. In the revolutionary world, that substance disappears, will cannot alienate itself. 5 Consciousness allows nothing to be detached from it and to pass before it in the form of a free object. Consequently, it can reach no positive work, neither the universal works of language nor those of actuality, neither the universal laws and institutions of conscious freedom, nor acts and works by the will of freedom. 6 The problem Hegel poses here can be reformulated as follows: on the one hand, if society is organized divided into distinct and complementary moments, then it is indeed a concrete work. But in that case, it is not an immediately self-conscious work, it has become objective, an objectivity in which the I has alienated itself. If, on the other hand, man, as universal will, claims to think himself immediately in the state, and thus installs absolute freedom on the throne of the world, then the concrete and objective work vanishes together with alienation, and all that remains is an abstract, and therefore purely negative, universal. That is the experience of the French Revolution and the dialectic of the terror. The spiritual masses disappear and are replaced by the nation, one and indivisible. But the general will cannot create anything that would have the form of an independent object, since that object would then stand contract opposed to self-consciousness. It can create no positive work. Indeed, a positive work would be a new organization of society and thus mark a return to a social differentiation, which the revolution had overcome. The work that might be attained by freedom becoming aware of itself is this: as universal substance, it would make itself an object, a permanent being, that being other would be difference at the heart of freedom. Thus a world would be formed again, but in that world, individual consciousness would be cheated of direct participation in the whole. Sovereignty would lose its indivisible character and become differentiated into legislative, executive, and judicial powers. The mass of citizens would be organized into estates, each having its own task. The action and being of personality would thus be limited to a branch of the whole, to one kind of action and of being. Posed in the element of being, that personality would receive the signification of a determinate personality and would cease genuinely to be universal self-consciousness. Thus specific self-consciousness resides neither in the positive work that is the organized state nor in the action and decisions of a government. In order that the universal reach action, it must indeed be concentrated in the entity of individuality and have a specific self-consciousness at its head. But other self-consciousnesses cannot immediately discover themselves in that specific self-consciousness which decides and acts. They are excluded from it, or at least, they participate in the whole of action only in a limited way. For this reason, absolute freedom can produce neither a positive work nor a positive action. Only negative action is available to it. It is only the rage of destruction. This, precisely, is the dialectical meaning of the terror. The abstract universal and the no less abstract specificity, the unitary and indivisible general will and the atomized dust cloud of individuals, stand opposed. The only work possible for the general will is the continuous annihilation of that specific will which continually reappears. Thus death is the only work and action of universal freedom, a death, more precisely, which has no internal significance and which accomplishes nothing. For what is negated is the point that is void of content, the point of the absolutely free self. The antithetical terms anarchy and revolutionary dictatorship are identified here, for specific will and universal will are immediately transformed into each other. In this system, government is no more than the faction in power. At the top of the pyramid an individuality holds power, but in the particularity of its decisions it manifests itself as individuality and thereby excludes all others. What we call government is merely the winning faction, and in the very fact that it is a faction lies immediately the inevitability of its fall. That it is the government conversely makes it a faction, and therefore renders it guilty. If the government is always guilty insofar as it actually acts, then the inactive mass is always suspected by it. The general will, which does not act in a particular way, is withdrawn in inactive intentions. It is that simple interior which is aimed at in the law of suspects. Transition to self-certain spirit. Objective spirit and subjective spirit. This interaction between specific will and universal will, which manifests itself only through the rage of destruction, the terror of death, is not without signification. In the first place, it shows that absolute freedom cannot be realized in an immediate form, and that alienation and mediation are necessary to the life of spirit. Absolute freedom had been thought through positively. In actuality, it is realized as pure negativity, as the absolute negation of the point of individuality. It is experienced as the terror of death, the absolute master. In the second place, that interaction assures the transition to a new world in which abstract negation is internalized and, in the form of moral will, becomes pure will and pure knowledge. Hegel calls this the awakening of free subjectivity. Rousseau's general will becomes Kant's pure will, the world of the French Revolution becomes the moral world of German idealism, a transition to a creative subjectivity. But let us consider the effect of the terror on the mass of individual consciousnesses who had emerged from their assigned limited spheres. The organization of spiritual masses, to which the multitude of specific consciousnesses is assigned, is refashioned. The latter, who have felt the fear of death, their absolute master, lend themselves once again to negation and to difference, arrange themselves under the masses and, although they return to a factional and limited work, also thereby return to their substantive actuality. Thus, spirit returns to its starting point, to immediate spirit and to the spirit of culture, and history begins ever anew its cyclical experience. Starting from its submersion in nature, in ethical substance, it rises through and due to culture to consciousness of that substance. but in so doing it alienates itself and becomes an object while, by a kind of endosmosis, substance becomes subject. Thus ethical substance is the essence of self-consciousness, but self-consciousness, in turn, is the actuality of substance, its Dasein, its self, and its will. This cyclical philosophy of history appears in the following passage. Spirit is cast back from this tumult to its starting point, to the ethical world and to the real world of culture, which have only been refreshed and rejuvenated, by the fear of the master which grips people anew. Spirit would have to repeat the cycle of necessity unendingly if the final result were only the total interpenetration of self-consciousness and substance. For in this interpenetration, self-consciousness, having felt the negative strength of its universal essence against it, would want to know and discover itself, not as particular, but only as universal, and would thus be able to bear the objective actuality of universal spirit, an actuality which excludes it insofar as it is particular. We are presenting a hypothesis which Hegel did not hold to absolutely of a cyclical philosophy of history with 3 moments to each cycle: immediate spirit, culture, and absolute freedom. According to this philosophy, the third moment leads back to the first and only rejuvenates spiritual substance. Revolutions and wars, then, Robespierre's dictatorship and Napoleon's achievement, serve to recreate social substance, to discipline individual consciousnesses anew by assigning them new spheres. The new world of spirit which emerges from revolution would not be completely similar to the first moment. Social divisions would be different. We know from the various philosophies of spirit which Hegel elaborated from 1802 to 1807 that under the influence of Napoleon he was led to a new view of social rank. The aristocratic model of the state was replaced by a new model, in which Hegel distinguished a petty bourgeoisie from an haute bourgeoisie, the latter carrying the sense of the universal. And he connects public opinion to a body of responsible functionaries, a new aristocracy akin to that of scholars. Napoleon gave Hegel a sense of the modern state, which Prussia would soon try to become, and this rejuvenated state replaced in Hegel's mind the earlier aristocratic state. But even though the objective spirit born in revolution is not completely identical to the preceding objective spirit, the principle is the same. It is necessary to return to an objective spirit, to a general will which renounces itself in making itself an object, a substance in the element of being. From that moment on, the same movement of alienation and revolt against that alienation must be repeated. Each revolution tries to overcome the opposition between substance and self-consciousness, but since it cannot succeed, revolution, like war, is limited to renewing social life and recasting it for a new restoration. With each succeeding cycle, the co-penetration of substance and self-consciousness becomes more intimate. Perhaps self-consciousness could even know and discover itself in the actuality of universal spirit which, however, excludes it insofar as it is a specific self-consciousness. But Hegel does not hold to this hypothesis, which is too favorable to objective spirit. Spirit is subjective spirit as well as objective spirit, it is self-certain spirit, the creator of its own history. We must now consider spirit as subjective spirit, for the absolute is not only substance but subject as well. Absolute freedom serves as the transition from substantive, objective spirit to creating, self-certain spirit, spirit that is self-knowledge. Creating spirit must in turn be reconciled with the universal, but this reconciliation leads to a new experience, Hyppolite spirit, or religion. As we said at the beginning of this chapter, Hegel's thought here is quite ambiguous. Yet the movement that animates it seems to us to be such as we have described it. It is not so much that Hegel abandoned the philosophy of the state as the manifestation of the divine in the world, a philosophy which he held before and after the Phenomenology, as that he showed that objective spirit, substantive spirit, must too interiorize itself and rise to subjective self-certainty so as to become the creator of its own history, as well as how that self-certainty must be reconciled with the universal, a reconciliation which is the very thought of religion, or absolute spirit. We cannot agree with Rosenzweig that never in his philosophical career was Hegel more distant from the absolutism of the state than when he was writing the Phenomenology. 7. For self-certain spirit is still the state, envisaged as decision and creation, it is acting, albeit subjective, spirit. The third part of the section on spirit examines this subjective aspect. The first deals with immediate spirit, the second with spirit alien to, or alienated from, itself, and the third with self-certain spirit. Now subjectivity is not thought through with sufficient clarity in the notion of absolute freedom, but absolute freedom will serve as the transition to pure will, to moral interiority, which, in turn, leads to self-creating spirit. Hegel portrays this transition in the following way: in absolute freedom the two contract opposed terms are not a universe and a particular concrete consciousness, they have been purified, the first to the point of being universal will and the second to the point of being the self-specific will as such. Alienation, the exchange which takes place here, is of a different order from the earlier self-alienation of consciousness for the sake of honor or wealth, or the heaven of faith, or the utility of the enlightenment. What self-consciousness gains in this self-alienation is death stripped of meaning, the pure terror of the negative in which lies nothing positive, in which there is no plenitude. This culture, then, is the highest culture, the supreme moment, from which a reversal must come about. For us, indeed, this self-negation must have a meaning other than its immediate meaning, which is the annihilation of the specific will. Here too death must have spiritual signification. In its actuality, this negation is not an alien entity, it is neither universal necessity that remains in the beyond, the abstract destiny into which the ethical world disappears, nor the specific accident of private ownership or of the whim of the owner, on which the lacerated consciousness sees itself dependent. It is universal will, which in its ultimate abstraction no longer contains anything positive and can give nothing in return for the sacrifice. But it is precisely for this reason that absolute negation is immediately at one with self-consciousness, it is the purely positive because it is the purely negative, and death stripped of meaning negativity that lacks the plenitude of the self is transformed in its inner concept into absolute positivity. In other words, the universal will becomes my pure knowledge and my pure will. For us, this death the abstract universal becomes the pure will, or the pure knowledge, which is immediately suppressed within self-consciousness. Unlike animals, man surmounts his own immediateness, the universal is not outside him. He thereby knows that pure will as himself, he knows himself as essence, not as an essence that exists immediately, as do revolutionary governments and anarchy, but as pure will and absolute self-knowledge. Spirit then passes into another realm, it becomes self-knowledge. Just as the kingdom of the actual world rose to the kingdom of faith and intellection, so the realm of absolute freedom and of the terror of death becomes the realm of pure will beyond immediateness, a pure will that is posed, beyond that immediateness, as identical to the self of consciousness. Self-certain spirit begins with the moral worldview, which corresponds to the transcending of that immediateness. Self-certain spirit is spirit that has raised itself above substantive or objective spirit and has become self-knowledge. Spirit knows itself, and this knowledge is its essence, just as self-consciousness raised itself above life by being knowledge of life. Before showing how this spirit is capable of a new immediateness by becoming acting and creative spirit, we must delve into a new dimension, that of subjectivity. This new dimension corresponds to the moral worldview, to the German idealism of Kant and Fichte. The critique of the moral worldview will lead to the certainty of spirit acting, but at the same time to the reconciliation of this acting spirit with universal spirit. This reconciliation will be the self-knowledge of spirit, no longer merely as subjective spirit but as absolute spirit. This will be the phenomenology of religion. We must therefore leave the earth, on which spirit remained objective and on which absolute freedom tried to actualize itself immediately, in order to consider that region in which freedom becomes more profound and grows into moral subjectivity, self-knowledge. The moral subject momentarily substitutes itself for the revolutionary citizen. Kant and Fichte's moral view of the world takes the place of Rousseau's social contract. We will examine in succession, the moral worldview, The antinomies of this moral view and their resolution into acting consciousness, and spirit sure of itself and its creative development. The spirit we are now studying is self-certain spirit. It seems that within this spirit we see actualized for it what the whole phenomenology was looking for, the identity of knowledge and the object of knowledge. Indeed, whereas in the world of culture or that of faith, spirit, as a specific self, had its substance outside itself, now it bears it within itself. This substance is no longer an alien reality, power, or wealth, or heaven, but rather pure duty. If we consider the conception that Kant and especially Fichte had of the autonomy of the moral subject, we do indeed find the equivalence of self-certainty with truth that is expressed in the conception of a universal self-consciousness. The I can desire nothing other than itself. Its absolute goal lies within itself, it would be incapable of taking on the form of an alien endpoint. To desire power or wealth, to aspire to heaven as if to a truth beyond the subject's certainty of itself, these are desires that have been transcended aufgehoben. The subject can only desire itself in its self-certainty. This self-certainty is at the same time its truth. It seeks itself as universal self. That is why its self-knowledge is its one and only object, and in the moral world view this object is expressed as pure duty. 1t is thus at this point that knowledge seems finally to have become perfectly equivalent to its truth. Indeed, its truth is this very knowledge, and all opposition on either side has disappeared. It has disappeared not only for us or in itself, but even for self-consciousness itself. The keystone of the Kantian system is freedom, and freedom is the central theme of the critique of practical reason. Self-consciousness is the autonomy of the moral subject which can desire nothing other than itself. To will oneself, as universal self, therein lies freedom and morality. Pure will which wills itself is being in general or every being. Kant's critique of classical ontology is designed to prepare for a new ontology, in which being is no longer anything more than the subject that poses itself, an act and not an inert substratum. Being is freedom. In the first pages of the groundwork of the metaphysics of moral self-consciousness is revealed as common moral consciousness. Point 1. Before delving into this moral worldview, Hegel shows how it reconciles the immediateness of ethical spirit and the mediation of the spirit of culture Bildung. The knowledge self-consciousness possesses is thus its very substance. For self-I. For Kant, self-consciousness is essentially pure moral consciousness, such as it is found in common consciousness. For Hegel, the universal, which appears to specific consciousness as death, is now interiorized. This universal is the knowledge that self-consciousness has, its absolute essence. Consciousness, this substance is, in an indivisible unity, both immediate and absolutely mediate. It is immediate. Self-consciousness itself allows and performs its duty, and for it the duty that is its absolute goal is not an alien reality. Duty pertains to self-consciousness as if by nature. Thus, in characters, immediate spirit, ethical spirit presented to us a complete fusion of being with its ethical detonation. Antigone's femininity was a given of her nature with a spiritual signification. It was, in the full sense of the term, an irresistible vocation. This immediateness is found again in consciousness of pure duty, since pure duty is not something alien to self-consciousness, but its very essence. However, moral self-consciousness is not, like Antigone and Creon, a character, that is, a determinate and therefore partial nature. The moment of natural existence that characterized ethical spirit must now be overcome. Moral self-consciousness as consciousness of pure duty is universal consciousness. In effect, it is essentially the movement of self that consists of suppressing the abstraction of immediate Dasein and becoming consciously universal. This freedom is essentially a liberation, it is therefore simultaneously immediate and mediated. It is knowledge of its freedom that makes it free, and this knowledge presupposes mediation. Immediateness is not here a fact of nature, it has been regained reflectively. Self-consciousness is absolutely free because it knows its freedom, and it is precisely this knowledge of its freedom that is its substance, its purpose, and its only content. 2. The synthesis of immediate spirit, Spirit of nature, and spirit that is alien to itself and has its object outside itself is now realized. Pure duty as object of consciousness expresses simultaneously what I myself am and what I am to become, the unity of the immediate and mediation. To be free is nothing, to become free is everything. Starting from these general givens, Hegel goes on to study more precisely what he terms the moral worldview. The Express-Weltanschauung, which has had a curious history, is first used in the Phenomenology at this point. However, it corresponds quite exactly to the descriptions that Hegel gives in the Phenomenology of different attitudes of human consciousness. It is less a question of philosophical systems, stoicism, skepticism, moralism than of ways of living and of looking at the universe. Although all these views of the world are linked to each other in such a way that they form what Hegel claims to be a scientific system, it is nonetheless true that he stops at each one of them, forgetting for an instant the structure in which it is a link, and rethinks it in its own terms. We have just seen the place that the moral worldview occupies in the development of spirit. Immediate spirit, ethical spirit led us to spirit alienated from itself, which had its object outside itself. This lacerated spirit brought us in turn to spirit that knows itself, that possesses itself in its absolute object, pure duty. But for a moment we must forget this dialectic in order to study on its own this worldview, of which Kant's critical philosophy is an expression. This moral philosophy will be considered less as a speculative philosophy than as a way of living, and the contradictions it contains, immediateness and mediation, will be envisaged in their concrete form as contradictions lived by spirit itself in the course of its moral experience. 3. It is especially in the second part of this study, which deals with equivocal displacement, or transferals, that we will see these contradictions emerge in the experience of consciousness. Finally, consciousness discovers them itself, in such a way that it cannot avoid pharisaicalness or hypocrisy except by renouncing a purely moral worldview and taking up another attitude. Kantian morality will thus be considered by Hegel as a moral worldview. Consequently, it is not a question of the purely speculative analysis of a certain philosophy, but of aiming moralism. Kantian morality is taken as the expression of a moment of world spirit. The close relation between Pietism and Kantianism has often been insisted on. During his youth, Kant was influenced by Spener's doctrine and by Pietism through his mother and his teacher Schultz. Pietism, without directly being opposed to Lutheran orthodoxy, finds the source of religion in the will rather than in the understanding. It criticizes any external instruction in theology and proposes a return to the primitive Christian community. Although a degree of mysticism is not completely absent from this movement, it is primarily a movement of moral purification. It did not separate the moral renewal of man from his religious renewal. To the extent that Pietism loosened the bonds tying religious belief to dogmatic theology, it tightened or retied those attaching it to moral activity. For undergoing simultaneously the influences of Pietism and rationalism, Kant increasingly was to accentuate the doctrine's moralism and to avoid the specifically religious or mystical elements. In his early writings, Hegel had tried to write a life of Jesus by following Kant's religion within the limits of reason alone. Like Schleiermacher, he discovered the difference between a purely moral worldview and a specifically religious view. 5. We know how Romanticism reacted against this Kantian moralism, and we will follow the evolution from Kantian moralism to other worldviews in the development of the Phenomenology. Before examining in detail the Hegelian dialectic which expounds and criticizes this moralism, we must emphasize its principal characteristics. Hegel's exposition is the account not only of a particular philosophy, but of a spiritual experience of which this philosophy is the expression. At this point human consciousness sees pche duty as its absolute. It locates the absolute in its unceasing effort to make itself independent of sensuous nature, of natural existence which is judged as inessential and yet which is always present. Not only will the contradictions of this moral worldview appear to us, they will be revealed to consciousness itself in the course of its experience, proved by its actions. Moral consciousness will either have to renounce its moralism or consent to be what it thought it was not, instead of a pure, and disinterested consciousness, a hypocritical and even envious one. The moral worldview is constituted by the set of postulates of practical reason, which Kant sets forth at the end of his critique, but very broadly interpreted and rethought by Hegel. Hegel does not consider these postulates, as has sometimes been done, as mere appendages to the Kantian system which could be accepted or rejected without affecting the essence of critical philosophy. On the contrary, they appear to him as indispensably and required by the system. Kant's critique analytically dissects consciousness. The system of postulates is simply the necessary attempt to reconcile the elements of this analysis. By Kant's own admission, it is impossible to ignore the relation between virtue and nature, between the moral order and the order of the world. Acting consciousness is constrained to pose the problem of these relations and to posit a unification beyond their division. It must be said that the development of critical philosophy justifies this way of looking at the problem. The critique of judgment is a new attempt to unite what in moral consciousness had been posited as separate. Thus Hegel interprets here the postulates of practical reason as the part of the Kantian system that holds it all together. Hegel's exposition does not merely claim to describe an experience that is valid for a moment in the history of human spirit. He describes an original structure of the life of spirit, capable of reappearing in various forms, and he ends with a penetrating critique of pure moralism, a critique that Xayan ally makes. Point 1. Think of Nietzsche's later critique. Exposition of the problem. The moral worldview is entirely contained in the following presuppositions, which are precisely those of the Kantian system. On the one hand, moral self-consciousness knows pure duty to be its essence. Self-consciousness knows duty to be absolute essence, it is bound only by it, and this substance duty is its own pure consciousness, for duty cannot take the form of something alien to consciousness. 6. Man thus identifies his self with the law of duty, he no longer considers it as exterior to his reason, as if imposed on him by some alien constraint. The certainty of the identity of the universal and self is the essence of moral consciousness. Law is the true I within the I. It is in this sense that in moral consciousness we again come upon the original immediateness of spirit. But, on the other hand, moral self-consciousness is only consciousness insofar as being other is present to it and insofar as a process of mediation is added to the immediateness of pure duty. Self-consciousness still has a nature, a Dasein, which is not pure duty and which must be overcome. If law is the true I within the I, it is because there is an I that is not true I, a world that is not the true world. Moral self-consciousness is thus linked to a nature, and this nature is contract opposed to freedom and must be overcome. There are thus two independent terms, freedom, in which self identifies itself with moral life, and nature, in which self is not able to find itself, but knows only its being other. Freedom and nature, the entire effort of critical philosophy has consisted in separating the two, so that in a certain sense we have here, as it were, two realities independent of each other. Since moral self-consciousness is so perfectly self-contained, it behaves toward a being other in a perfectly free and indifferent manner. Consequently, Dasein is a Dasein which is completely free-floating, which does not relate except to itself. Hegel condenses this whole argument into the following proposition: the freer self-consciousness becomes, the freer the negative object of its consciousness becomes as well. I. 144, pg. 425, pm. 615. For me the essential is to do my duty, and this duty has no relation to nature, whose phenomena are linked to each other by laws that are completely indifferent to that which constitutes my essence. Nature cares as little about moral self-consciousness as moral self-consciousness cares about nature. Nature is the I'm passive theater. However, the mutual independence of nature and morality is not as complete as we have just indicated, for the self-consciousness that partakes of both of them considers morality as essential and nature as inessential. There is thus a subordination of nature to morality at the same time that there is indifference of the one with respect to the other. These two hypotheses are no doubt contradictory, but it is precisely this contradiction that propels the entire moral worldview, a contradiction which moral consciousness attempts to evade through the system of postulates made by practical reason. The problem is well put by Hegel. At the bottom of this relation there is on the one hand the complete mutual indifference and specific independence of nature and morality, but on the other hand there is also the consciousness of the exclusive essentiality of duty and of the complete inessentiality and dependence of nature. The moral worldview contains the development of the moments present in this relation of presuppositions which are so fundamentally antithetical. Nature and morality are indifferent with respect to each other, and yet nature must be dependent on morality. A synthesis must therefore be postulated which reconciles these contract opposed terms. This synthesis is presented in itself in the first postulate, for itself in the second postulate, in and for itself in the third postulate. 7. But the contradiction at the bottom of this moral worldview will become visible as these postulates develop. Moreover, the contradiction is contained in the notion of a postulate that bears on being. There is a certain analogy between Hegel's presentations of Stoicism and of the moral worldview, but there is also a difference which allows for a development specific to this worldview, namely, the necessity for concretion contained in the idea of duty. Moral consciousness not only contemplates its essence, it wills it, but to will means to will its realization, and this realization contains the moment of nature, the moment of actuality which was at first posited as alien to the moment of morality's. First postulate. We begin with a hypothesis which will be seen to be unacceptable during the course of our dialectic, but which seems at first unavoidable because it is the very statement of the moral worldview. There is a moral Se1F consciousness. It is by supposing the actual existence of this moral Se1F consciousness which Kant came to doubt, for does a purely moral will exist, that we can call for the unity of happiness and virtue. According to Kant's expression, virtue is what makes us worthy of being happy. Moral consciousness wills only duty, the motto that guides its conduct is the desire to obey the law out of pure respect for the law. Its intention is pure, what counts for it is that in every concrete action it aims for duty. But it does not limit its Se1F to knowing duty, it desires to realize duty, for by definition it is an active consciousness which cannot be content with knowledge of the universal. Action is indispensable and is contained in the very notion of duty. No matter what, one must act, do not lie, help your neighbor, and so on. What is important is not some particular concrete action, but the duty that is linked to it. Pure duty exists only because there are realizations of it in a world, in a nature which has been defined as completely independent of the moral order. The succession of phenomena follows a law that has no relation to moral law. Moral consciousness will therefore lead a tormented existence. It will become aware of the independence of nature, within which it acts, with respect to its purely moral intention. For it, happiness will be contingent. It may perhaps find happiness by acting morally, but then again it may not. On the other hand, the amoral consciousness may perhaps by chance find its realization in a situation in which moral consciousness only sees an opportunity to act, but through this action does not manage to partake of the happiness deriving from the execution and enjoyment of achievement. Happiness is now defined by Hegel not in its empirical form as the mere realization of desires, as Kant had defined it, but as the enjoyment of achievement, the plenitude of realization. The contingency of happiness is what makes Kant say that the unity of virtue and happiness is synthetic and not analytic. It is immoral to deduce virtue from happiness as the Epicureans do, but it is impossible to deduce happiness from virtue as the Stoics do. 9 Moral consciousness will therefore complain of the injustice which limits it to having its object only in the form of pure duty, and keeps it from seeing its object and from seeing its Se1F actualized. This complaint about the injustice of fate which allows the wicked to prosper and subjects the just to trials recalls the biblical story of Job. Of course the fate of man on the earth is hard. Has not man a hard service upon earth, and are not his days like the days of a hireling? Nature merely gives him opportunities to act, but he cannot avoid complaining in the bitterness of his heart, and he aspires to a different justice. Behold, God will not reject a blameless man, nor take the hand of evildoers. he will yet pound your mouth with laughter, and your lips with shouting. There is an essential comparison between the fate of the just and that of the wicked. Why do the wicked live, reach old age and grow mighty in power? Moral consciousness cannot renounce happiness and keep this moment separated from its absolute goal. But because of his dualism, Kant conceives of happiness in a completely empirical way. Happiness is the state of a being to whom everything happens according to his desires and his will. The critique of practical reason conceives only of vulgar eudaimonism or pure morality. Hence the reluctance of these two terms to join each other. Schelling had already noticed Kant's vulgar concept of happiness, as dull and mediocre as that of the Enlightenment. We can explain empirical happiness as a contingent congruence of objects with ourselves. We can thus think through the impossibility of any connection of empirical happiness with moral ity, for the latter does not deal with a contingent congruence of I with not I, but with their necessary congruence. 10. But in his exposition of Kantianism, Hegel cannot accept this empirical conception of happiness. All his early works dealt with the search for a happy consciousness in history as opposed to an unhappy consciousness. For Hegel, happiness cannot be some pathological state determined solely by external circumstances. It is the plenitude of realization, the act of finding oneself again in one's deed. A people is happy in history when it manages to express itself in its deeds. Thus the artist who sees in his work an expression adequate to himself knows the joy of self-fulfillment. By demanding happiness, moral consciousness thus demands the intuition of itself in the real world. Duty lacks Erfüllung, lacks the reality which would give the acting individual a feeling of his actuality. The moment of attaining the goal of duty fulfilled, a goal which has become objective, is specific consciousness which has an intuition of itself which regards itself as actualized, that is, it is enjoyment. This moment is not to be found immediately in morality, understood solely as a disposition to act, but only in the concept of the realization of morality. The sovereign good or the supreme goal is thus the concept of realized morality, of the reign of virtue on earth. We must therefore postulate an accord between the natural order and the moral order. This postulate is not the wish of a consciousness, but a demand of reason. It is included in the very concept of morality, the true content of which is the unity of pure consciousness and specific consciousness. The first postulate concerned the in itself. In itself, natural order and moral order, despite the apparent independence from each other with which they are presented, should be congruent. But it is up to specific consciousness as such to make this unity for it. This brings us to the second postulate. Second postulate. Nature is not only the completely independent and exterior world in which consciousness as an object has to realize its goal, it also exists at the very heart of consciousness as its nature. Man is a natural entity, he is directly linked to the exterior world by impulses and inclinations which influence his action. This nature, which is my nature, is contract opposed to moral volition in its pure form. However, originarily these two terms are present within a single consciousness. Each of them, sensuousness and pure thought, is in itself a unique consciousness. But mediation is essential to morality, that is, the two moments are presented as contract opposed to each other. We have not a divine will, but a moral will. Kant considers the attempt to unite the two terms immediately and to link pure duty to a natural inclination dangerous mysticism. We are not volunteers to duty, we are merely its soldiers. A finite creature in whom reason and sensuousness are necessarily opposed is no more capable of a spontaneous attachment to practical law than of an intellectual intuition of supersensuous objects. Moral life thus consists in the struggle against one's nature, in the effort to transform spontaneous nature and to make it conform to the law of pure duty. Unity must indeed be aimed at, but this unity cannot be the originary unity, for that unity is the immorality of nature. Rather, it will be a unity that must be conquered. Only such a unity is actual morality, for in it is contained the opposition by means of which the self is consciousness, or first becomes actual self, self indeed and at the same time universal. In other words, that mediation which, as we see, is essential to morality is expressed here. Morality realizes itself by adapting nature to itself instead of adapting to nature. It is the complete transformation of sensuous being in order to make it conform to pure moral will. The unity thus achieved is something which precisely cannot be present, for the only thing that can be present is the opposition between my inclination and the moral imperative. This unity is therefore postulated. It does not exist, for what exists is consciousness, or the tormented opposition between sensuousness and duty. But this postulate does not deal with the in itself, since the unity to be realized is conceived of as the work of the acting subject. However, this unity nevertheless remains a postulate, for it is ultimately rejected. We must therefore postulate an indefinite life in order for the subject continually to make moral progress. But by now the contradiction of this moral worldview is on the verge of appearing explicitly. It remains hidden only by the fog of indefinite progress, a progress which can never attain a final point, since that end would be the end of all effort, the return to nature, and the negation of morality as such. Perfection is thus not actually accessible. It must be considered solely as an absolute task, that is, in such a way that it will always remain a task to be fulfilled. Strictly speaking, we must say that the determinate representation cannot be of interest and should not be searched for, because that would culminate in contradictions of a task which should remain a task and yet be full-fledged, of a morality which should no longer be consciousness, which should no longer be actual. Such is the constitution of the first two postulates of this moral worldview. The first concerns the final goal and the second the progress of consciousness as such. These must be related to each other, just as in real action the goal of a particular consciousness is related to the ultimate goal. This relation leads to the third series of postulates which are in and for itself and which resolve the contradictions in which moral consciousness gets bogged down when it wants to act concretely. These last postulates resolve the first two by positing a consciousness other than actual consciousness, that of a divine legislator of the world. But in fact, to do this only displaces the fundamental contradiction of moral consciousness, that of pure duty and actual reality, into the portrayal of a divine legislator. Concrete action is always presented hic et nunc, as a particular case, which conceals within it different modalities. There is not one law, but determinate laws, each of which, in order to adapt itself to the diversity of opportunities for action, has a particular content. But the particularity of content borrowed from nature is contract opposed to pure duty, and pure duty is the only object which consciousness should propose for itself. The inevitably incomplete concrete knowledge of the circumstances of action is contract opposed to the pure knowledge of this moral consciousness, which wills and knows only duty in general. Then how can it act? This is where Hauser, the divine legislator of the world, intervenes. He sanctifies determinate, limited duty. The transition from morality to religion is also found in Kant. Religion consists of making us see each and every duty as one of God's commandments. In this manner theology leads directly to religion, that is, to the recognition of our duties as divine commands. 1-2 This is not, as one might think, a principle of heteronomy. The existence of this other consciousness is an inevitable postulate. It guarantees us the possibility of realizing the sovereign good in the world. The motto for action is not the fear of God or the desire to please Him, it is always the will to pure duty. 13 However, through this maxim, multiple duties are consecrated as being multiple. The divine legislator unites in himself what is separate in us, the universal and the particular. Within a consciousness, he represents the harmony of duty and reality which was posed in itself in the first postulate. Thus moral consciousness projects outward from itself into an other consciousness the unity of content and form, of the particular and the universal which it refuses itself, and sees in this other consciousness the sign of immorality. The first consciousness contains pure duty, which is indifferent to every determinate content. Duty is merely this indifference toward content. but the other consciousness contains the equally essential relation with action and the necessity for determinate content. 1. Various duties are valid for this other consciousness as determinate duties. It is because content as such is as essential for it as is the form by virtue of which content is duty. The necessity for coj, tent rests outside our consciousness in that of the divine legislator, who is thus the mediation between determinate duty and pure duty, and the reason that determinate duty also has validity. However, we act, and in actirig, from the instant the act takes place and is not merely the thought of action, we behave like this other consciousness. We will the particular, for otherwise we do not seriously will, we take reality as our goal, for we wish to accomplish something. Thus duty, as pure duty, is found in an other consciousness, in that of the legislator of pure duty, and it is divine for us only through the mediation of this other consciousness. In both hypotheses we have just made, we are led to divide our consciousness and to posit in the other consciousness what we cannot posit in ourselves. In every instance, it is what we are not, and on the other hand is what we were in the opposite instance. This other consciousness is present, sometimes as sanctifying the particular as such, sometimes as sanctifying pure duty or the abstract universal. It is by going from one of these hypotheses to the other that we conceal the contradiction in the moral worldview, which rests on the radical separation of nature and duty, and of content and form. The critique of Kant which Hegel presents here goes further than a critique of his moral view of the world. It also takes aim at his dualism of finite understanding and infinite understanding. Insofar as the moral worldview alone is concerned, we see clearly where its contradictory starting point leads it. It posits pure duty as within itself, then beyond itself. It posits reality as outside itself, then within itself. It comes to the point of portraying morality only in the following form. In the first instance it reunites actuality and pure duty by positing itself as moral self-consciousness which exists and acts, but at the same time it portrays this unity to itself as an object which would be a negative of self-consciousness. Thus this unity falls outside self-consciousness as harmony in itself. Itself is therefore no longer any actually existing moral self-consciousness. Insofar as it exists in actuality, it is no longer moral. In the second place, starting from the proposition that there is no actual moral consciousness, the moral worldview can only come to the conclusion that there is no moral actuality. Then it is pure duty that is beyond. Finally, in the third instance the moral worldview gathers the two preceding hypotheses together into a representation or portrayal. There is an actual moral self-consciousness, there is no actual moral self-consciousness. This portrayal avoids contradiction only by the continuous passage from one term to the other, from actuality to pure duty or from pure duty to actuality. Each passes in turn for the other. Actual reality is captured in the portrayal of an other consciousness as pure duty, and conversely. Point 14 The other consciousness only serves to hide this passage. 1. In this manner the first proposition there exists a moral self-consciousness is re-established, but closely linked to the second there exists no moral self-consciousness, that is, a moral self-consciousness exists, but only in the portrayal of it, or again there is precisely none, but one is validated as moral by an other consciousness. The difficulties of Kant's moral worldview lie in the rigidity of his dualism and the necessity of going beyond it. Consciousness finally grasps its object as knowledge and will, that is, as self, but at the same time by contractopposing knowledge and will to actuality it posits them as outside itself, as pure knowledge and pure will, in the form of a non-actual universal. For Kant, self is, one might say, posited beyond self, and, since self is the unity of these two moments, since it is simultaneously actuality and pure duty, it can never arrive at self-certainty as truth. Its truth is indeed the self, but this truth is still alien to it, it always displaces it, without perceiving this dialectic which constitutes it. In general, Kantian philosophy did not see that knowledge of nature is also a knowledge of self and that knowledge of self is a knowledge of nature. It did indeed posit unity as its truth, but by refusing any dialectical character to truth, it excluded truth from knowledge and fell into an unself-conscious dialectic. It is this dialectic that is expressed in Kant's moral worldview, but since it is unconscious of itself, it falls into a series of transfers or displacements which become equivocal to the extent that it tries to avoid them. It is these displacements that remain to be considered. They lead to a kind of hypocrisy when moral consciousness persists in separating in its portrayal what it in fact unites in action. To avoid this hypocrisy, we will have to proceed to acting spirit certain of itself which wills itself as reality and as universality. The dialectic will of course be found again in the certainty of acting spirit, but it will be raised to consciousness of itself, and concrete self will become for itself the unity of the universal and the particular, of the infinite and the finite, a dialectic and yet a positive unity, which Kant denied to human understanding and situated beyond in an infinite understanding. The antinomies of the moral worldview, displacement. Hegel's exposition of the moral worldview is a critique of the whole of Kantian philosophy and not just of his practical philosophy. In the Transcendental Analytic, Kant discovered a logic of truth for us which is not dialectical, and in the dialectic he saw a logic of appearances, which, though admittedly inevitable, is nonetheless the source of our metaphysical errors. He tried to avoid this dialectic by turning reason into mere practical reason and by demanding that moral faith or a system of postulates provide a truth which would no longer be entangled in this dialectic. But in fact this moral worldview is a web of contradictions, just as much as the cosmological proof was, according to Kant. Kant failed to see that the analytic was already a dialectic and that the dialectic on the other hand had positive implications. He was obliged to cast out beyond self-consciousness the unity that his system necessitated, to make unity an inaccessible term which under various names, depending on the moments of the development of his thought thing in itself, noumenon, infinite understanding is always contract opposed to the self of coxiousness. But the opposition of self and the in itself, of immanence and transcendence, cannot be maintained as it is in his philosophy, for in effect the characteristic of this philosophy is to know essence as oneself. Absolute truth cannot be beyond the self which knows itself or wills itself in its object. Consequently consciousness seems to attain here its fulfillment and its satisfaction, for it can only find satisfaction when it no longer needs to go beyond its object because its object no longer goes beyond it. However, as we have pointed out, Kant does indeed posit the object outside the self. But this being in and for itself an Unfilrsichseins is also posited as something that is not free from self-consciousness, but that exists at the disposition of and by means of self-consciousness. According to Hegel, this is the fundamental contradiction that pervades the entire Kantian system. Instead of culminating in a self-knowledge which would be knowledge of being, in speculative idealism, Kant's system culminated in positing the self beyond itself. In Kant, self-consciousness is consciousness of pure duty and of pure knowledge as opposed to consciousness of actuality, nature, existence, or whatever. Pure duty and knowledge are projected out to the beyond. We have no intuition of them, even though we tend toward them continuously. In modern terms, we might say that Kantian philosophy inaugurated a philosophy of moral value and that this goal, which is simultaneously beyond the self and exists only through and for the self, is precisely value and not speculative truth. However, it is just this value, taken as abstract universal, for which Hegel criticizes the moral worldview. With obvious pleasure, he enumerates in detail the unreflected contradictions to which someone who starts down that path falls prey. These contradictions come to the fore as equivocal displacements. Someone is going to act, he posits or locates a thesis. But in order to act, or after having acted, he unconsciously dislocates it. Even if he is the dupe of these dislocations or displacements, he still maintains a certain intellectual honesty, but there comes a time when he can no longer be duped. At that point the already equivocal displacement becomes dissimulation or even hypocrisy. To avoid that, moral consciousness must come back to the moral portrait it paints of itself as concrete self, it must grant what Kant refuses to it, self-intuition, and become the certainty of spirit which has in this certainty its immanent truth. To be sure, the dialectic will reappear in this new situation, but it will take on an entirely different character. From the point of view of the whole phenomenology, this exposition of Kantianism serves as a transition from spirit alienated from itself, that is, opposed to its substance, to self-certain spirit, which has its truth in self-knowledge. From this angle, Kantian philosophy indeed appears as intermediary. Spirit is expounded as not capable of having an object beyond itself, and yet as being forced repeatedly to posit an object outside itself. We will now follow up the various postulates we have already described and sketch the interplay of the displacements in the moral worldview performed by consciousness. We begin from the presupposition that there is an existing moral self-consciousness, that it has pure duty for its object and that it actually desires it, but that its essence contraposes moral self-consciousness to nature or to concrete Dasein, whose laws are asserted to be independent. The first postulate claims that in itself the two terms are reconciled, but when moral consciousness acts and it cannot not act, it does not take this in itself seriously. For to act is nothing other than the actualization of the inner moral goal, nothing other than the production of an actuality determined by that goal, or of the harmony of the moral goal and actuality itself. Before acting, I may believe in this harmony, but when I act I actualize it. By giving myself body and soul to the act itself, I experience the presence of the accord which I posited as being beyond me. Thus I displace the thesis according to which this accord is always beyond me. In the presence of this harmony I experience what may properly be called enjoyment, which had been withheld from me and which was always supposed to be beyond me. It is true that as soon as I have acted, I ascertain the insignificance of my particular realization with respect to the final goal. The deed is contingent and the goal of reason goes well beyond the content of this specific act. What must be posited as in itself is the ultimate goal and limit of the universe. Since it is universal good that should be realized, nothing good has been done. Who, however, cannot see that to say this really displaces the question within the moral worldview? What counts cannot be the ultimate goal, but moral action as such, which is indivisible. One single act of goodwill in the world and everything is done. Moral action is not something contingent, zoophiologious and limited, for it has pure duty as its essence. Pure duty constitutes the only total goals which and, therefore, despite any limitation of its content, an action, as an actualization of this unique total goal, is the fulfillment of the absolute total goal. The goal has been fraudulently displaced. There had been a shift from pure duty to actuality, that is, to concrete realization in nature. Now this realization is abandoned, but consequently one no longer acts, one contemplates pure duty, which is the essence, while nature, which is independent according to its own laws, is allowed to go on as it pleases. But this is an untenable position, since the essence of pure duty implies the necessity of acting. One way or another, we must act, and pure duty must become the law of nature, which implies a realization that goes well beyond spec 4.c consciousness. But here the contradiction becomes manifest. What will happen when pure duty finally becomes the law of all nature? Duty, which is the only essence, will purely and simply be suppressed aufgehoben 1, since it is defined by the resistance of nature. Duty exists only when there is an effort and a corresponding resistance. Moral action being the absolute goal, the absolute goal is that moral action never be present at all. Moral consciousness will displace the entire problem which we have just posed in the first postulate, that is, the totality of natures in its relations with morality, and will take refuge on the ground of the second postulate, that of the relation of my nature with pure duty. The two terms that contradict each other remain the same, empirical existence as against essence as pure duty and pure knowledge, but now we consider them at the center of consciousness itself. At this point the important thing with respect to morality, which is in itself, is to perfect my nature, or rather, since that term is ambiguous, to make my sensuous existence conform to that in itself. Sensuousness cannot be eliminated, for without it action is impossible. Consciousness does not take seriously the elimination of of inclinations and impulses, since these are precisely self-consciousness in the process of acetualizing itself. Nothing is done without passion. Action implies a transition from pure consciousness to deeds. In WHH the middle term is constituted by inclinations and sensuousness in general. For moral action to exist it must needs give itself a sensuous form, must in its turn become an impulse. That is why the thesis of the elimination of sensuousness is displaced, and one speaks of a conformity of my sensuous nature to morality. But this conformity is not given, since my sensuousness possesses its own well springs, rather, what is given is immorality. One must therefore postulate a harmony in itself, which should, in an indefinite progression, become for itself. Kant clearly sets forth the question in the Critique of Practical Reason when he writes, however, the perfect conformity of will to moral law is sainthood, a perfection of which no rational being in the sensuous world is capable at a early moment of his existence. Since, however, this perfection is none the less demanded as being practically necessary, it can only occur in a progression, leading to infinity, toward this perfect conformity. Following the principles of pure practical reason, we have to admit such a practical progression as the real object of our will. 1.6. But here displacement is elevated to method, it has become progress ad infinitum, which is a perpetual displacement of the question. What would happen if will, as sensuous will, conformed to morality? In other words, what would happen if the problem were resolved? Morality would renounce itself. In effect, morality is consciousness of the absolute goal as pure goal and thus as existing in opposition to all other goals. Without this opposition, or this mediation, there can be no morality, which is doubtless why the solution to the problem is put off indefinitely. One speaks of an infinite task, that is, one that must always remain a task. In that case, however, one should make progress in morality, ap. Approach a goal that will never be attained, like an asymptote to its curve. But if this is not a mirage, it is at least a new displacement of the question, since by definition increases and decreases have no meaning in the realm of pure duty. If we wanted to define them at all costs, we would surely have to speak of decreasing, since we would be approaching a state in which, struggle having ceased, there would no longer be any duty as such. In fact, there is only one pure duty, only one morality, and not different degrees which would open the way to the indulgence of casuists or the insane presumption of enthusiasts. But we said in fact. Now, in fact, there is a sensuous will which does not yet conform to pure duty, and consequently, in fact, there is not an actual moral consciousness. However, we started from the presupposition that there was. Since morality should be perfect in order to exist, there is no moral self-consciousness, but rather imperfect moral self-consciousnesses which ought to be conscious of their imperfection. It is here that morality is transformed into its opposite. Now let us return to the first postulate, which demanded happiness for the just, with duty making us worthy of being happy. Since there are no just men, by itself the demand for happiness is in and for itself. Non-morally thereby declares precisely what it is it has to do, not with morality, but with felicity in and for itself without respect to morality. Yet one complains of the injustice of fate, one sees that in the real world misfortune is visited on the just man and happiness comes to the wicked, but when I looked for good, evil came, and when I waited for light, darkness came. The wicked man is spared in the day of calamity, he is rescued in the day of wrath. Who declares his way to his face, and who requites him for what he has done? But this demand is without foundation, since there are no pure men, or rather the foundation is arbitrary, it resides in feelings that man hides in the depths of himself. He is envious, he suffers from the happiness of others, he is jealous of their success. The meaning of this judgment is thus envy which covers itself with the cloak of morality. The demand for happiness for others has the same arbitrary foundation, it expresses the good fellowship one has toward them, it hopes for contingent favor. To salvage the moral worldview, which has been bogged down in the contradiction between actuality or existence and pure duty, and has culminated in the antinomy there exists a moral consciousness, there doesn't exist a moral consciousness, it only remains to carry out a displacement of consciousness itself and to situate beyond, in an other consciousness, what cannot be located here below in our own consciousness. The entire previous dialectic up to now winds up with this displacement toward transcendence, opposing the in itself to the self. We recall that the third postulate is that of the divine legislator of the world. But this consciousness, which is not ours, is revealed to be sometimes the source of determinate duties, of the link between content and form, between the particular and the universal, and sometimes the source of pure duty as pure duty. By positing duty as beyond our consciousness, we posit it as that which we do not take upon ourselves. 17 But to posit a beyond which exists only through our consciousness culminates in a final contradiction. Moral consciousness posits its imperfection in the fact that in it morality has a positive relation with nature and with sensuousness. In effect, moral consciousness considers the fact that morality has only a negative relation with nature and sensuousness to be an essential moment of morality. On the other hand, pure moral essence, being above the struggle with nature and sensuousness, does not have a negative relation with them. Thus all that remains in fact is a positive relation with them, that is, precisely what had been considered as imperfect, as immoral. On the other hand, to speak of a pure morality with no relation to actuality is to speak of an inconsistent abstraction within which morality, will, and action lose all meaning. This moral divine legislator who would be above struggle but who would also be the essence of morality is a contradictory synthesis. In the Hegelian dialectic, as we shall see, the separation of infinite essence from finite existence is overcome. Infinite essence fulfills itself in finite existence and finite existence rises to essentiality. There is no abstract universal. Rather, the absolute self of spirit is this very reconciliation. The abstract God who would be above struggle is not absolute spirit. But the moral worldview only posits an in itself distinct from the self in order promptly to make it into a moment of consciousness. Pure duty must be beyond actual consciousness, beyond existence, but it must also be within consciousness and, inasmuch as it is the beyond, it no longer means anything, it oscillates between immanence and transcendence. It cannot take seriously the distinction between self and in itself, for what it propounds as in itself it keeps within its own self-consciousness as a term that is merely thought, without actuality, it refuses any truth to that distinction. In some other consciousness, pure duty considers this unity of universal and existence the perfection of morality, within itself, it considers it the mark of imperfection. On occasion it posits actuality or existence as something that is nothing, at other times as the supreme reality. The formal contradiction is the transposition beyond the self of that which the moral worldview must conceive as necessary. It covers up the contradiction in content, which is that between pure duty and actuality. The moral worldview must therefore renounce this portrayal of its truth in order to return within its certainty of itself. Within this certainty, as in a new immediateness, it discovers the unity of pure duty and actuality. This unity is its concrete self which no longer has a portrayed truth, but which knows immediately what is concretely just, and this certainty as conviction is its own truth to itself. The fraudulent dualism of the moral view is transcended, spirit knows itself without going beyond the self. 18 Introduction, General significance of the chapter of Gewissen. In a work as rich, but also as complicated and involved as the Phenomenology, Hegel himself feels the need to look back and to summarize prior stages. That is the case in the final chapter of the section on spirit. He shows us the teleological meaning of the entire previous development, and insists on the various types of self which have been encountered in the course of this development. 1. The abstract person, which corresponds to the Stoics' formal self-consciousness, the revolutionary citizen, whose object is the general will, but a general will which is incapable of concretizing itself in an existing world, and finally moral will, whose truth is no longer alien to the spiritual subject. Indeed, the Kantian system contains the apex of the idea of self, of the autonomous spiritual subject. It is this autonomy of the I which best expresses the most important I. Thus the three types of self, which correspond to the three worlds of spirit, are, immediate self, the self which immediately negates itself in reality, and the subject which assumes its history and poses itself in the very movement of mediation. In this chapter we see the development of this third self. Kantian moral volition was only the prelude to it. The first type corresponds to the unity of the universal and the specific, the second to their direct opposition, the third to their authentic mediation. Thought of German idealism, whose sources would have to be sought in the Lutheran Reformation and the principle of free examination. However, the idea of fully autonomous self is not really actualized in Kant's moral view of the world, or even in that of Fichte. The evolution of German idealism after Kant, such as Hegel already envisaged it in Glaube und Wissen, leads us to a deeper and especially to a more concrete expression of the autonomy of the I. The works of Jacobi, Schleiermacher, Schelling, and Novalis allow us to go beyond the narrow limitations of Kant's moral worldview, a worldview which, moreover, gets bogged down in insoluble contradictions, continually contraposing a nature whose lays are independent to a will and a pure duty which are then condemned to remain ineffectual. In this view, acting self, spirit creating its destiny, posits itself, so to speak, beyond Odu, itself, or beneath and denying itself. It is never congruent with itself, that is, in fact, it does not act. But if we consider the self in its actuality, at the very moment of action, the contradiction of the moral worldview is resolved, the difference that lies at the very foundation of this worldview is shown to be no difference at all and converges with pure negativity. Now this negativity is precisely the self, a simple self which is both pure knowledge and self-knowledge as this specific consciousness. Nature and duty are no longer contract opposed, so that human action this pinpoint in the world becomes impossible. Nature and duty are gathered into the organic unity of the self, and it is this free self, which no longer knows anything beyond itself, whose truth is the certainty it has of the truth, that constitutes the endpoint of this dialectic of spirit. We had started from a true spirit, an objective spirit in which subjective certainty disappeared in an objective truth. After the mediation of culture and alienation, we arrive at a subjective spirit in which truth disappears in the subject's certainty of it. Spirit is no longer substance, but is entirely reflected in on itself, it has totally become subject. This is precisely what the self as Gewissen expressed, that is, self-certain spirit. Here, apropos of the evolution of spirit, one can verify the fundamental thought which presides over the entire Hegelian system and which the preface to the Phenomenology so clearly expressed, according to my way of looking at things, which will be justified only by the presentation of the system. Everything depends on this essential point, to apprehend and to express the true not as substance, but precisely also as subject. At the end of this dialectical development concerning spirit, what emerges is the subject creating its history, a subject which has absorbed within itself the universal as its pathos instead of having the universal beyond it in the form of an abstract universal. Just as infinite life rises to self-consciousness of life, which is higher than life itself, so the substantive spirit of the family or of the Greek city, with which we began, is reflected in self-certain spirit which no longer knows anything beyond its internal conviction. Consciousness has been freed of any possible content, it absolves itself of all determinate duty which ought to be valid as law. In the force of its self-certainty, it possesses the majesty of absolute all'irrepice euro law, omnipotence to bind and unbind. Hegel also takes up again the notion of the thing itself, with which he entered into the domain of spirit in the strict sense of the term. When human individuality was seeking to express itself truthfully, it encountered this notion of the thing itself, the authentic human deed. But that was still a notion without content, an abstract predicate suitable for anything and strongly linked to nothing. This notion assumed its full meaning for us only when we saw it identified with the deed of each and every person, with reality as it is posed by man, a reality which then took the place of the thing as a merely discovered thing of nature. The human deed acquired its substantiveness in ethical spirit, in the family and the people, in the social organism, of which individuality was at first the express. It then acquired an external existence in the world of culture, in which spirit alien to itself grasped its object as given outside of it, in the form of power, wealth, heaven, usefulness, general will. But at that point, the thing itself lost the character of being a predicate, it became the subject that acts. In the end, in Swisson, the thing itself is the subject which knows within itself all its moments. Thus Hegel again takes up his conception of the self and of the thing itself to indicate the signification of the entire dialectical discussion of spirit. Spirit has become the human subject creating its history, who no longer has the universal outside himself, who is no longer opposed to the universe, but who bears it and absorbs it in himself. Spirit is the free subject. True, someone may ask, what subject are we talking about? The question is indeed embarrassing, for the self in which substantive spirit reflects itself at the start of its development is just as much the self of natural individuality as it is universal self, at least that is what is suggested by taking up the thing itself again. The distinction between them, on which Kant's moral worldview rested, has been shown to be untenable. Swisson is precisely the good conscience which knows immediately the content of its individuality to be pure duty and pure knowledge, a consciousness which, at the point of its existential decision, gathers up the in itself and the self, pure duty as pure goal, and actuality as a nature and a sensuousness opposed to the pure goal. When it has thus returned to itself, it is concrete moral spirit which no longer acting spiritual individuality is concrete spirit as Hegel considers it here, and of course it is not impossible that he is thinking of the great men of action of which human history furnishes so many examples. If we want to understand the chapter on which we are attempting to comment, it seems that in addition to the romantic figures mentioned above, we must mention a particular figure who could hardly fail to haunt Hegel's imagination, Napoleon. Napoleon appears as the man of action who revealed to man his creative possibilities. Free spirit is creative spirit which does not stop to contrapose the abstract universal to actuality, but which acts and possesses essence through discovering the inner certainty of the validity of its act. It is the moment of creative decision that is described here, and the universal is absorbed into the development of this action instead of transcending it. In other words, the universal, instead of being an abstract in itself, an inaccessible transcendence, as in Kantian moralism, has become a moment of human action, a being for another. As such, it has not disappeared, but rather has acquired concrete signification, the recognition of action by other individualities. It is this recognition which, as in the dialectic of self-consciousness 3 expands the notion of human individuality to the concrete universal, which poses the self as a we via the mediation of other selves. The action of human individuality must be recognized in order to be authentic, it carries this demand with it and must be able to be translated into the element of universal self-consciousness. The element which confers subsistence is universal self-consciousness. What is the subject in which substantive spirit is reflected? To this question, which we asked above, it seems that only one answer is possible. This subject is humanity considered in terms of its history, for it is only history that decides the truth of an action emanating from an individual self. But Hegel does not use the term individual self. He restricts himself to elaborating a dialectic of acting self in which the specific and the universal are contract opposed in a much more concrete form than in Kant's moral view. The specific is the man of action whose act is always finite, acting consciousness which, in its freedom, cannot avoid coming up against limitations and, consequently, discovering within itself, in its particular view taken as absolute, evil itself. The universal is judging consciousness, which is opposed to acting consciousness and which fails to perceive its own limits, limits which reside in the fact of not acting but merely judging. Judging consciousness and sinful consciousness are two figures of self-consciousness which, like those of the master and slave, or noble consciousness and base consciousness, exchange their respective roles. But in this dialectic, spirit reconciles evil within itself and becomes absolute spirit. The Christian dialectic of forgiveness of sins is the symbolic representation of a tragic philosophy of history in which the finitude of acting spirit is always converted within the ascending movement of spirit, in which the past awaits its meaning from the future. It is in this Aufhebung that spirit grasps itself as absolute, not in consciousness of sin but in consciousness of pardon for sins. This is the transition to a new phenomenology, the PHE3. Cf. The dialectic of recognition in the development of self-consciousness and that of the interplay of individualities apropos of the spiritual animal spirit kingdom. The universal, by becoming for others, passes from Kantian transcendence to an immanence. It will exist in the development of human history. Phenomenology of religion and of philosophy, of absolute knowledge which is the truth of philosophy. Before stressing this last part of the phenomenology, we will study more closely the last chapter on self-certain spirit. This chapter is important because of the detail of its analyses, which are sometimes close to what we would call today existential analyses. First, Hegel considers acting spirit, self, in its specificity, then he considers self-certain spirit in its universality, and finally spirit becoming absolute through the reconciliation of these two aspects. It is the dialectic of sinful consciousness and of judging consciousness which culminates in the Christian conception of forgiving sins, in the Hegelian Aufhebung. Man is always caught up in a particular situation, his individuality is inseparable from an empirical being, he exists here or there, his acts are never general acts, but particular concrete acts, a given case. Contemporary philosophy has insisted on just this necessity for man always to be in a situation and on the impossibility of transcending all situations to become pure I, essentially distinct from any empirical being, from any Dasein. I belong to a certain family, to a nation. When I want to act, I am already tied to a past. Thus I cannot absolutely will what I am without at the same time willing something concrete. Point 4. On the other hand, human will, unlike animal instinct, is not completely absorbed in this empirical being. A contemporary philosopher, Jaspers, has attempted to demonstrate the unity of the self and its empirical being as historicity. Point 5. Hegel's analysis of Gewissen, concrete moral consciousness, is not without analogy to Jaspers. Doubtless, the differences are quite apparent. Jaspers fears nothing. Quite so much as to see his philosophy confused with an absolute idealism, with a system which, like the Hegelian system, culminates in absorbing within a totality even if it is infinite in Hegel's sense all partial viewpoints, all worldviews, or all particular truths. Point 6. He objects less to the Hegelian affirmation that the truth is the whole than to the very possibility of such a totalization, which for him is a betrayal of existence, a word borrowed from Kierkegaard, who gave it its philosophical meaning by opposing it to the Hegelian philosophical tradition. Point 7. But, just as people have shown that the young Hegel was not so far away from Kierkegaard as the latter might have thought when he stood up against the Hegelian system as formulated in the encyclopedia, in the same way we can, we believe, compare what Hegel here calls Gewissen with what Jaspers calls the historicity of existence. This comparison will allow us to clarify certain difficult passages of the chapter we are studying. It will perhaps even allow us to understand better what Hegel means here by self, an indivisible unity of actuality and pure knowledge. The self, certain of its being, is already existence with its historicity. There can be no doubt that Hegel does not stop at a clarification of existence, that he claims to go beyond the existent, which cannot step out of its unique and original view of the world to constitute an infinite totality, an absolute truth which, moreover, is required by every particular existent. In other words, as a philosopher, Hegel situates himself outside the existence whose experiences he has reconstituted, For Jaspers this is radical nonsense. For Jaspers, existence cannot be without consciousness of its finitude, and existence always comes up against a transcendence. It cannot leave its own truth to compare it to other truths, yet it demands an absolute truth which would be a single truth for all existence. This contradiction is the last word of Jaspers' philosophy, and that is why his dialectic remains an antinomy. That is not the case with Hegel, who claims to attain this transcendence with a concrete universal, with a universal self-consciousness that is history and no longer merely historicity. But if we read the volume that Jaspers entitles Existenzerhellung without prejudice, we realize that, in spite of his assertion that existence is all the more profound the more it is narrow, he himself indeed describes, as does the author of the Phenomenology, particular worldviews, and that he considers them as a philosopher and thus also elevates himself above them. This difficulty with Jaspers' position has often been noted, and it is beyond the scope of this work to take it up again. We merely wanted to excuse a comparison which might appear somewhat daring since the final results of the two philosophers can be contract opposed so easily. We will often translate Gewissen as good conscience bone conscience, because it is acting consciousness which immediately knows and does what is concretely just and which does not distinguish what appears just to it from what is just in itself. Gewissen is quite different from the moral consciousness of the preceding dialectic. The latter always contract opposed pure duty and reality. Reality was a presence without depth and without signification, pure duty was without presence. Thus to will pure duty was indeed to will oneself, and the object of moral consciousness could not be other than the self, but at the same time it was beyond the self which is there, which is actual in concrete action. That is why moral consciousness did not act at all, despite its essence which demanded action, for duty as such is not merely the object of a pure knowledge, but is willed and must be realized. We have already shown all the antinomies of such a moral consciousness. Let it suffice to repeat here with Hegel that moral consciousness is not at all acting, does not actualize at all. For it, its in itself is either abstract non-actual essence or else being as an actuality that is not spiritual. According to this consciousness I act morally when I am entirely conscious of accomplishing only pure duty and not any other duty whatsoever, which in point of fact means that I don't act. But when I actually act, I am internally conscious of another, of one actuality which is at hand and of another which I want to fulfill. I have a determinate goal and I fulfill a determinate duty. Therein lies something other than pure duty which is all one should propose to accomplish. However, these contradictions in which moral consciousness gets entangled fade away at the very moment of action, since one way or another we must act, we must make a decision. If I am a head of state and placed in such and such a situation, I propose a determinate goal and I desire actually this concrete goal which is closely linked to the situation in which I am engaged. In the same way I administer the family inheritance, or propose that I help one or another of my friends. The actualization of the goal is the goal of action. The opposition of pure duty and reality is resolved in the self, which is pure knowledge, self-knowledge, as well as actuality and being. Thus the Kantian analysis of moral purity culminated in complete impotence, while on the other hand authentic moral action always supposed existential evidence. I know what is to be done in this, my situation, and now, going beyond the separation of the in itself and the real within the negativity of acting self, I adhere to what I will, because I freely will what I am. In a prior text written at Jena, Hegel had already stated that true action always supposed an existential this, a determination that is raised to concept is by that very fact ideal, and the opposite determination can just as well be posed. On the other hand the expression of intuition contains a this, a living relation with which some possibility is strictly bound up, and any different possibility, or being other, is absolutely negated. Immorality would reside in this being other. 9. Moral consciousness, which contract opposed the in itself to reality, also behaved like the universal milieu, within which multiple duties, each for itself, were granted an unshakable substantiveness. From this new point of view, action was still impossible because it would always entail the conscious violation of some duty. But Zwissen is rather the negative entity, the absolute self which annihilates these various moral substances. It is indivisible action, it conforms to the duty which does not accomplish some particular duty or other, but knows and does what is concretely just. Thus in general it is primarily moral action as action into which the prior non-acting consciousness of morality has passed. Here self is revealed to us as the negative unity of the moments that previously were distinguished. It reunites actuality and abstract duty, it grasps itself in its contingency as fully valid, that which knows its immediate specificity as pure knowledge and pure acting as actuality and true harmony. Concrete self, which Kantian moral consciousness had posited beyond man and continually displaced, is henceforth our topic. At this point, human individuality, as Zwissen, appears to return to the immediateness of the ethical world. Since self-certainty is also immediateness, it possesses Dasein itself. It need not hesitate and equivocate continually about what should be done, it immediately sees what is just, it acts as if by instinct, guided by the voice of its conscience. The voice of conscience, of which Rousseau had spoken, is to the soul what instinct is to the body. Hegel does not begin by criticizing this individual morality, although he soon shows the ambiguity of such formulas and reveals within good conscience a bad conscience that is not yet aware of itself. We must act, and no action would be possible without the fusion of pure duty and concrete duty. Similarly, both Creon and Antigone knew what they had to do. The former fully adhered to human law, the latter to divine law. In the full meaning of the term they were characters. In them, nature coincided with the Caesarean. Thus indeed we seem to find the immediateness which made a kind of nature of the ethical world, and this return to original immediateness conforms with the Hegelian schema. All life is developed starting from an original immediateness, and returns to this immediateness after having gone through a period of splits and of mediation. With the coincidence that concrete self expresses, moral spirit again becomes natural spirit. What Kant called sensuousness and what he called pure practical reason now make up but a single self which is both acting and actual. And yet there is a huge difference between immediate ethical spirit and Zwissen, which we are now considering. Ethical spirit was merely true spirit, substantive spirit, and we can leader ally say that in that world the self did not yet exist, it was merely an unreal shadow. The congruence between individuality and duty stemmed from the fact that this individuality simply expressed a law that was immanent in it. Creon did not hesitate to manifest the human whose depository he by nature was, the same was true for Antigone in relation to divine law. But now, after the movement of culture, spirit has been entirely reabsorbed into the self, into free personality. In Hegelian language, ethical spirit was holy truth but lacked absolute self-certainty. Zwissen, by contrast, is purely self-certainty, it does not express a law, a true order, it is freedom of the self as originary fact, the source of all decisions. Antigone was ignorant of the origins of the law she followed. Not now or yesterday but always this law has lived, no one knows when it appeared. She was merely its incarnation, and the immediateness of her decision expressed the perfection of this incarnation. Actual self, when it emerges from substantive spirit, the mores of the Greek city, or of the family, proceeds to win over to itself everything, it no longer recognizes that anything can have validity independent of its own internal certainty, its own conviction. Henceforth this conviction is its essence and not an immanent or external order. Zwissen recognizes no content as absolute for it since it is the absolute negativity of everything determinate. Thus it determines itself simply by itself. Everything that was presented in preceding figures as good or bad, as law and right, is an other than immediate self-certainty, is a universal which is now a being for an other, or, considered differently, is an object which, by mediating consciousness with itself, comes between consciousness and its own truth and separates consciousness from itself instead of constituting the immediateness of consciousness. The essence of Zwissen is absolute conviction. To act according to its conviction, to determine itself by itself, finally to be concretely free in Dasein and not in some abstract and non-actual essentiality, that is what characterizes the self of Gewissen. The self knows itself as absolute, it immediately experiences duty in its feeling of what for it is duty. It decides by itself and by itself alone. For it, freedom is the originary character of its decision, a character which Jaspers will seek in existence. Here Hegel emphasizes conviction. In the Confessions of a Beautiful Soul, Goethe has his heroine express the same thought: one would willingly leave my parents and earn my bread in a foreign land rather than act contrary to my thoughts, or again, in the face of public opinion, my profound conviction and my innocence were my surest guarantees. 10. But how can a conviction render authentic a content which is always determinate content, which pertains to the given situation of individuality and in a general way to what we call sensuousness? In that question, there is a link between conviction and the contingency of a situation, or of a sensuous content, which must become apparent at one time or another. The free dom of the self cannot help but be revealed as tainted with the arbitrary. Ultimately, this freedom will be will kill arbitrariness. It is at that point that good conscience discovers that it is bad conscience as yet unaware of itself. Good conscience will know its finitude and will have the feeling of sin, of inevitable sin, for only stone is innocent. Thus consciousness determines itself by itself, but the circle of self within which determination as such falls is what we call sensuousness. Yet for Gewissen self-certainty is pure immediate truth, and this truth is thus its immediate self-certainty portrayed as content, that is, generally, arbitrariness of the specific being and the contingency of its natural unconscious being. And yet we should not push the analysis ahead too quickly. It is too easy to denounce the error of subtly confusing the subjective and the objective, as Goethe puts it, less easy to avoid it, for it is perhaps unavoidable. Let us consider human actions. Suppose a given case of action. This case is an objective actuality for the consciousness that knows. As Gewissen, that consciousness knows the case immediately and concretely, and at the same time the case exists only insofar as consciousness knows it. Knowledge is contingent insofar as it is other than the object, but there this distinction is transcended. Dasein, the empirical situation that is mine at the moment that I am going to act, has become my original knowledge and, as such, this Dasein is grasped in the certainty that I have of myself. We proposed comparing this unity of knowledge and being with Jaspers' historicity. Point 12. Now let us attempt to interpret this passage from Hegel. But when the separation of the in itself and the self is suppressed aufgehoben, a case of action is immediately within knowledge's sensuous certainty as it is in itself, and is in itself only as it is in this knowledge. Acting, as actualization, is thus the pure form of willing, the simple conversion of actuality, as an existing case in the element of being, into an executed actuality, the conversion of the mere mode of objective knowledge into the mode of knowledge of actuality as something produced by consciousness. Now what can this conversion of knowledge of a known concrete case into a reality produced by acting consciousness, mean? When I act, I am always in a certain situation, and as Dasein in this situation my race, my social milieu, the more or less precise circumstances of my life at this moment can be the object of some knowledge. But here being, as it is in itself, is not distinct from knowledge of this being. The concrete situation exists only as it is for me. To say that I indeed its content is determined by the interest of the consciousness that has an understanding of it means that this concrete situation is not objective, in the sense of being determined by some impersonal consciousness which could so to speak hover over the situation. My free I thus appears linked to the facticity of a determinate being, and this determinate being in turn is intimately joined to my potentialities, it is known and at the same time willed, since it is not a matter of contemplating it for the mere joy of contemplation, but of engaging it in the impetus of acting consciousness. I must convert the given situation into a situation that I take upon myself or assume, I must transform an objective knowledge into a reality produced by consciousness. Within what Jaspers terms historicity, which evokes the notion of amor fati, there is a conjunction between the facticity of the situation and the freedom of existence which cannot be thought through. I am free and my existence is merely potentiality, but never an indifferent potentiality. I am always caught up in a history, which, however, is mine. And that is why it is not only history but historicity. The history of a being that is different from me is never historicity, it appears as an object which has lost all potentiality, and by that very fact is distinct from the knowledge I have of it. Here knowledge of the situation, determined by my concrete interest in this situation, is no longer different from the situation itself. The situation is absorbed in my knowledge of myself. This knowledge in turn becomes will. Reality is less contemplated than willed. The will is restricted by the limitations of concrete knowledge, but in exchange knowledge carves out a window onto potentialities. If a given case, a case in the element of being, is faithfully respected, that faithfulness is CRE. A tip point 13 for this case is converted into executed actuality. This objective knowledge becomes knowledge of reality as if of something produced by consciousness. This amor fati is less a resignation to a reality that is given in its entirety than the creative acceptance of a reality that simultaneously imposes itself and becomes my work. It seems to us impossible to comment seriously on this text without attempting the comparison which we have just begun. Otherwise, what meaning could we give to this conversion of objective knowledge into will? Acting self cannot, if it wishes to act, take the position of an impersonal I in relation to which all situations exist at the same level. It is deeply set in its own view of the world. It posits this view not only as a truth, but as the truth. This truth is simultaneously its own and absolute. It is absolute by the sincerity of its conviction, and this sincerity of conviction has become the very essence of consciousness. Here the subtle confusion of the subjective and the objective, which we said was unavoidable, again takes place. In Hegel's time, Rousseau and Jacobi, who was even closer to him in time, could have served him as examples. Jacobi clearly saw what Kant neglected, the adlerpect of individuality in moral consciousness. According to Hegel's definition, Jacobi's philosophy is a diagypatism of finite existence and subjectivity, yet when it takes up arguments which oppose Kantian morality, it describes the conditions of concrete moral action much better than Kant did. To abstract law, to the Kantian universal, Jacobi contraposes moral genius. Interpreting Jacobi, Madame de Staël says, with respect to morality or poetry, the law can only teach us what we must not do. In all things, what is good and sublime is revealed to us only by the divinity of our hearts. Chwisson knows the vacuity of pure duty, and since we must act, it finds the positivity of action in its moral genius. In his Jena article, Hegel praises the conception of the voice of conscience which we find expressed in this passage from Jacobi's letter to Fichte almost without reservation. Yes, I am the atheist and the godless one who opposes that will which does not desire anything. I am the one who wants to deceive and lie as Pylades did when he presented himself in place of Orestes, the one who wants to kill as did Timoleon. Because the law is made for man and not man for the law. This moral individualism is capable of beauty, and on occasion it rises to a point where it is a substitution for synthetic and living reason. In a passage of the Phenomenology, Hegel quotes Jacobi's formula almost literally. Now it is the law that exists for the self, not the self for the law. However, as Hegel remarks in the Jena article, moral beauty should not lack either of two aspects. It should lack neither vitality as individuality, so that it does not obey a dead concept, nor the form of the concept and of law, universality and objectivity. 14. That is why once again we find the universal aspect in acting self just as we find the individual aspect. Haven't we already said that, in the sincerity of my conviction, of my knowledge of truth, I posited my truth as the absolute truth? What does this demand for transcendence mean when, seen from outside, the conviction of the self can be attached to any random sensuous content, and when it therefore has an undeniable arbitrariness and finitude. In fact, acting consciousness maintains itself in the unity of being in itself and being for itself, in the unity of pure thought and individuality, but for us this unity is already breaking down. Content and form are contract opposed, the immediate specificity is the content of the moral act, and the form of this act is precisely the self considered as pure movement, that is, as knowledge or specific conviction. Are we not coming back to Kantianism and consequently again falling into the contradictions of the moral worldview? It does not seem so, for now the universal has acquired a concrete signification, it has become being for an other, a moment of consciousness, instead of being an abstract beyond, an inaccessible transcendence. This moment is expressed as the demand for the recognition of my conviction by other selves. Similarly, self-consciousness existed only through the mediation of other self-consciousnesses. Recognition of conviction. Gewissen has its own truth in the immediate certainty of itself. This certainty, as conviction, as pure self-knowledge, is duty. Duty is no longer the universal passing by before the self, rather, in this state of separation, duty is known to have no validity. Now it is the law that exists for the self, not the self for the law. This is rather obscure, but it is an extremely important dialectical transition in Hegel's argument. The universal is no longer transcendence, as it was in the moral worldview. As the equality of conviction with itself, it is the foundation of good conscience, Gewissen. Conviction is the in itself, the content of conviction is the for itself, the difference of pure essence. It is on the basis of conviction that the figure of the content of action emerges, and for consciousness this basis becomes being for an other, that is, precisely, a moment. Law is for the self. However, this moment remains essential or, more exactly, whereas the transcendence of the Kantian universal remained pure but non-actual, henceforth the universal becomes a real being, as a moment, it is an object of concrete consciousness, and now duty by itself is something immediately actual and is no longer merely abstract pure consciousness. Universality is conviction to the extent that this conviction presupposes the relation among self-consciousnesses. When I am convinced, I presuppose that my conviction is as valid for others as for myself, I seek or demand recognition for my conviction. We now have to look at this recognition. In an immediately concrete way it expresses the universality which has previously been non-actual. Gewissen has not abandoned pure duty or the abstract in itself, rather pure duty is the essential moment which consists of behaving toward others as if it were universality. It is the element common to self-consciousnesses, and this element is the substance in which acts have subsistence and actuality, the moment of becoming recognized by others. The distinction between Gewissen and Bewusstsein, so DFFI called to translate, allows Hegel to make the dialectical transition which we have tried to explain. For Gewissen, conviction and the content of conviction are not separable, they are existentially linked. But for Bewusstsein, the opposition necessarily reappears and duty turns into being, in the sense of spiritual being, the milieu of recognition. We may question the validity of the logical, or rather dialectical, argument by means of which Hegel proceeds from the abstract in itself, from duty in the Kantian sense, to the concrete substance of mutual recognition by 8 elf consciousnesses, but we can see immediately its signification and its importance. Abstract universal becomes concrete universal, duty beyond acting self becomes universal self-consciousness as human community. We should not be led into error by the fact that Hegel calls this element being. The being in question is neither the abstract being at the level of sensuous certainty with which the phenomenology started, nor being in the sense of a natural being. Being is now the spiritual milieu, the community of human self-consciousnesses linked to each other. It is only spiritual being which can give validity and consistency to my action. No doubt we must say, with the solipsist, to each his own truth, but we also must add right away that everyone well knows that there is only one truth, and that his truth, in order to exist, must be recognized. The struggle for recognition on the part of self-consciousness is a struggle without which self-consciousness would not exist, since it needs the mediation of others in order to exist, prefigures this demand for the recognition of conviction which now is presented at a higher level and in a more concrete form. When I act, my action expresses my own conviction in the milieu of self-consciousnesses. This action has meaning only in this milieu, its being is a spiritual being, its truth depends on recognition by others. To know what my action is worth, its signification, we must wait for it to be transferred from particular consciousness to the milieu of universal consciousness. This transfer at first appears to be a purely formal question. As soon as I act with conviction, my action must immediately be recognized. This conviction is precisely the in itself, it is self-consciousness in itself universal, or being recognized, and is consequently actuality. Thus what is carried out with the conviction of duty is immediately such that it possesses consistency and Dasein. Such, at least, is the naive belief of acting consciousness which has not yet surveyed the difficulties of this recognition, nor the inadequacy of every particular action to the knowledge of the conviction that accompanies it. And yet it is this conviction in itself universal which must be expressed in the human milieu. This milieu must be universal self, everyone's self-sameness ipseed. The thing itself is precisely the universal subject which contains the unity of selves. Before showing how consciousness discovers this inadequation and at the same time the means of remedying it, language, which as logos expresses specific self as universal self, we should once again insist that we have just reached the concrete universal and that this is spirit as the mutual mediation of self-consciousnesses. Duty has lost the elevated position which it had in Kantianism and which made it into something inhuman and in fact unreal. In Kantianism duty had no Dasein, no presence. Moral self-consciousness does not have this moment of being recognized, of pure consciousness which is there, and consequently it is not at all actualizing, not at all acting. Now action is simply the expression of the specific content of moral self-consciousness in the objective element, at the heart of which this content is universal and recognized. And that it is recognized is precisely what makes action actual. What confers on action its consistency and its reality is human history, the community of self-consciousnesses in their mutual relations. The universal is there, it is universal self, and this universal self is already present within the interiority of the self in the form of conviction. It is this conviction that must find expression in the common milieu and consequently must remain linked to the very content of action. But this is precisely what creates the whole difficulty. Consciousness will discover the arbitrary character of its action, the indeterminateness of its conviction, the subtlest confusion of the subjective and the objective which Goethe denounced in the feelings of the beautiful soul. Only in language, which states conviction, will consciousness find Dasein to be simultaneously specific and universal, the self-sameness of everyone. In this language of conviction specific acting consciousness will become a universal consciousness. Just as we have seen acting self from the angle of specificity, we will see the self stating its conviction from the angle of universality. Indeterminateness of conviction. Duty is now only a moment link self-consciousnesses to each other, but the content of duty is still borrowed from natural individuality, from moral genius. When I act, I know very well that I cannot conscientiously examine all the circumstances of my action. In fact, these circumstances go beyond the restricted circle of my knowledge and extend infinitely. I cannot know them all, and at this point knowledge comes up against non-knowledge. However, because it is my own knowledge, I accept my incomplete knowledge as sufficient and complete knowledge. The same is true for the determination of duty. Only pure duty is absolute, but I know that pure duty is empty and I have to limit myself to the mere conviction that this is my duty. This conviction is essential, but in its turn it is as empty as pure duty. However, we must act, the individual must make a determination and he must make it by himself, that is, he must find it within his sensuous individuality. Now any content can be posited as pure duty. Conviction remains formal. We can justify anything provided we are able to convince ourselves of the conformity of our action with duty by firmly holding onto the way in which the action can be considered as duty. Suppose I increase my property. It is my duty to think of preserving my life and that of my family, better yet, to foresee the possibility of being useful to others. If others discover something fraudulent in my action, it is because they take up another aspect of the issue. By the same token, the duty to affirm my own independence against others is fulfilled by what others call violence and injustice. What they call cowardice fulfills the duty to preserve one's own life and to preserve the possibility of being useful to one's neighbor. On the other hand, what they call courage often violates these two duties. 15. Casuistry is inevitable. What is inadmissible is to ignore the fact that conformity to duty resides in this knowledge. Without this knowledge, cowardice would commit the stupidity of being immoral. Thus Swisson is freed of any content, absolved of any determinate duty. It chooses itself by itself, but this freedom is also, as we have just seen, purely arbitrary. This arbitrariness, which appears to us philosophers, is not yet manifest to acting consciousness, which must itself experience it. The indeterminateness which we have just discovered must become conscious for the self itself. Once an act has been accomplished and is detached from the self as the fruit from a tree, it is a determinate act which is not necessarily recognized by other self-consciousnesses. Other individualities do not discover themselves in this act. The action that I have just performed is without doubt my action. In its determinate content I have a knowledge of myself, I express my congruence with myself, with my conviction. Since conviction is in itself universal, all others should recognize themselves in this knowledge of the L. However, things don't happen this way, and in fact the supposed congruence is disparate. Indeed, once it has been accomplished, the act is no longer self-knowledge, but a determinate act which is not congruent with the element of self-consciousness in everyone and which is thus not necessarily recognized. Both sides, acting Swisson and universal consciousness which recognizes this action as duty, are equally free from the determinateness of this action. That is why recognition appears to be impossible here. On the contrary, what is strict is the discrepancy between action and the universality of conviction. 2. The universality of Swisson. Yet this universality must establish its validity. The act cannot be considered here, as it was in previous moments, merely according to its material content. The act cannot be stripped of its spiritual signification. It expresses a conviction which is by rights universal, it is a knowledge which at the same time ought to be universal knowledge. How can this universality emerge and invest the act with spiritual being? Such is the problem that is posed at this point. We again quote the terms of the problem: self must enter into Dasein as self, self-certain spirit must exist as such for others. The being that mediates among self-consciousnesses cannot be the effect of action, since the self is no longer contained in this effect. It is universal self-consciousness which must now exist and be actual. What then can the true mode of expression of the self be? A mode that both is objective, perceivable by all, and yet despite this objectivity conserves within itself the subjectivity of the self. The answer is immediate: the Dasein of the self, as universal self, can only be language, logos. It is language that comments on action and expresses conviction, it alone states the meaning of action. Language is self-consciousness which is for others, which is immediately present as such and which, as this self-consciousness, is universal self-consciousness. At the level of experience we have reached, the only adequate expression of self-certain self is not the act whose content always remains particular and contingent, but knowledge of the act by the acting subject. This knowledge is objectified in language. We have already seen the great importance that Hegel assigns to language. In the first moment of consciousness, sensuous certainty, language already revealed its nature to us, it states the universal and confers on it a sensuous presence, it is the authentic expression of spirit. 16 In the entire Phenomenology, Language accompanies every important moment of the life of spirit, it incarnates the originality of every moment. Following his usual practice, Hegel at this point again takes up the different roles of language in order to stress the continuity of its function. In the ethical world, language expresses the objective truth that spiritual self-consciousness merely actualizes, it propounds the law or commandment imposed on individual consciousness. This first form of language still lacks the self, as is required by this world. The legislator disappears in the face of the statement of what is valid in and for itself. Thus language expresses the commandment which directs individual conduct and seems to emanate from a force superior to the I. There is another form of language in this first world of spirit, and that is the complaint, which is a lamentation in the face of terrible necessity. Here Hegel is doubtless thinking of Greek tragedy. At other points, apropos of religion in the form of art, he will come back to language as a spiritual work of art. As we have seen, language also plays an essential role in the world of culture. For it is through its mediation that the I can completely alienate itself and the substantive state can acquire a personality. It is also language that states the laceration of the I that has become alien to itself. Only the literature of this epoch can express this spiritual division. 17 Moral consciousness cannot but be silent, since in it the self does not yet attain actual existence. But now, by contrast, it is language alone that universalizes the self that is certain of itself in its internal conviction. The content of the language of Gewissen is the self that knows itself as essence. It is that alone which language expresses, and this expression is the real actuality and validity of action. In effect, universal self-consciousness is freed from determinate action which merely is. This action, as Dasein, has no validity for consciousness. What counts is rather the conviction that this action is duty, and this conviction is actualized in language. In response to this passage, how can we avoid thinking of a literature which goes from Rousseau's Confessions to the Confessions of a Beautiful Soul, by way of the Sorrows of young Werther? What is important is not what the self has realized, for this determinate action is not necessarily recognized, but rather the assurance that the self gives of having acted according to its conviction. It is this inner assurance of the self, in the Confessions or in Werther, indeed in this whole literature of the I, which shines forth, which emerges and becomes actual. This is the form that must be posited as actual. It is the self that is actualized as su.ch in language, that proclaims itself as the true, and that precisely within language recognizes all selves and is recognized by them. 18 Whereas the self becomes alien to itself and is alienated from itself in the language of the 17th century, in this new language the self states itself in its inner certainty as being universal truth. The beautiful soul. However, little by little we have left the particular content of an action to consider what alone here is actual, the I, simultaneously as specific I and as universal I in the Dasein of language. Acting consciousness was considered in its universal aspect, now it becomes a contemplative beautiful soul. We started our dialectic with Gewissen as acting consciousness, now we arrive at the dialectic of the beautiful soul. This dialectic will make us see rather a self-contemplation than a determinate accession in the movement of the beautiful soul. It is useful to follow the diverse significations that Hegel ascribes to the beautiful soul, which he borrows from the literature and philosophy of his own time. Thus we will see more clearly the transition from action to contemplation, a transition that terminates by making the beautiful soul into absolute self-consciousness which sinks into the void of its subjectivity and becomes incapable of any positive action because it refuses to alienate itself, to give a determinate and external content to the concept. The beautiful soul is first of all, as its name indicates, the happy soul which has found the means of reconciling through the beauty of its feelings a rigid conception of duty with the spontaneous inclination of nature. Such, for example, is Schiller's conception of it. It is a soul in which the most difficult duties and the most heroic sacrifices which it obtains from instinct appear as the spontaneous effect of this very instinct. In it morality has become nature. 19 Through an aesthetic education, Schiller tried to reconcile the two terms which Kant so radically contract opposed, freedom and nature. Although Kant had shattered the unity of human nature, he also tried to reconstitute it in a soul in which virtue would possess the grace of natural movements and nature would possess the spiritual meaning of moral life. Kantian moralism, the abstract idea of the universal and of law, would thus be transcended in a more aesthetic view of man. We know that the reconciliation of nature and duty was one of the themes of the early works of Hegel, who never accepted Kantian dualism. We ourselves have just seen in Gewissen spirit immediately certain of itself, spirit which does indeed reconcile within itself nature and morality. However, the beautiful soul is not only concrete moral individuality, it tends to become more contemplative than active. This evolution may perhaps have been prefigured in its aesthetic formation, it is indeed moral genius which has vitality in its concept, and here, as in the Jena work, Hegel refers to Jacobi. Yet Jacobi's characters, the all-wills and the Voldemars, are not just active, they perpetually turn back upon themselves. The invention through action that was implied by moral genius appears in favor of a quasi-aesthetic self-contemplation. Above all, these beautiful souls are concerned with perceiving their inner purity and with being able to state it. Concern for themselves never completely leaves them, as true action would require. Hegel again insists on this point in the work we have just quoted. In the Phenomenology, the transition from moral genius to self-contemplation is clearly indicated, its action is the contemplation of its own divinity 2-0. In addition to an aesthetic character, this contemplation has a religious one. What the beautiful soul discovers with itself as an inner voice is a divine voice, its enjoyment of itself is at the same time an enjoyment of the divine with it. On this point Schleiermacher, according to Hegel, raised Jacobi's subjectivity to a higher degree. The idea, of which Hegel subsequently speaks, of a community of beautiful souls, the kingdom of God on earth, follows the line of this evolution from moralism to aestheticism to religion, a religiosity which retains an aesthetic element, as in On Religion, speeches to its cultured despisers. Point 21. In order to provide itself with an objective consciousness of itself, the beautiful soul needs to participate in a community which states its universal self as the self of everyone. In these communities everyone acts according to the inspiration of his heart, yet each recognizes the others by virtue of the discourse in which the self is expressed and recognized as essence. What counts is less the action which, as such, has nothing universal about it, than the assurance that each gives to the others of the purity of his heart and of the sensitivity of his intentions. This knowledge of self as divine is religion, and this knowledge as object of intuition is the speech of the community which states its own spirit. Here we should also think of the conf of a beautiful soul in Goethe's novel Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Before writing the novel, Goethe wrote to Schiller, "Last week I suddenly had a peculiar inspiration which happily is still with me. I was struck with a desire to begin the religious section of my novel, and since the subject is based on the noblest deceptions and on the subtlest confusion of the subjective and objective, I needed a more intense concentration, to gather up my forces." 22. Goethe's beautiful soul is more contemplative than ascetive, it is contract opposed to the active Christian which Goethe described in the person of Natalie. The destiny of man is to be active, and every interval between actions should be occupied with learning about those exterior things which subsequently facilitate activity. Again, doesn't Goethe say in this work, "I revere the man who knows what he wants, progresses without stopping, knows the means with which to realize his goal and is able to understand and utilize those means." So we should not be surprised at Novalis' judgment, whom Hegel perhaps intended to portray in the last features of his figure of the beautiful soul on Goethe's novel. After praising it profoundly, as did the entire Romantic generation, he criticized the prosaic meaning behind its poetic facade. Goethe rejects the subjective idealism which neglects objective nature and concrete action in the world. The beautiful soul can only exhaust itself within itself, and in this transparent purity vanish like a formless vapor which dissolves in the air. In the Phenomenology, Hegel reproduces the entire evolution of the beautiful soul, and he insists above all on its contemplative character. It is subjectivity elevated to universality but incapable of going outside itself and, by truly acting, of transforming its thought into being and of giving itself over to absolute difference. The portrait of the beautiful soul, that of Christ in the early works, did not have the pejorative nuance that it has in the Phenomenology. In order not to lose its purity, the beautiful soul of the early writings refused to confront the tiny, it declined to defend its independence in the world, as an active soul engaged in struggle, but it did not have the cowardice of the passive soul incapable of defending its rights. To avoid this dilemma, it did not locate its rights in the things of the world, it refused power and wealth, and above all sought the kingdom of God in the intimacy of its heart. 23 However, this flight from destiny experienced the most terrible of destinies. Its separation from the world was its destiny, and the greatest innocence was not incompatible with the greatest sin. In the Phenomenology, the portrait of the beautiful soul has an entirely different signification, but it retains the features we have just sketched. The beautiful soul is still this flight from destiny, this refusal of action in the world, a refusal which culminates in the loss of self. Thus, by contrast with acting Gewissen, the beautiful soul incarnates the subjectivity that satisfies itself within itself, and through this haughty subjectivity preserves the universality of spirit which the language of conviction has already manifested. It becomes not the intuition of the divine, which still supposes the distinction between essence the divine and the self, but rather the self-intuition of the divine, absolute self-consciousness. But this self-consciousness has lost its consciousness, the object that appears to it is no longer distinct from itself. It loses all truth in subjective certainty, in possessing the absolute intuition I equals I, which Fichte denied to man but which Novalis granted himself. As consciousness, it is divided into the opposition between the self and the object which, for it, is essence, but this object is precisely that which is perfectly transparent, it is itself, and consciousness of it is only self-knowledge. All life and all spiritual essentiality have returned within the self. 66. Self-consciousness of absolute life no longer has an object, it sinks into the darkness in the midst of which substance has wholly been transformed into subject. Thus Novalis persisted in stubborn impotence. In ascribing to himself substantiveness. In transforming his thought into being. He preferred this inner night to the distinct light of day, and said of himself, "An ineffable solitude surrounds me since the death of Sophie, with her, the entire world died for me, I am no longer from here below." But, in this self-consciousness which does not allow itself any alienation, the self that is object cannot be in and for itself, it is only the dying echo of a self for which the world is but its own speech coming back to it without having received the imprint of an authentic objectivity. Nor does consciousness have a Dasein, for the objective element does not manage to be a negative of actual self any more than the self manages to arrive at actuality. It lacks the strength to alienate itself, the strength to make itself into a thing and to support being. In the conclusion of the Phenomenology, apropos of absolute knowledge, Hegel returns to this notion of the beautiful soul. Self-certain spirit attains absolute truth only through unity with its alienation. It is not the subjectivity of the beautiful soul, which embraces within itself the entire substantiveness of spirit and reduces it to itself, that is the last word of philosophy, but rather both this universal subjectivity and the partiality of concrete action taken together. The beautiful soul and Gewissen as acting consciousness must be reconciled. What we have just considered, that is, the reconciliation of two moments of spirit, each of which is insufficient by itself, finally leads us to absolute spirit. The beautiful soul represents the universality of spirit which is certain of itself but which is determinate because it opposes the partiality of action. On the other hand, Gewissen, of which we spoke originally, represents acting but determinate spirit because its action is necessarily finite and limited. These two forms of the I certain of itself must each recognize its limit. Acting consciousness must discover within itself the sin necessarily implied by its finitude, and universal self-consciousness must perceive this same finitude in its separation from the finite. This reconciliation of finite spirit with infinite spirit, but falsely infinite because separated from the finite, is the supreme dialectic of spirit. It expresses organic reconciliation at the heart of the most rending division s. Such is the dialectic of the forgiveness of sins, in which spirit by itself becomes absolute spirit, and is absolute spirit only in its becoming so. 3. Evil and its forgiveness. A. The terms of the opposition. The opposition between nature and abstract universal as pure duty beyond the self could not be maintained. Spirit has become concrete moral spirit. But, starting from this concrete spirit which, in its immediate sense of itself, reconciles what the moral worldview contract opposed, a new opposition arises which appears to reproduce the one we thought we had left behind us. And that is just what the conclusion of the chapter on the moral worldview hinted at. Spirit as universal confronts spirit as specific individuality, for which self certainty is the essence relative to the in itself or to the university or sal, which is valid only as a moment. Thus it appears that we have made no progress. However, now the opposition has taken on a concrete form. More exactly, it is two figures of consciousness that are presented to us, each containing the two moments, the universal and the specific, but with different values. What is more, it is starting from G. E. Wisson, from inner self-certainty, that these two figures have developed. They have their common source in this certainty which is as much specific as it is universal, as much immediate knowledge as pure knowledge. One of them is acting spirit, positing in being its actuality as action and immediately convinced of the legitimacy of its action. The other is the beautiful soul, which little by little abandons the determinate content of action, declines to allow its life to be shattered and, in its pure subjectivity, states the universality of the I-acting consciousness and the beautiful soul, both incarnate in concrete figures, what the moral worldview restricted to a single consciousness in the form of an antinomy of abstract terms. At the level we have reached, it is impossible to speak of a pure nature of man, which has independent laws, but which is contract opposed to a pure universality that is no less independent. It is spirit that, as a totality, divides itself, and this division, like the reconciliation that it requires, is present in Dasein thanks to language. Spirit in some way is given as universal spirit as well as particular spirit. The movement of each against the other, as well as the movement of each toward the other, should have a presence and give rise to a dialectic which is as representative and as concrete as that of master and slave, or that of noble consciousness and base consciousness. Thus, despite certain appearances, the progress is considerable in comparison to Kant's moral consciousness. The portrait of acting consciousness and of the beautiful soul and the discovery in language of the Dasein of spirit allow us to contrapose infinite spirit and finite spirit within existence itself, and this opposition, through its own deepening, gives rise to their organic reconciliation. 2424. Apropos of unhappy consciousness or noble consciousness, we have already insisted on the character of the Hegelian phenomenology. It is a matter of arriving at a plastic figure of the moments of consciousness. The universal and the specific, infinite spirit and finite spirit, are two concrete figures of consciousness here. In addition, each figure has the other enclosed within it, and that is why opposition, becoming contradiction, and reconciliation, becoming identity, are possible. We are aware of the ambiguities of the dialectic which, following the text of the Phenomenology, we are now going to take up again, and we want to reserve the possibility of coming back to the plurality of its possible significations. This ambiguity, which opens the door to diverse interpretations, undoubtedly constitutes the richness of this philosophical text, but it is none the less troublesome for the historian. It is precisely the character of this dialectic, simultaneously representative and concrete, that conceals its ambiguities. Like Hegel, we will begin with sinful consciousness and then consider the other consciousness, which in this opposition becomes judging consciousness. But sinful consciousness is nothing other than what we have called Gewissen or good conscience, which, through a sort of internal reversal, must now become bad conscience. One thinks of the witticism of a contemporary philosopher, good conscience is never anything but a refusal to listen to conscience. 25. How can this consciousness, which knows immediately what it must do in this situation or in another, which is existentially linked to a concrete situation, become a sinful consciousness? There is a metaphysical postulate very often found in philosophers and theologians which might be stated thus: finitude is necessarily sinful. By virtue of the fact that spirit is finite, it is sinful. This finitude implies a limitation, an existential choice, which is confused with our own determinateness. To exist is to commit the sin of limitation and to have the feeling of impotence. 26. Thus it is that Hegel can say that only stone is innocent, since acting spirit must necessarily engage itself in the world, be something particular, and at the same time feels called on to surpass this inevitable particularity. This equation, of which one member is limitation and the other is sin, poses many problems. According to the sense in which one reads it, we interpret the very situation of man religiously or in a purely philosophical manner. We need not enter into this debate. Yet it is impossible not to discover in man this consciousness of a sin which is linked to his very existence, even setting aside questions of its origin. There is a certain narrowness to existence which constitutes its profundity, but which is accompanied by consciousness of sin linked precisely to this narrowness and at the same time linked to an originary freedom, that is, a fundamental freedom which we can neither situate exactly nor refuse. In Hegelianism, acting spirit determines itself by itself, but at the same time it demands that its own truth be recognized as absolute truth. The demand for recognition of my conviction by others presupposes, as we have seen, the moment of universality which thus is present in G. E. Wisson. Thus the contrast between the universality that it states in its words and the particular content of its action finally appears to it, and it becomes for its own self-consciousness of the evil which is in it, sinful consciousness. When it fills empty duty with a determinate content which it draws from itself, it acquires positive consciousness, it itself, as this particular self, procures content for itself. Wisson becomes conscious of the opposition between what it is for itself and what it is for others, the opposition between universality or duty and its own being reflected outside duty. Consciousness of evil is thus linked to the opposition between finitude in action and the element of mutual recognition between self-consciousnesses, which is an immanent demand. I recognize the universal by stating my conviction to others, and I await judgment. In addition, I know that the specific content of my goal is inadequate to this universality that I proclaim. If this opposition becomes fully conscious, it is what is called hypocrisy, and this hypocrisy must be unmasked. It is what universal consciousness denounces in sinful consciousness. In the first place, the movement of this opposition is the formal establishment of equality between what evil is in itself and what it expresses. It must become manifest that evil is evil, that is, that its Dasein is equal to its essence. Hypocrisy must be unmasked. Point 27. This equality is established. 27. We should notice the contemporary resonance of Hegel's analyses, the opposition between being for itself and being for others, the internal demand for my recognition by others, and the need to be judged neither by verbal recognition of the universal, since hypocrisy is, as they say, the homage that vice renders to virtue, nor by consciousness insisting on its own inner law. That this law is merely consciousness own means that it is not universally recognized. But duty has now taken the form of universal consciousness, and specific consciousness claims to go beyond its existential solitude and, at least by its language, opens itself up to universal recognition. See universal consciousness. Thus it is not by looking toward acting consciousness that we will find the means of establishing the equality we are seeking. Just as the consciousness of the master is revealed as the consciousness of the slave who ignores what he is, or just as noble consciousness ultimately appears as base consciousness, so too here universal consciousness in the form of judging consciousness reveals itself to us as identical with the sinful consciousness that it claims to judge. Let us therefore consider this consciousness in the concrete form of moral judgment. In the first place, this consciousness cannot manifest its universality merely by its judgment. When it stigmatizes hypocrisy as evil, it bases its judgment on its own law, just as evil consciousness based itself on its law. Its zeal already performs the inverse of what it thinks it is doing. It exhibits what it terms true duty, which should be recognized universally, as something that is not recognized. But we must go further still. This consciousness exhibits itself to us as being itself evil and particular, and it is by perceiving the hypocrisy within itself that acting consciousness will come to confess, will open itself completely to the other by a confession which expects another confession. In effect, by opposing evil it judges instead of acting, and takes this nominal judgment as a real action. It has preserved its purity, for it does not act. It is hypocrisy which wants the fact of judging to be taken for an actual action and, instead of demonstrating uprightness through action, demonstrates it only by the proclamation of its own excellent dispositions. 28 It thus places itself alongside the consciousness it judges. It is constituted like that consciousness. However, this consciousness that judges or contemplates instead of acting only contemplates evil, and on this last point it again shows itself to be inadequate to the universality it claims to represent. If it does not act, it is in order to preserve its purity as a beautiful soul and not limit the infant life within itself. But when it perceives evil in the first consciousness, it precisely breaks the concrete totality of action, separating what the life of spirit unites. Every real action must be viewed as a concrete whole. Here Hegel thinks mainly of men of action and of the petty explanations that the consciousness of the mob has frequently given for their acts, that is, every real action is particular because it is linked to such and such a given individual ity, but in its scope and general signification it is also universal in the sense of the concrete universal. Human action is always passion as well as action. Nothing great is done without passion. Human action is the limited expression of individuality, and within its limit it is passion, but it is also the expression of spirit which acts through this individuality, and in that respect it is universal action. 29 Consciousness that judges shatters the concrete and living whole. It illuminates action only in the light of particularity and pettiness. In the act of a great man, it denounces the impure motivations which are merely a moment of action. It does not see that the great man has willed what he has done and has done what he has willed, and tries to explain everything by the love of glory or the search for worldly or celestial felicity. There are no heroes for the valet de chambre. Hegel quotes Napoleon's statement with the comment that inspired Goethe several years later, not because the former is not a hero, but because the latter is a valet de chambre. In the same way, for judgment there is no action in which it cannot contrapose the specific aspect of individuality to the universal aspect of the action and thus play the role of morality's valet de chambre with respect to the person who acts. That is because infinite spirit exists only through finite spirit and, conversely, finite spirit exists only through perpetually surpassing itself. 30 When it sees itself in the consciousness that judges it, as in a mirror, consciousness engaged in action admits to the evil within it and opens itself to reconciliation. Its admission is a recognition of the continuity of its I with the other I. In return it expects the same admission, which would express their identity. But that is not what happens. Judging consciousness persists in its judgment. It becomes the hard heart which confirms itself as evil by this absolute will to isolation, this rupture of continuity with others. Thus this universal consciousness, the beautiful soul which does not act, the consciousness which judges instead of acting, the hard heart which withdraws into its haughty silence, becomes the opposite of itself. Instead of being the continuity of the universal, in its inner self it becomes the discontinuity of the purely specific, because it has refused to open itself to the world, to consent to being. If it persists in its haughty attitude it degenerates, as did the beautiful soul, into a pure being, but a being without spirit. However, since equality has now been established, to break the hard heart and raise it to universality is the same movement that has already been expressed through consciousness confessing. The yes of pardon which surges forth is the word of reconciliation, the recognition of the I in the other I, a remission of sins which causes absolute spirit to appear via this reciprocal exchange. Absolute spirit is neither abstract infinite spirit which is opposed to finite spirit, nor finite spirit which persists in its finitude and always remains on this side and a of its other, it is the unity and the opposition of these two ones. Thus the equation I equals I assumes all its concrete signification if we insist on its duality as much as on its unity. The yes of reconciliation in which the two f's mutually give up their opposed Dasein is the Dasein of the I extended to duality, the I, which remains the same as itself and which, in its complete alienation and its complete opposite is certain of itself. This yes is God manifesting himself in the midst of those who know themselves as pure knowledge. Signification of this dialectic. We have already indicated the wealth and ambiguity of the Hegelian dialectic of the forgiveness of sins. This is the place to come back to it. What meaning should we ascribe to this Christian dogma which, along with the Trinity and the Incarnation, Hegel makes one of the bases of his philosophical thought? Hegel is not a mystic. In Christian thought and in the sacred texts he is looking less for a religious experience than for a philosophical symbol. Already in his early works, which we would today call existential, and in which the philosophical interpretation is less apparent, what he asks of these religious texts is a more direct knowledge of human nature. These texts do indeed present him with a living dialectic on which his own philosophical dialectic will be modeled. When we speak of the ambiguity of the thesis of the remission of sins, we do not mean to say that its general philosophical signification is unclear, but rather that surrounding this philosophical signification there subsists a halo of concrete significations whose richness delights the commentator and alternatively whose multiplicity of possible interpretations brings him to despair. If it were merely a question of clarifying the philosophical scope of the opposition and reconciliation of infinite spirit and finite spirit, of the universal and the specific, the task would be easy, but Hegel's concrete presentation of them, which varies from one work to the next, cannot be considered as useless drapery. It is perhaps what we are most sensitive to today. The Hegelian dialectic, like poetry, is not independent of its form. The dialectic of the remission of sins was presented for the first time in the Frankfurt fragment entitled The Spirit of Christianity and Its Fate, the same fragment which contains the portrait of the beautiful soul to which we alluded above. 31 From the point of view of justice, contractopposing the universal of the law to criminal action, no reconciliation appears possible. What is done, the criminal will always be a criminal. Before the law, the criminal is nothing but a criminal, but just as the latter is only a fragment of human nature, so too the former. If the law were a whole and an absolute, then the criminal would be only a criminal. But the sinner is a man, not an existing sin. By his act, he himself has called forth this hostile destiny in which he is foundering, and by confronting his destiny he raises himself above it. 32 Infinite life has been divided by action and aspires to a reconciliation, for that life still exists in the criminal. It is this discovery of life as love that is Christ's sublimity. Wherever Christ found faith, he expressed himself forthrightly, saying, "Your sins are forgiven you," since for him faith signified the understanding of spirit by spirit, elevation above the law and above destiny. Christ had confidence in the spirit which did not yet exist for the believing sinner but toward which he was heading. To say that Jesus recognized those who possessed harmony, love, within themselves, and thus went beyond their destiny, he didn't need a piecemeal understanding of human nature, means that he discovered the immanence of infinite life at the heart of finite life. The Jews, on the contrary, could not understand the pardon of sins because for them there was an absolute separation. They had alienated all harmony, all love and had placed them in an alien being. 33. The idea that emerges from this passage is that of a living reconciliation substituted for a dead opposition. The fact still subsists, but as a past that awaits its meaning from the future, a wound that can be healed, as Hegel says in a slightly different tone in the passage from the Phenomenology on which we are commenting. The wounds of spirit heal without leaving scars. The facts are not imperishable, but the spirit absorbs them within itself, and the aspect of specificity that is present in facts, either as intention or as its existing one negativity and its limit in the element of Dasein, disappears immediately. Like all romantics, Hegel wants to think through the immanence of the infinite in the finite. But this leads him to a tragic philosophy of history. Infinite spirit should not be thought through beyond finite spirit, beyond man acting and sinning, and yet infinite spirit itself is eager to participate in the human drama. H's true infinity, its concrete infinity, does not exist without this fall. God cannot ignore human finitude and human suffering. Conversely, finite spirit is not a within limits entourage, it surpasses itself, indefatigably drawn toward its own transcendence, and it is this transcending which is the possible healing of its finitude. Thus Hegelianism poses the problem of the unity of God and man, of their reconciliation which presupposes their opposition, what Hegel calls alienation. However, the dialectic of the remission of sins presents a few more particular characteristics in our passage from the Phenomenology. It contraposes the judge to the man who acts and once again deals with the question of communication among self-consciousnesses. The man who acts cannot isolate himself from others, from universal consciousness. He feels the need to be recognized, which, as we have seen, is the fundamental human need. Self-consciousness exists only through the mediation of recognition. The recognition of self constitutes concrete spiritual being. Now, moral judgment appeared to be as evil as sinful consciousness could be. Commenting on the biblical text, "Judge not, that ye be not judged," Hegel discovers in judgment, which is sometimes that of the envious mob vis-a-vis the great man, that hypocrisy and baseness lie hidden under the veil of virtue. The judge of the action of others speaks instead of acting and always interprets action as evil, instead of discovering in it its possible universality. He becomes the hard heart who in turn isolates himself from the spiritual community. Evil appears as this very isolation, this break. To the confession of the other, he contraposes the beauty of his own soul. The obstinate attitude of the character who is always equal to himself and the silence of the one who withdraws into himself and refuses to lower himself to another. So many possible themes are intertwined in this dialectic that the critic can accentuate one or another at will and show how they have subsequently been developed. The critique of moral judgment, the motives which can inspire it, and the impurity of which becomes manifest upon analysis are to be found, for example, in Nietzsche. Contemporary philosophy has insisted on the problem of the relations among self-consciousnesses, on the difficulties of communication and recognition, on which Hegel placed the greatest importance. As we have already said, the general philosophical meaning of this entire dialectic does not present the same ambiguities. We have indicated it sketchily. The moral worldview of a Kant or a Fichte situated the moral order, the good, beyond our world. Spirit is not realized here below, but then spirit resides perhaps less in what we accomplish in actuality than in the intention that inspires us. Such was the solution of Lessing, for whom the search for truth was the essential and was worth more than the static possession of this truth. Despite deficiencies and finitude, is it not the essential to aspire to the highest? Although this interpretation may appear quite similar to Hegel's, it is in fact far different. The whole long history of errors that human development presents and that the Phenomenology retraces is indeed a fall, but we must learn that this fall is part of the Absolute itself, that it is a moment of total truth. Absolute self cannot be expressed without this negativity. It is an absolute yes only through saying no to a no, only by overcoming a necessary negation. Dignity is only realizable by continual conflict and by perpetual surpassing. The true life of spirit resides in this surpassing, not in the consciousness of sin which is always located within the limits and denying, nor in the consciousness of a beyond which is always transcendent, but rather in the consciousness of the forgiveness of sins, of a reconciliation through opposition. 35 Such is the meaning that we should give to I=1. In the lectures on the philosophy of religion, Hegel will express this conception in a sharper form than in the Phenomenology. The determination that everyone remains what he is lies in the realm of finitude. He has done evil, therefore he is evil, evil is in him as his quality. But in morality and still more in religion, spirit is known as free, as itself affirmative, so that this limit within man, which goes as far as evil, is a nothingness for the infinity of spirit. Spirit can manage things so that what has happened has not happened. Action does indeed remain in the memory, but spirit rids itself of it. The finite, evil in general, is negated. 3s. However, this text does not sufficiently stress the panragedism that we still find in the Phenomenology. Hegel's optimism is not that of Leibniz, for whom evil is only a partial point of view which disappears in the heart of the whole. Infinite spirit itself is not without finitude and negativity. At Jena, Hegel wrote that the infinite is just as uneasy as the finite, and that without the Calvary of history, spirit would be lifeless solitude. God is not posited beyond human history as a transcendent judge, rather, human history itself is a revelation of God. Starting with the thesis of the remission of sins, a new field of experiences opens to us, a J1.eu dimension of human experience to explore. This will be the theme of religion. Absolute Spirit appears to us, and it is the apparition of Absolute Spirit that the Phenomenology of religion will study. Historical introduction. Hegel devotes a long chapter of the Phenomenology to religion. Apropos of religion, he speaks of art. He thinks that a religion in the form of art, as a moment of the development of religion, corresponds to Greek antiquity. It is only much later that he separates art from religion and conceives Absolute Spirit in three stages: art, religion, and philosophy. 1. Religion precedes absolute knowledge. It is already the portrayal of speculative truth, but within a particular element, that of representation or portrayal. For Hegel, religion is not what it was for the Enlightenment, an abstractism, or what it was for Kant and even for Fichte, an extension of moral life, a postulate of practical reason. The moral idealism of Kant and Fichte had largely been surpassed by the writers of the time. Its insufficiency had been felt as much by Schiller in the aesthetic realm as by Schleiermacher in the religious realm. We have seen that in the Phenomenology Hegel criticizes a moral worldview, but to understand the difference between Hegel's conception of religion and that of Kant, we would have to go back to Hegel's early writings, to the time of Bern and especially Frankfurt. Whereas Kant tried to purify religion of every positive or historical element and to conserve its essentials in a practical philosophy, by seeing a schema of pure morality in the person of Christ, for example, Hegel, who several times rewrote a life of Jesus, attempts to integrate the positive elements of religion into philosophical speculation. For him, religion is specifically different from morality. As the religion of a people, it expresses a certain unique worldview, and the contingent and historical aspects of this religion should not be neglected. Man necessarily links his thought of the eternal with the contingency of his thought. 2. The consciousness that a people has of itself in history is what a religion can express, and as such it goes beyond the temporal circumstances that presided over its birth. Already for the early Hegel, religion is as much speculative thought as ethic. There is a spirit of Hellenism, a spirit of Judaism, and a spirit of Christianity, and to these different spirits correspond different religions in history. The abstract religion of the Enlightenment, or Kant's religion within the limits of simple raison, do not account for the originality manifested in religion, for the inspiration expressed in the self-consciousness of spirit. 3. It was through this reflection on religion, which is not particularly mystical for Hegel, but which does not yet know itself as reflection, that his own thought was formed. Under the influence of his co-disciple and friend Hölderlin, he sought to recover the spiritual meaning of Greek fantasy and myths, the religious sense of Greek tragedy. Like the Schiller of the Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Man, he saw in beauty the reconciliation to which Kant aspired, but which his analytic method never allowed him to encounter. Beauty and only beauty can show that passivity does not exclude activity, that matter does not exclude form, nor limitation infinity. For Greek paganism had an intuition of humanity which was expressed in its gods, and its religion was essentially a work of art. We will come upon this conception again in the Phenomenology when Hegel introduces, between the natural religion suitable to the peoples of the Orient and Christianity, an art religion which Schleiermacher had vainly attempted to make explicit. Schleiermacher's On Religion is a work contemporary with Hegel's early works. These lectures on religion led in the same direction as Schiller's aesthetic letters. They contributed to orienting transcendental idealism toward an aesthetic and religious idealism. Schleiermacher's tone is completely different from Hegel's. It is the tone not of a philosopher reflecting on religion, but of a prophet seeking to communicate his spiritual enthusiasm to others. The preface to the Phenomenology, which alludes several times to Schleiermacher's work, contains a critique of this prophetic tone. But Hegel no more avoided his influence than had Schelling. He speaks of Schleiermacher in difference, and in his Jena article rates him more highly than Jacobi. Schleiermacher claims a special position for religion within transcendental philosophy. Kant and Fichte reduced religion to a pure moral faith, neglecting its speculative content and failing to see that it perhaps contained an original synthesis of metaphysics and morality. To want to reduce religion to what it is not to respect its originality, its specific meaning, is to show the greatest scorn for religion. Kant, who was so careful to distinguish between areas, ignored the area of religion which is an intuition of the universe. This intuition, which is the inspired expression of a community, depends on creative imagination which is, as Fichte saw, the highest faculty of man. You must know that the imagination is the most originary element of man and that everything outside imagination is merely a reflection on it. The different points of view of man toward the universe, his way of experiencing the presence of the infinite in the finite, depend on the direction of the imagination. Schleiermacher makes a remark concerning the ism which Hegel could have made: it is surely an illusion to seek the infinite outside the finite, the thing opposed outside what it is opposed to. 5. When Hegel speaks of religious thought developing in the element of representation, for example, he is perhaps influenced by Schleiermacher. But if Schleiermacher is careful to characterize the originality of religion in relation to morality and theoretical philosophy, his thought is much less clear when dealing with the limits of aesthetic intuition and religious intuition. For him, religion and art are like friendly souls that sense their affinities. 6. He speaks of religion as if it were music. Religious feelings, like sacred music, should accompany all man's actions. 7. Religion transforms the simple music of life into a harmony. He refers to priests as virtuosos, artists of religion, who communicate to the faithful the intuition of the universe in which moral faith and speculative knowledge mutually surpass each other. Hegel's thinking on religion, such as it appears in the Phenomenology, is far from these prophetic speeches, but it too sees in religion a higher form of spirit. Religion is spirit's self-consciousness. However, it is not yet absolute knowledge, for this comprehension of spirit by spirit is a comprehension in the element of representation, and that is doubtless why art is a moment of every religion and more particularly is characteristic of a certain form of religion. Hegel's hierarchy of natural religion, religion in the form of art, and revealed religion was perhaps suggested by Schleiermacher. But whereas the latter is inclined to elevate religion above the philosophical thought of religion, or at least tends to confuse them, Hegel merely sees in religion, as in art, the prefigurative representation of philosophical thought. Absolute knowledge rises above religion, which indeed presents true content. But since it is in the form of a representation or portrait, this content appears to the religious community as an alien content. The religious community does not yet possess the consciousness of what it is. In Hegel's work, philosophy appears enriched by all that religion has to add and particularly by Christianity, of which philosophy claims to be the interpreter. But by raising knowledge above faith, concept above religious representation, doesn't Hegel singularly reduce the scope of religion? Doesn't he himself open the path to an interpretation of religion which, like that of Feuerbach, preserves religion only to negate its essential elements? Religion, Hegel tells us, was already present in the previous figures of consciousness. How could it be otherwise, given that the experience of consciousness, even if it does not know it, is always an experience of spiritual substance? Understanding has discovered a supersensuous interiority beyond sensuous phenomena, but this interiority was lacking in the self of consciousness. Self-consciousness, as abstract self-consciousness, appeared to us as unhappy consciousness which projected its ideal of freedom beyond itself and which aspired to recover in objectivity the unity of itself with immutable consciousness. Finally, apropos of spirit, we saw a religion of the lower world in which destiny was the annihilating night while the self, reduced to nothingness, had not yet been raised to true universality. In the faith of the world of culture or in the religion of the Enlightenment, as in the religion which extends the moral worldview, consciousness knew a kind of religious experience as its own limits. And yet, Hegel tells us, until now we have regarded religion only from the point of view of consciousness, but absolute essence in and for itself, the self-consciousness of spirit, has not been manifested in these forms. If we believe this passage, then what characterizes the new field of experience into which we are entering is that it will be the manifestation of the self-consciousness of spirit. 9. This is the formula, ambiguous on more than one count, that we must attempt to explain. It will allow us to understand how religion can by itself constitute a series of original experiences, a particular history within actual history, and will lead us to what we feel is the essential problem in this dialectic of religion, the relation between finite consciousness, which portrays to itself the divine or the infinite spirit, and this infinite spirit itself. In other words, we will have to ask whether we are still dealing with the phenomenology or whether with the section on religion we are not already entering a noumenology. Religion is the self-consciousness of absolute spirit as portrayed by finite spirit. 10. That religion is the self-consciousness of spirit puts it in contrast to all prior experience, which was only experience for us, that is, for the philosopher, but which did not manifest itself in that way for phenomenal consciousness. In the first three sectioni of the phenomenology we have followed the development of an individual consciousness. With spirit, the object of experience became a world, and in itself this world was indeed spiritual substance, but it was not yet the consciousness of itself as spirit. It did not exist for its own self in the element of self-knowledge. This is why Hegel characterizes it as spirit in relation to religion, that is, spirit as immediate spirit which is not yet consciousness of spirit, and also says, those figures of spirit which we have considered so far, true spirit, spirit alien to itself, and self-certain spirit, together constitute the consciousness of the spirit which by opposing itself to its world does not recognize itself in that world. Only at the end of its development, with Gewissen and the beautiful soul, does spirit attain consciousness of itself as its supreme truth. At that point it presents itself to us as the Dasein of the ones which are expanded to duality, each I remaining equal to itself and in its complete alienation and in its complete opposite possessing self-certainty. It is God manifesting himself in the midst of those who know themselves as pure knowledge. Thus consciousness no longer comprehends a world or a beyond itself which is always displaced, as in the moral worldview, but rather spirit comprehends spirit, and this pure recognition of self in the other is the self-consciousness of spirit. Spirit which has developed itself from substance to subject has for itself become what it was only for us, it has become self-knowledge, and that is the starting point for a new reflection on itself. This reflection is characterized at the end of the section on spirit by the term God. It is God manifesting himself in the midst of them. This manifestation of the divine has a unique history, it is the source of a particular phenomenology within phenomenology. The words of Saint Bonaventure could appropriately be applied to it, itinerarium mentis in Deum. However, we may ask why the self-consciousness of absolute spirit gives rise to a phenomenological dialectic which in turn is presented as a series of imperfect figures. If spirit has become self-knowledge as spirit, haven't we reached the end point of the phenomenological development? Spirit has finally managed to discover itself, it exists and at the same time it is for itself, it no longer has a truth that is contract opposed to its certainty. Rather, within this duality, which is always essential to the concept of spirit, the two terms are no longer alien to each other and each is spirit for the other. However, we must note that the difference between actual spirit and spirit that knows itself as spirit, or between spirit as consciousness and spirit as self-consciousness, is not yet turned in on spirit. For those who have grasped the meaning of the dialectical reconciliation between finite spirit and infinite spirit, this difference is suppressed, but it is not immediately suppressed, when the concept of religion is merely posited. Difference between consciousness and self-consciousness of spirit. Spirit that knows spirit is simultaneously self-consciousness and consciousness. It portrays itself to itself, and it is this portrait of self which is susceptible of being transformed into religion until it is perfectly adequate and equivalent to what it claims to express. The object which consciousness contemplates is always spirit and no longer an alien world, but at the same time it is an object of consciousness, an object whose form is not immediately the complete revelation of essence. The different religions, which are also like aspects of a single religion, differ only by the form in which they present to consciousness the essence that is common to them, the self-consciousness of spirit. The series of diverse religions which are produced also portray merely the diverse aspects of a single religion, or better, of every specific religion, and the portrayals that seem to distinguish one actual religion from another are to be found in each. But at the same time diversity should be seen as a diversity of religion. Indeed, as spirit is located in the difference between its consciousness and its self-consciousness, its movement has the purpose of suppressing off even this fundamental difference and of giving the form of self-consciousness to the figure that is the object of consciousness. With religion, we have indeed reached a new realm of human experience. Spirit portrays itself to itself. It is for itself self-knowledge instead of simply being the consciousness of its world as was the case in prior experiences. The immediate unity of spirit with itself is the foundation, or pure consciousness, within which consciousness disintegrates. 11 Henceforth the essence of spirit is that self-knowledge which constitutes absolute spirit, for spirit is absolute only insofar as it knows itself. Its manifestation, however, is still imperfect in that it appears to itself under the veil of a form inadequate to this essence. But again, why does it appear to itself in this imperfect form, that is, by representing itself to itself as object? Is it not directly in its object what it is in its essence? Why is this necessity fulfilled only in manifest or revealed religion, in which the very form of the object of religious self-consciousness is identical with spiritual $elf consciousness? Why this progressive revelation, which is at the same time a unique elaboration of religious consciousness, a consciousness which is always that of a spiritual community? First, we can say that this progression is always necessary in Hegel's philosophy. It is only the concept of religion that has been posited. Spirit is now immediately self-knowledge, but this immediateness is always an origin. Spirit must again become what it immediately is. It must elaborate itself in this new element of experience, the form of this self-knowledge. Thus it is not only posited for us, but it itself posits itself. This too general answer includes within it a particular answer which is more interesting and on which Hegel insists in his introduction to the dialectic of religion. Spirit of religion is still spirit in the world. This difference, which we have surpassed ever since the thought of reconciliation, is not yet transcended for phenomenal consciousness. Actual spirit, for example, Eastern spirit, Greek spirit, the spirit of modern people's lives in a world, and as spirit within religion it is also spirit's self-knowledge. This spirit of religion presupposes all the moments of spirit, it is their simple totality or their absolute self. To the extent that they are related to religion, these moments are not represented in time, they become the attributes of spiritual substance which was their common profundity, the in itself into which they turn. But now this substance has made its appearance as a whole, and this totality is immanent in religion and in every particular religion. The dialectic of religion is thus positive. The phenomenology of religion is no longer the phenomenology of consciousness rising to the certainty that spirit is the only truth. It is spirit itself, which, having arrived at self-knowledge, seeks an expression adequate to its essence. Besides, only this history is truly a history, since only the whole is in time. It is this spirit which, as a totality, rises to absolute self-knowledge, and this movement, as the development of the whole, is a temporal movement. The succession of religions, of total spirit, takes on a historical form which is the expression of its internal development. This historical development corresponds to the relation of actual spirit and spirit of religion. Point 12. A particular religion, although it presupposes every moment of spirit, possesses a certain determination which expresses through its consciousness the spirit of the world which has in it its self-consciousness. For example, the incarnation of God presented in Eastern religion has no truth since its actual spirit lacks reconciliation. Every religion does indeed contain representations which are to be found in all the others, but what counts is the one which authentically corresponds to its actual spirit, the one it takes on and in which this actual spirit truly knows itself. The history of religions, that is, of the self-knowledge of spirit, is simultaneously the history of the world spirit which in religion knows itself as spirit. Here we again come on the conception Hegel had of religion in his early works, where he saw in religion the mirror of a certain real spirit: Eastern spirit, Greek spirit, spirit of Judaism, spirit of Christianity. But in addition we find that the development of this self-knowledge is organized. Indeed, the foundation of religion is the self-knowledge of spirit. The end point of its development must therefore be this integral knowledge of spirit as spirit, a knowledge in which difference, which corresponds to a certain history of the world spirit, is overcome. At that moment, spirit knows itself in the figure of spirit, and there is a complete reconciliation between actual spirit which serves as its object and spirit of religion, or between consciousness and self-consciousness. The object by means of which spirit portrays itself to itself is in the figure of spirit, it is no longer simply a symbolic object. Let us state this more simply. Our life in the world and our religious consciousness are distinct, hence our religious consciousness is still imperfect and our life in the world is still without true reconciliation. Our religious consciousness is imperfect because it uses the world in which we live as a sign or a symbol of absolute spirit. It is through the intermediary of this object which in religion no longer has the character of pure objectivity, of a negation of self-consciousness, that spirit portrays itself to itself. But this object, the actual spirit of history, is simultaneously treated as a symbol, and grasped as being inadequate to what it claims to represent. We come back to the difference we started from, that between consciousness and self-consciousness. Spirit knows itself as spirit, but consciousness, by means of which spirit represents itself to itself as object, is inadequate to this absolute self-knowledge, and must move forward until this object has become the figure of spirit itself, knowing itself as spirit. This object, as world spirit, actual spirit, is not yet reconciled with its essence, infinite spirit. To the extent that the spirit in religion represents itself to itself, it is indeed consciousness, and the actuality included in religion is the figure and the clothing of its portrait. But the full right of actuality is not respected in this portrait, its right to be not merely a suit of clothes, but a free and independent Dasein. Conversely, since this actuality is not full-fledged within itself, it is a determinate figure which does not attain what it should represent, that is, spirit conscious of itself. In order for the figure of spirit to be able to express spirit conscious of itself, the figure should be nothing other than that spirit, and it should make itself manifest to itself, or be actually what it is in its essence. Thus the highest form of religion will be a revealed religion, because then spirit will be given over to itself as it is in essence, because the actual incarnation of God, his death and resurrection in the community, will be the very Dasein of spirit knowing what it is, and at that particular moment, the world spirit or finite spirit will be reconciled with infinite spirit. It is this reconciliation, which at the starting point of this dialectic was merely ours, which will have become the object of consciousness. Actual spirit must ultimately become identical with absolute spirit, and absolute spirit must know itself in actual spirit as absolute spirit. Point 13. Difference and unity of the two dialectics. The dialectic of religion fulfills two different requirements, which must merge. On the one hand, it is the internal development of a self-knowledge of spirit which portrays to itself what it is as spirit and, at first knowing itself immediately, must progress to the point of giving its very form to its self-expression. Spirit is truly self-knowledge only by making itself into what it is. On the other hand, it is the reflection of a certain world spirit which finds an ideal expression of itself in its religion. These two dialectics are but one because the progression of world spirit and that of the self-knowledge of spirit are relative. The world spirit is the coming to be of the self-knowl edge of spirit as spirit. But in fact a religion does not go beyond the actual spirit that determines it. As Hegel says in the Encyclopedia, the correlative of an evil God, a natural God, is evil, natural men, men without freedom. The pure concept of God, spiritual God, has as its correlative free spirit. The portrait that man has of God corresponds to that which he has of himself and of his freedom. Thus the fact that religion is only a part of human existence and that the other part is the life of man in the world means that religion is imperfect. Religion is that part which serves man as a symbol for his consciousness and which determines his particular spirit. General dialectic of religion. The general dialectic of religion constitutes a progressive revelation of spirit to itself. The first moment of this revelation is natural religion, in which spirit knows itself immediately. Thus the object which serves spirit as a portrayal of itself to itself has the form of being in general or of the master as opposed to the slave. Of course, what constitutes the plenitude of this being is neither sensation, nor variegated matter, nor any other one-sided moment, goal, or determination, rather, this plenitude is spirit. This being is known by itself as all truth and all actuality. Yet this plenitude is not therefore equivalent to its figure, spirit, as essence, is not equal to its consciousness. Th's form of immediateness is not appropriate for spirit, its COR responds to a God substance and not to a God subject. That is why the second moment of this revelation is that in which spirit knows itself in the figure of suppressed naturalness or of self. This figure is thus aesthetic religion because it is raised to the form of self through the production of consciousness, so that consciousness contemplates its operation or self in its object. The world spirit reflected in this religion is the spirit of the Greek city, the Greek spirit. Spirit has surpassed the abstract immediateness of mere nature. In its own terms it has become finite self, the self which is a work of art but which lacks the depth of the first moment. These two moments are reconciled in a third moment. Self is just as much immediate self as immediateness is self. The Christian God, truly man and truly God, whose history is actual, replaces the Greek gods who portray the self as an objective work of art. Then spirit knows itself as in and for itself, and because it is portrayed as it is in and for itself, it is manifest religion. This development of religion is the coming to be of the absolute self-consciousness of spirit which, though at first immediate, raises itself up to itself by the movement of its own mediation, or reveals its depth. We come back to our initial definition. Religion is the self-consciousness of absolute spirit as portrayed by finite spirit. The portrayal of absolute spirit by a people or a community in history is the phenomenal aspect of religion, which is what allows it to enter into a phenomenology or a study of appearances. But on the other hand, the fact that it is a self-consciousness of absolute spirit would tend to make it a noumenology. Insofar as the dialectic of religion is a response to the development of world spirit which progresses to knowledge of spirit, it reverts to phenomenology, for each of its moments is an original phenomenon which is inadequate to the total truth, but insofar as it is an internal dialectic, a development of the knowledge of oneself and like a revelation of spirit to itself, it resembles a development of God and a real noumenology. Can these two aspects be reconciled? Do they not pose the fundamental problem of Hegelian theology? How can the viewpoint of finite spirit, that of man, be reconciled with the viewpoint of infinite spirit, that of God? Is religion the portrait that a finite spirit, man, draws of God, or is it the knowledge that God has of himself? For Hegel, the solution to this problem, however ambiguous it may be, is not in doubt. Religion is simultaneously the one and the other, and that is indeed what is indicated to us by what we took as our point of departure, the thought of reconciliation, of the descent of infant spirit and the elevation of finite spirit. Finite spirit, phenomenal spirit, is itself nothing other than absolute spirit becoming conscious of itself. That is why the dialectic of this relation dominates the entire history of religion. Even before absolute knowledge, religion is already the moment in which phenomenology is transformed into noumenology, in which absolute spirit reveals itself as such. MA7WS itself manifest to itself in manifesting itself to man. 14 Absolute spirit, God, is not beyond the knowledge religion has of it. It is not a lifeless truth situated outside its manifestation, rather, its essence is to manifest itself in time and by so manifesting itself to manifest itself to itself in its eternity. It is self-knowledge in and through man, who thus participates in divine life. This revelation is complete only in Christianity, in which spirit is truly known and knows itself as it is. In all other religions the manifestation of spirit is incomplete and symbolic, and that is why in those religions man is not truly reconciled with God. The problem is thus that of the unity of man and God, of the finite and the infinite. In the Encyclopedia, Hegel writes more clearly, God is God only insofar as he knows himself, but in addition his self-knowledge is the self-knowledge that he has as man, and the knowledge that man has of God is continuous with the knowledge that he has of himself in God. 15 Thus the problem seems to be displaced. It becomes a problem of knowing whether we have to do with a mysticism whose sources are to be found in Meister Eckhart and especially in B6HME, or with a kind of religion of humanity, an anthropology such as will be found in Feuerbach. Mysticism or humanism. Hegel liked to quote this text of Meister Eckhart, "The eye with which God sees me is also the eye with which I see him, my eye and his eye are but one. If God did not exist, I would not exist. If I did not exist, he would not exist." It is even more in the German mystic and theologian B6HME that we find the most extensive foreshadowing of Hegelian thought. In a passage from his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel opposes B6HME to Spinoza. For Spinoza, God is merely substance, he is not conceived as subjectivity, as subject. MON.TE.16 On the other hand, what B6HME is seeking is God as personal life, as subject and self-knowledge. During his entire life, the German mystic sought a reflection of God within himself, in the history of his subjectivity. For Paracelsus, man was a microcosm, for B6HME a microtheos. The mystinum magnum is the desire and will to manifest his mystery. Bohm's entire theology, Bautru has written, is an analysis of the conditions of the possibility of absolute person. One must indeed say person. God is not the abyss, the unconscious source of everything that is, he is self-knowledge. He generates himself within himself and discovers himself. He is simultaneously time and eternity. His MOUE is already what Hegel calls concept, absolute self. It is impossible to accuse Hegel of pantheism in the vulgar sense of the term, in which pantheism makes one term of the opposition disappear into the other. Self-consciousness in God supposes finitude, and finitude in turn must be reconciled with the divine infinite, must surpass itself into infinity. For Hegel, God is the truth that knows itself. The self-knowledge that man has of God cannot exist outside divine life. But if Hegel rethinks mysticism, he is no mystic akin to those we have cited. We may therefore ask whether the life of God, his self-knowledge, will not be expressed completely in the knowledge that man has of himself as universal self-consciousness. Is Feuerbach's interpretation, which absorbs God into man instead of absorbing man into God, the consequence of Hegel's philosophy of religion? As Feuerbach says, man, not Hegel's absolute spirit, is the center of religion. It is not I, but religion which adores man, even though it, or rather theology, doesn't want to admit it. It is religion itself which says, God is man is God. It is not I, but religion which refuses to admit an abstract God, a pure ens rationis, and the proof of it is that in religion God becomes man. L.1. But if Hegel does seem to lean toward this humanism, he rejects the complete reduction of God to man. He always maintained that to some extent man necessarily had to surpass himself. Man's greatest torment, a form of unhappy consciousness, is to be reduced to himself alone, to have absorbed the divine into himself. If God himself is dead, what remains? A profound thought which foreshadows the themes, for example, of Nietzsche and Heidegger on the absence of God and on man's necessity for transcending himself. Between this mysticism in which the life of humanity is a moment of divine life, of divine self-consciousness, and this philosophical anthropology which reduces God to man, what is Hegel's choice? He is certainly not a mystic, and although he interprets and takes up for himself the formulas of certain mystics, he already sees in them the image of his own dialectic. Nor is his solution an anthropology in Feuerbach's sense. Hegel speaks of the universal divine man who succeeded the God-man, but his thought remains equivocal and opens the way to the diverse interpretations of his followers. Absolute spirit surpasses finite spirit and yet exists only through finite spirit, even if it is true that only in this reconciliation is spirit authentically absolute because it becomes absolute. As a whole, reading the pages of the Phenomenology that Hegel devotes to religion, along with the discussion of art, suggests a human interpretation of religion rather than an absorption of human life into divine life. L8. Natural religion. The development of religion reproduces as a whole the general movement of the phenomenology. Natural religion corresponds to consciousness, in its spirit appears to itself in the form of immediate being. Art religion corresponds to self-consciousness, and in its spirit manifests itself to itself in the form of works of art. Revealed religion corresponds to reason, for in its spirit appears as it is in and for itself. At the same time, as we have seen above, each of these moments coincides with the real spirit in history. Hegel's erudition allows him to fill in this general framework, particularly in his last lectures on the philosophy of religion. In the Phenomenology only the framework is given, and the most interesting and most concrete developments have to do with art religion and the Christian religion. In natural religion, spirit makes natural objects divine. It is the religion of light, then the plant and animal religions, and finally the spirit of natural religion, still operating instinctively, constructing pyramids and obelisks. It is an artisan before being an artist. But here the figure of the divine begins to lose the character of natural immediateness which it had at the beginning. Nature has already unconsciously been surpassed and spirit begins to recognize itself in a work of art. In its immediate form, spirit appears to itself as the light of the rising sun. The existence given to sensuous consciousness is not spirit, but this existence serves as a symbol for spirit, a symbol which is not the result of a reflection. The immediate certainty spirit has of its being merges here with the no less immediate certainty of sensuous consciousness. If the depths of self-consciousness make up the night of essence, its revelation is the immediate manifestation of the sensuous world in the forms created by the dawning light. The Absolute appears as the Eastern light which contains and fulfills everything and is conserved in its formless substantiveness. As yet, this pure I is but a substance in which nothing attains consistency and reflects in on itself. Its determinations are only attributes which do not succeed in attaining independence, but merely remain names of the one with many names. In the movement of spirit, this Eastern substance must become subject, thus the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But we are still quite far from the setting of the substance into itself and its transformation into subject conscious of itself as subject. In its first form this substance is the negation of the finite, only what has been sublimated shows through in creation. The actual spirit that finds its portrayal here is that of Oriental despotism. The infinite and the finite oppose each other without being able to be reconciled. The Absolute takes the form of the all-powerful master whereas man has the form of the slave. This tumultuous life which absorbs everything into it is, however, negativity in itself, and it must appear as such in the midst of the finite, which borrows substance from its substance. The perception of natural forms, which are then divinized in their immediate being for itself, is substituted for immediate spiritual certainty. Infinity disintegrates into an innumerable plurality of spirits, some weaker and some stronger, some poorer, some richer. The being for itself within natural figures is not yet spiritual self. In order authentically to portray this movement of the divine in the figure of man elaborated by Greek sculpture, spirit must have raised itself above nature and have transcended nature through working on it. The absolute, in this primitive figure of being for itself, is at first imagined in plants, then in animals. That is pantheism in the precise meaning of the term, that is, the religion in which finite things are God. The innocence of a religion of flowers, which is merely the representation of self without the self, turns into the seriousness of a life engaged in struggle, into the guilt of animal religion. The actual spirit which here finds its portrayal is that of unsocial tribes, always struggling against each other. The animal figures symbolize these spirits of elemental groups which have no spiritual life other than that which the struggle for the recognition of their independence gives them. These tribes fight each other to the death and come to the consciousness of particular species of animals as if of their essences. In effect, they are nothing but one animal life separating itself from some other and conscious of itself without universality. Just as, in the development of natural self-consciousness, the truth of the struggle for life or death was the formation of the slave who raised himself to a higher self-consciousness through labor and service, so here above these spirits of animals which are only tearing each other apart among themselves, the artisan, whose operation is not only negative but also peaceful and positive, obtains the upper hand. Self produces itself and elaborates itself in the thing it produces, but at first this production of the self is unconscious. Similarly, understanding conceived of itself within nature, but did so unknowingly. This moment is that of the artisan spirit and not yet that of the artist, since the artisan has not grasped the thought of himself. It is a type of instinctive work like that of bees constructing their hives. Egypt, which at this date Hegel knew mainly through Herodotus and the descriptions of the Greeks in general, responds particularly to the religion of the artisan. The result of these abstract productions, inspired less by nature than by the forms of understanding, will be spirit's discovery, in its labors, of spirit. Unconscious work only progressively attains the portrayal of self. In the pyramids, the self is deceased spirit, which remains internal and hidden, or else, as external self, it is the dawning light which gives the works their meanings. However, the temple and the statue are elaborated gradually through the division and coordination of architecture and sculpture. The first portrays the in itself of spirit, the other its for itself. Architecture progresses from abstract forms to more living forms. The dialectic of the column mixes plant life and the regular form of understanding. This life is reproduced by the artisan as animal figures are in the first rough sculptures. Spirit is thus raised above what it reproduces. Animal form becomes the hieroglyph of another signification, that is, of a thought. Slowly human form is separated from animal form. But the work of art does not contain its meaning within itself, it is unable to express its inner meaning to the outer world, it lacks one language, the element in which is present the very meaning that fulfills it. This language is still too external, as in the statues of Memnon, or too internal, as in the black stone whose pure externality simply states that it hides an infinitely profound meaning. The internal and the external must be joined in a work which is the daughter of spirit. These monstrosities in figure, word, and operation are resolved into a spiritual figure, an exterior figure which has gone into itself, an interior figure which by itself exteriorizes itself, and they are resolved by themselves into a thought, which is Dasein begetting itself and preserving its figure in conformity to thought, a transparent Dasein. Spirit is an artist. To religion in the form of.art. The few pages of the Phenomenology that Hegel devoted to the introduction of religion in the form of art are particularly beautiful and suggestive, despite a certain heaviness of expression. Art religion is the ethical spirit's self-knowledge, the very spirit we studied under the name of true spirit. This real spirit is no longer the spirit of Oriental despotism or of 00. 8/ABSOLUTESPIRIT. Social tribes still lost in the life of nature, but rather the substantive spirit of a human polis which has surpassed the savagery of nature and which has not yet reached the abstraction and the torments of subjectivity. It is the moment of splendid individuality. The Greek city appears as a self-conscious work, a universal, individualized, and concrete spirit. One might say that nature is immediately the adequate expression of the spiritual self, whereas the self has not abstracted itself from its substance. The mores of the Greek city are the work of each one and of everyone. The populace which lives in this substance is a free people. This happy equilibrium is that of a humanity which is perfect in its finitude, but it is an unstable equilibrium, the youth of world spirit. Before this equilibrium, man had been crushed by nature and did not discover himself as man. After it, man will surpass himself and will have within himself a consciousness of his infinite disquiet. Between natural religion and the Christian religion there thus surges up this art religion which is the self-consciousness of spirit as finite humanity. But this self-consciousness on the part of ethical spirit is already beyond that spirit, it is its apex and at the same time the beginning of its decline. To know oneself, to come to consciousness of self, is to raise oneself above one's being. The spirit we studied under the name of true spirit, that is, objective spirit, is no longer that when it knows itself. Coming to consciousness destroys the immediate confidence which harmoniously united the truth of a being with the certainty of a self. It supposes that the self has already withdrawn itself from its substance and has entered deeply into its subjectivity. The beauty of ancient Greek art appears when spirit has raised itself above its reality, when it has turned back from its objective truth into pure self-knowledge. Thus this art is no longer ethical being, but rather the remembering and the interiorization of this being. This self-consciousness is self-certain spirit which laments the loss of its world, and which now, starting from the purity of the self, produces its essence raised above actuality. Much later, apropos of the history of peoples in general, Hegel wrote, "Thus it is that national spirit seeks to grasp itself in its most advanced action. The height of spirit is to know itself, to arrive not only at intuition, but at the thought of itself. Every national spirit must accomplish this action, but this accomplishment is equally its decline, and this decline marks the opening of another stage, of another spirit." 19 When Greek spirit becomes self-knowledge and reproduces itself in works of art, this remembering is the sign of a higher form. The evolution of art religion is its passage to abstract subjectivity, to pure concept which in this artistic creation is as yet only the form of creative activity. Such a form is the night to which substance was delivered up and in which substance transformed itself into subject. From this night of pure certainty of oneself, ethical spirit surged forth as the liberated figure of nature and of the immediate Dasein of spirit. This night is the creative activity of the subject who at first disappears in his work and does not yet portray himself as such to himself. This pure activity, conscious of its inalienable force, wrestles with the essence that has no figure. Becoming its master, it makes of this pathos its material, its content. This unity emerges as a work, as universal spirit individualized and portrayed. In this divine work of art everything which can thus be portrayed objectively will be. Everything except the concept, the absolute certainty of the self within itself. The Greek spirit is spirit which manifests itself externally but which knows spirit only as this capacity of being manifested. In Christian religion the revelation is indeed complete, but the revelation is more than objective manifestation, it contains the moment of negation of this manifestation, the depths of the night, whereas the artistic spirit knows only the life of day. The dialectic of art religion by itself leads us toward the revelation of subjectivity to which, through the knowledge of its substance, it has already raised itself in itself. This absolute certainty of the self into which substance has resolved itself must finally become the figure in which spirit contemplates itself. But then Greek tragedy, which as yet is only representation, will have become Christian drama, the drama of the life and death of a God played out in actual history. Thus this dialectic goes from the objective and transcendental work of art to subjectivity, from nature to spirit, from thingness to self, from substance to subject. The three moments of this development are the abstract work of art, in which ethical spirit appears to itself in the form of pure divine figures, the living work of art, in which man becomes the figure of the divine elaborated in festivals and games, and the spiritual work of art, in which spirit is present in the language of the epic, of tragedy, and of comedy. In its movement, language reproduces the development of substance as it is resolved into pure self-certainty. The epic reproduces the plastic figures of the gods, tragedy continues the living work of art, and, finally, in comedy, man knows himself as the destiny of the gods, he absorbs within himself the entirety of divine substantiveness and is happy consciousness, but also unhappy consciousness still ignorant of its existence. The abstract work of art. The work of art is abstract in its two extreme forms, sculpture in the portrayal of the Olympian gods and pure lyricism in the hymns. In Greek architecture and sculpture, spirit portrays itself to itself, the temple is destined to contain the statue of a god. This portrait or representation of the divine is abstract to the extent that it is pure objectivity and that creative spirit has ignored itself in relation to its work. The plastic image of the gods abstracts from the artist's individuality and is enthroned in its serene majesty beyond the disquiet of human events, both its greatness and its limitations consist in that fact. The figure of the god rejects the poverty of the natural conditions of existence, this figure is the pure human figure, which retains in itself only an obscure reminiscence of the reign of the Titans. The animal is lowered to the rank of a symbol, like the eagle of Zeus or the owl of Minerva. It is no longer merely elementary natural powers that are thus portrayed, but lucid spirits of peoples conscious of themselves. The Greek city pays homage to itself in Athena. However, this serenity lacks the activity that gave birth to the work of art, it is beyond its coming to be. And if the concept, as artist, or spectator, is sufficiently disinterested to declare the work of art absolutely animated by itself, and to forget himself, creator or contemplator, we on the contrary must firmly insist on the concept of the spirit which cannot dispense with the moment of being conscious of itself. In Greek philosophy as well, the idea is beyond subjectivity, it does not integrate the development of its conception with its pure and objective essence. Platonism does not incorporate subjective certainty into truth, though the former is the movement by which truth posits itself and establishes itself. Love is pov-erty, it is beneath ender, the thing loved. The aim of Hegelianism, by contrast, is to grasp truth as self-certainty. Thus the work of art is not for itself the whole become alive in actuality, rather it is this whole only when it is considered together with its own coming to be. The fact common to works of art, namely, that they are engendered by consciousness and produced by human hands, is the moment of the concept existing as concept, and is opposed to the work of art. Once more, we see the very particular signification of Hegel's use of the term concept. The plastic work of art was abstract because, as objective truth, it was beyond creative individuality. The pure lyricism of the hymn is abstract for the opposite reason. The fluidity of the hymn, which fuses particular consciousnesses with the operation of all consciousnesses, is pure interiority. The hymn is the spiritual flow which within the multiplicity of self-consciousness is conscious of itself as an operation of everyone equally and as a simple being. The language of the hymn is even more pure than that of the oracle, which expresses only the contingency of a situation and the arbitrariness of a decision which is necessary as decision but not as to content. The opposition between sculpture and lyricism, which Hegel stresses so strongly, was taken up again by Nietzsche. The contrast between Apollonian and Dionysian art already appears in these passages as it also does in the following ones on the living work of art. In them, Hegel is seeking the unity that mediates exteriority and interiority, and he finds it in the movement of worship. Worship culminates in the living unity of the divine and the human, of essence and self-consciousness. In worship, human self-consciousness draws nearer to the Olympian God who was hovering beyond it, but conversely, in man, the abstract God obtains consciousness of himself. From the fact that men name the gods, said H. 61 Derlin, the gods acquire not existence, but self-consciousness. The gods willingly reside in the depths of human hearts. The divine does not fulfill itself without man's help, and man discovers himself only by elevating himself to the divine. Thus worship purifies the human self and leads it to participating in beatitude. Worship does not imply in man the deeper consciousness of Christ's interiority that will be found in the consciousness of evil or of sin before reconciliation. Thus this purification remains external, just as the reconciliation of essence and self remains superficial. 20 In the form of the sacrifice, man renounces his particularity, and conversely, by that very fact the objective essence disappears. The animal that is sacrificed is the sign of a god, the fruits that are consumed are the living Ceres and Bacchus themselves. The sacrifice of man is thus reciprocally the sacrifice of the gods who give themselves to man. The gods renounce their abstract universality and gain human consciousness, while man renounces his particularity. Yet THA is still not authentic sacrifice, the Christian sacrifice in which spirit sacrifices itself as such to spirit, and in which the mystery of bread and wine becomes that of flesh and blood. The living work of art. The result of worship is the immediate unity of the human and the divine. The work of art is now no longer an abstract work, it is a living work. It is man himself who portrays himself to man, he knows himself to be at one with the divine essence. 21 The Bacchantes and the torchbearers are no longer distant gods, but divinized men. Man has taken the place of the statue, but here only the corporality of the divine is realized, it is exteriority without interiority. On the other hand, interidrit ap pairs in unconscious extravaganzas schwer mire, when the essence of nature reveals itself to man and participates in his self-conscious life while at the same time communicating to him its depth. In the mysteries of Ceres and Dionysus there is no secret, as is commonly believed, but on the contrary essence has become completely at one with the self, thus essence is completely unveiled and manifest for the self. In its metamorphoses, the earth spirit has become the feminine principle of nutrition or the male principle of virile force. Through the utility of being threebly to be eaten and drunk, nature attains its highest perfection. In effect, in this act nature is the possibility of a higher existence and comes close to the confines of spiritual Dasein. Unconscious extravaganzas and splendid corporality are assembled in the feast that man gives in his own honor, but this extravaganza lacks self-possession, and this splendid corporality lacks the depth of essence. Once again, the perfect element, at the heart of which interiority is exterior just as much as exteriority is interior, is language. This language is no longer that of the oracle, of the hymn, or of Bacchic frenzy, it has become clear to itself and poses the pantheon of representations in an element that is simultaneously transcendent and immanent, that of logos. The spiritual work of art. We have finally arrived at the spiritual work of art, which, in the element of language, will again take up and re-examine all the previous moments, the Olympian gods in the epic, the living unity of the divine and the human in tragedy, finally the resolution of divine substantiveness in the happy self-certainty of Greek comedy. At that point all substance will have been resolved into the human self. The divine is no longer realized in marble, but rather in the language of a people able to raise itself to universality. It is at this point that the Greeks obtain their most adequate portrayal. The Homeric poems, the tragedy of Aeschylus and Sophocles, and the comedy of Aristophanes together constitute a dialectical development whose general meaning is the return of the divine into the human. Human self at first is effaced vis-a-vis the world it reveals in its song, as the artist in the face of his statue. The world of the epic is that of gods and of men, but the bard who is its bearer disappears in the content of his song, which thus appears as a vast syllogism. At the top, One of the extremes is constituted by the Olympian gods who take part in the action without losing any of the two unchangeable serenity. At the bottom, the other extreme is the bard, who, as specific subject of this world, genders and contains it. His pathos is not the power of nature, but mnemosyne, the awakening of consciousness, the recollection by memory of the essence which previously was immediate. The bard is the organ that disappears into its content. It is not his own self that counts, but his muse, his universal song. At the center, the middle term consists of the heroes who are specific men like the bard, but who are merely portrayed, and thus are at the same time universal, like the free extreme of universality, the gods. The movement from epic to comedy presents the complete inversion of the syllogism. Point 22. In comedy it is in fact the specific self of the bard that has become the essential, whereas the universality of the divine world is lowered to the private and thus fleeting substantiveness of the self. At the center of this move tragedy most closely links the divine and the human. The self enters into the movement of language, whereas the divine is organized according to the internal forces of substance. Apropos of the epic, as one of his commentators has said, Hegel offers us a phenomenology of the Homeric poems. Point 23. He translated the language of the poet philosophically. The problem is that of the unity of two worlds, the divine and the human. By getting involved in the action, the gods appear to be superior men, whereas men who have been raised to universality by the recollection of memory in their turn become mortal gods. The unity of action, like that of the Greek world as a whole, is not an abstract unity like the unity of the Roman Empire, but a living and supple unity. However, this unity of representation cannot avoid demonstrating its instability, both in the inconsistent plurality of the divine and in the relation of these gods to men. The former, while maintaining their serenity in action, manifest characteristics so magnificent as to be comic, whereas the latter, despite the fact that they are the force of acting individuality, manifest characteristics of a tragic weakness. The seriousness of these divine powers is thus ridiculously superfluous, since men are in fact the force of acting individuality. And the effort and labors that individuality expends are an equally useless torment, since it is rather the divine powers that direct everything. Above gods and men alike hovers the abstract unity of the event, the movement of time which is stated in the objective rhythm of the poem and in the impersonality of its language. Destiny does not yet know itself as self. Point 24. In tragedy, the abstract necessity, which is that of the concept as yet unconscious of itself, draws closer to content, while the language of the bard ceases to be impersonal and participates in the content. The bard becomes the actor who intervenes directly in the drama. It is the hero himself who speaks, and the spectacle that is portrayed shows to the listener, who is at the same time the spectator, men who are conscious of themselves as determinate beings and who know, and are able to state, their goal and their rights, the power and will of that being. Their language is not that of common life, rather, its elevation and precision express the pathos of the hero. Language separates ethical action from the contingency of circumstance and in its purity presents the characters who express themselves in action. Destiny approaches man and becomes the center of gravity of his life at the same time that it elevates life above itself. The terrain of this tragic action is the language of the epic become conscious of its own dispersion. It is the common people in general whose wisdom finds expression in the chorus of elders. The people does indeed have its representative in this weakness of the chorus, since it itself constituted the positive and passive material of the individuality of the government that stands face to face with it. We shall not stress the conception of the content of Greek tragedy that Hegel presents here. It is the self-knowledge of the true spirit about which we have spoken at length. The powers that confront each other, each of which has its incarnation in characters who are simultaneously natural and spiritual, are those of divine law and human law, of the family and the polis. The division of the divine which appears at the center of each of these characters is that of knowledge and non-knowledge, of Apollo and the Erinyes, and their unity is that of ethical substance itself, Zeus, who is the necessity of their mutual relation. According to Hegel, Greek tragedy begins to realize the unity of the gods called for by the Greek philosophers. It is the concept itself which is divided according to its internal law into knowledge and non-knowledge, and which seeks its unity in the reconciliation of forgetfulness. But this destiny is self-consciousness, which has not yet found itself. However, self-consciousness, simple self-certainty, is in fact the negative power, the unity of Zeus, of substantive essence and abstract necessity. It is the spiritual unity to which everything returns. Thus we have seen the decline of true spirit into abstract self-certainty. The substantive world again discovers itself in the self, which is the negative power of that world. This negativity of the self finally manifests itself as such in Greek comedy. Self has elevated itself above the content into which it had been absorbed, it has become the destiny of the gods and of ethical powers, and it knows itself as such. The weakness of men and of the gods, in contrast to their claims, is the source of the comic. The tragic actor merged with his mask and raised himself above himself. Now he states the vanity of these substantive elements and reduces them to what they really are, finite moments which have their signification only in the self. Heroes cease to be heroes and become ordinary men. The actor jettisons his mask and appears on stage in flesh and blood. The divine and the human, which were separated in the epic and still in the tragedy, are now completely unified, but in such a way that only the human and the contingent subsist, and that the self can be ironic about the gods' claims to be ethical powers in their universality. The people, which knows itself as the power of the Greek city, offers the laughable contrast between its opinion of itself and its immediate Dasein, between its necessity and its contingency, between its universality and its vulgarity. In comedy, the people has lost its divinity and is ironic about itself and about its gods. In modern comedy the seriousness of Greek comedy is revealed, because man seems to elevate to the absolute what has only a finite value, money, for example, and the laughter is not on the stage itself but rather among the spectators who contemplate the spectacle. In Greek comedy, by contrast, the laughter is the actor's point. 25 It is the self of the actor that states the vanity of all divine and human powers by demonstrating their continuous dissolution, and also states the vanity of ethical formulas which, reduced to themselves, are nothing more than clouds, while the abstract thoughts of the good and the beautiful, when freed from the contingency of their content, can be filled with any appearance whatsoever. The ethical world has lost its substance, has terminated its movement, and has been completely resolved into the self-certain of itself. Henceforth it is the certainty which surges forth and which constitutes the essential content of comedy. It is happy consciousness, the return of everything universal into self-certainty. Consequently the certainty is the complete absence of fear, the complete absence of essence in everything that is alien, a well-being and a relaxation of consciousness such as cannot be found outside this comedy. The principle that expresses this joy can be stated as follows: self is absolute essence, but this self must discover its inconsistency. When it claims to attain itself, it finds itself alienated from itself. By itself finite, it is human, all too human. The truth of this absolute self-certainty is that it is the opposite of itself. It claims to be happy consciousness, but it must learn that it is unhappy consciousness, the consciousness for which God himself is dead. Thus it is the arena for a higher form of religion, Christianity. But in this dialectic of Greek comedy, we find a thought which continually reappears in Hegelianism: man is the truth of the divine, but each time that he reduces the divine to himself, each time he loses the movement of transcending himself, he loses himself. Hence the harsh phrase, God himself is dead. 3. Revealed religion. The transition from happy consciousness to unhappy consciousness, the end and the general decadence of the ancient world, constitute the historical presuppositions of the Christian religion, in which at last spirit will know itself in the form of spirit. Religion in the form of art led us from the knowledge of spirit as substance to the knowledge of spirit as subject. In the Eastern religions the absolute appears as the substance in which self-consciousness as such disappears. As a finite being, man is only an accident, his life is that of a slave, and universal being has no true relation with the self-knowledge that is awakening in him. This religion is one of fear and trembling. God, if we may call him that, who is already a subject of it, is beyond the finite, he is the abstract in itself. However, art religion has humanized this divine essence. Consciousness itself has posed the figure of the divine by its own activity, so that at the end of its development substance has completely alienated itself into the self. All essentiality has been absorbed into the spirit, which in the specificity of its consciousness is perfectly certain of itself. The proposition that expresses this relief like sin can be stated thus: the self is absolute essence. But the self in question is only abstract negation, or again, self discovers itself only as finite self, as self deprived of spirit. The joy of the unshakable self-certainty which appears in the audacious and formal affirmation of Stoic consciousness must degenerate into the consciousness of the total loss of the divine through the unassuageable disquiet of skeptic consciousness. In reality, this loss is the disappearance of the ethical world, which is now but a memory in the Roman pantheon. Confidence in the eternal laws of the gods has become mute, as has confidence in the oracles which were supposed to know the particular. Now the statues are corpses from which the life-giving soul has fled, the hymns are words deserted by faith. The tables of the gods are bare of spiritual food and drink, and the games and festivals no longer restore to consciousness the blissful unity of itself with essence. Destiny has merely preserved this past world in the interiority of memory and the universality of thought, but by that very fact it has made possible the birth of spirit conscious of itself as spirit. This birth has a double origin. On the one hand it results from the alienation of substance, whose realization we have seen in art religion; on the other hand it results from the opposite movement, during which the self alienates itself, and rises to ESSF, NCE. Thus essence turns into self-consciousness while self-consciousness turns into essence. The historical presence of Christ, true man and true God, expresses this double movement. In him God, as abstract essence, becomes self-consciousness, no longer through the mediation of producing consciousness but immediately, in accord with the sensuous necessity which reveals that divine nature and human nature are identical. But in God man also elevates himself to essence and surpasses himself as mere finitude. This is an alienation that is the converse of the preceding one, that of the self which reinstates substance, not so that the consciousness of spirit is led back to its starting point, natural religion, but rather so that this conversion is actualized for and through self-consciousness itself. The alienation of self-certainty is already expressed in unhappy consciousness. The tragic destiny of the self of happy consciousness is to be unable to find itself when it seeks itself. It is beyond itself, and when it thinks it has reached itself, it discovers it has become lost. As self-consciousness, man thus alienates his self-certainty, he makes of it a beyond, an immutable essence. But because of the indivisible unity of being for itself, this alienation remains conscious, so that it is conserved aufgehoben in this alienation of self and remains the subject of its substance. But unhappy consciousness is only a historical precondition of Christianity. It is the torment of subjectivity which would like to renounce itself and discover again in objectivity the unity of essence and self-consciousness that is its content. This is the content that the revelation of Christ, his birth, life, death, and resurrection in the community, presents in actuality. By studying unhappy consciousness as such, we have seen only one aspect of the Christian religion. We have had to leave aside the movement of the in itself or of essence revealing itself to man as unity, a unity in which specific self becomes substantive, while substance becomes self. This unity, let us repeat, is not imagined in being, it is not an interpretation that would allow any doubts to remain concerning the basis of things, it is not an inner meaning fantastically attributed both to nature and to history. An inner meaning other than that which they offer immediately to consciousness in their manifestation; rather, this unity is an immediate revelation. It is quite true that the concept originated for us by going from sensuous certainty to understanding, but what was for us must also be for the consciousness of spirit and for its immediate consciousness. Necessity. That has been thought through is distinct from immediate necessity, but this distinction disappears in the concept what is thought through as necessary must also appear and manifest itself in experience. There is nothing that is not in human experience. The moment of historical positivity is contained in the nature of the concept, which is what alienates itself and turns itself into Dasein while also remaining concept in its Dasein. When the real-world spirit has arrived at this knowledge of the unity of human nature and divine nature, this unity must still become positive for the consciousness of spirit. This positivity is the sensuous presence of Christ. He who has seen me has seen the Father. Believing consciousness sees, touches, and hears this divinity. It sees a human self-consciousness, but at the same time it sees God, for both essence and sensuous Dasein are present in this human self-consciousness. The lowliest is at the same time the highest. The fact that supreme essence becomes seen, heard, and so on, as a self-consciousness in the element of being is in fact the perfection of its concept, and through this perfection the essence is just as much immediately there as it is essence. Point 27. What comes toward being in this way, not only for us or in itself but for its own self, is the concept qua concept. It is given to intuition as the unity of substance and subject, of the sensuous and the spiritual, of the universal and the particular, of the infinite and the finite. In this unity God is known as spirit, for only in spirit is the man-God unity. Spirit indeed is the knoll edge of oneself in one's alienation. It is the essence that is the movement of retaining in its being other spirits' equality with itself. Thus being is not impenetrable immediateness, it is essence, but it is not merely essence qua unchanging equality with itself, its own infinity in opposition to finite human consciousness. Being is essence which is immediate presence, and in this presence it is the negation of itself, thus as self it is both this particular self and universal self. Now this is precisely what revealed religion knows. The hopes and expectations of the preceding world only progressed toward this revelation in order to attain the intuition of what absolute essence is and to discover itself in it. The joy of contemplating itself in absolute essence comes to self-consciousness and captures the N-world, for self-consciousness is spirit. Consequently the knowledge of Christ, all that is positive in Christianity, is not merely sensuous knowledge, but also speculative knowledge which is given along with this presence and which belongs to a religious community, to a church in which spirit realizes itself as universal self-consciousness. This unity of being and essence, of thought which is immediate Dasein, is the immediate knowledge of this religious consciousness just as it is its thought or its mediate knowledge. Here God is revealed as He is there as He is in itself, He is there as spirit. Thus Hegel will develop the diverse moments of the speculative knowledge of the Christian community. The unity of the two natures, human and divine, is not in fact a static unity but a development and a dialectic which precisely constitutes spirit as it now appears to itself. The God-man must disappear in time like every sensuous here and every historical here, but he is resurrected, transformed. Thus specific self alienates itself and rises to divine essence. Conversely, the abstract essence of God dies and becomes specific self. This unity is expressed in spirit, the universal self-consciousness of the religious community. This concrete spirit is the truth of the dialectic which religious consciousness thinks through, or rather portrays to itself. Indeed, the latter is not yet conceptual thought or absolute self-knowledge. Not yet fully possessing a consciousness of itself, it expresses in the as yet alien form of a portrait the spirit that it itself is. It speaks of the relation between essence and self-consciousness as a relation between father and son. It introduces historical events and a contingent succession where these are merely the revelation of an intrinsic necessity. We will rapidly trace this speculative knowledge of the religious community as Hegel presents it here. He distinguishes the reign of the Father, that of the Son, and that of Spirit, that is, Logos, nature and finite self, finally universal self, spirit in the community. Notice that this knowledge of the community in the language of representation is the text of which Hegelian philosophy claims to be the authentic translation into the language of concept. Speculative knowledge of the community. How does the revelation which becomes the knowledge and life of the community manifest itself in the sensuous world as a religion of the Holy Ghost? Hegel rapidly expounds on this question in the Phenomenology, but he is only taking up again the early works. In the Phenomenology, his thought is much more fully worked out, much more sure of itself, but what had been so striking in the Frankfurt Theological Studies, the existential relation with the sources of Christianity, with the Gospels, has nearly disappeared. The philosophical interpretation overlays the religious sources. Absolute religion is a positive religion in the sense that everything that is for consciousness is an objective reality. Everything must come to us from the exterior. Thus the sensuous is a positivity. At first there is nothing positive except what we have before us in immediate intuition. 28 Before it can be raised to the level of thought, revelation must first present itself as a pure given. Christian religion is thus a revealed religion in a double sense. It is the manifestation of the depth of self-certain spirit which appears to its consciousness, but it is also a given, which is at first alien and which self-consciousness must grasp in order to integrate. One must believe in spirit, and this transformation of immediate faith into a spiritual faith is the life of the community, which therefore plays an essential role in absolute religion. We have said that a philosophy of the Church was possible starting from the Phenomenology 29, although Hegel certainly did not intend the elaboration of such a philosophy. For him, this community is rather the first imperfect form of reason, of universal self-consciousness which elaborates itself in community. The disciples saw and heard the historical Christ who was still separated from them by the entire abyss of sensuous objectivity. His presence in a here and now had to be transformed into a spiritual presence. But this mediation, which is thought, was accomplished for them in the midst of the sensuous world. The past and distance constitute the imperfect form according to which the immediate mode receives mediation or is posed universally. The disciples must understand the entire signification of the dialectic of the sensuous here with which the phenomenology of spirit begins. The immediately present God must disappear, he no longer is but he has been, and this having been must become, in Erinnerung, the interiority of common memory, a spiritual presence. Only because the consciousness of the disciples has seen and heard him does it become a spiritual consciousness. Spirit is no longer separate from them, it inhabits them. Where two or three are gathered in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Thus spirit remains the immediate self of actuality but in the form of the universal self-consciousness of the community. The do this in memory of me indeed signifies the return to the past, but a return at a higher power, for the past has become spitty living in the community, mediated by the history of this community, that is, by its tradition which is not only a repetition, but a continual revelation. 1T is not the specific for itself that constitutes the totality of the spirit, but the specific for itself together with the consciousness of the community and what it is for this community. During the course of its history, this community will continually want to reform itself in order to return to its source, to what the God-man said and did. This need for reform is not without signification, but it confuses the original immediateness with the demands of the concept. Thus what this spirit which reveals itself is, in and for itself, is not brought out into the open because the rich content of its life in the community is, so to speak, unraveled and reduced to the original threads, for example, to the portrayals of the first imperfect community, or even to what the actual man said. Behind this return to the past there is the instinct to proceed to the concept, but this instinct confuses the origin, as the immediate Dasein of the first manifestation, with the simplicity of the concept. Only spiritless memories would result from this impoverishment, and not the thought of the spiritual self which has become the self of the community, the self which has become universal self, which is universality without in this universality losing its actual reality. The knowledge of the community is simultaneously its substance and its self-certainty. In it, this knowledge reunites the two moments that were presented in their separation during the itinerary of consciousness, that of the subjectivity of unhappy consciousness, which corresponds to the community's self-certainty, and that of the objectivity of the faith of the world of culture, which corresponds to its substance. 30. The community possesses a truth which is at the same time certainty. In other words, for the community the truth is not a content that is alien to it, the community is itself this truth, and this truth is itself knowledge. It is not by accident that we have encountered these two moments in a state of separation. By studying only self-consciousness, we should have come across the moment of self-certainty separated from its truth in itself. On the other hand, by studying the world of culture, we should have found this truth as the substance of faith, but without the self-certainty which then appears to pure intellection. It is in a phenomenology of religion as such that the two moments would be reunited, since religion is the self-consciousness of spiritual substance. However, the religious community is not the highest form of the self-knowledge of spirit. The modality of representation renders consciousness and self-consciousness disparate. Absolute knowledge will overcome this last form of disparity. The three moments of the knowledge of the community already exist for us in the element of concept when they still exist for the community in the element of representation, hence Hegel's double presentation. He expounds what these moments are in the portrayal of religious consciousness and at the same time what they mean for us. Biblical history begins with the creation of the world, but that is the representational term to designate the concept itself according to its absolute movement. Before the creation of the world, or rather without the world, God is an abstraction of pure thought, and for Hegel the aneinstraction is not our abstraction, it is at the heart of the absolute, which is negativity. Insofar as this pure thought is in itself spirit, it is not only eternal and simple essence, it is already otherness and as such it is logos. Religious consciousness portrays God to itself before the creation of the world as Trinity and introduces the natural relations of Father and Son in place of the form of the concept. For us, this logos is the thought of itself such as it will be seen in the speculative logic. 1. These moments are taken in their purity, they are the restless concepts which exist only insofar as they are within themselves their contrary and find peace only in the whole. But logos does not exist without nature or the world. What representation translates by the term creation expresses the movement of the concept. In the element of pure thought, being other is not really posed, nor is alienation as yet complete. Hegelian philosophy does not deduce the world from the logos. Logos and nature mutually require each other. God without the world, or pure thought without nature, is what is separated from itself. It is only a moment contract opposed to a being other. Doubtless this being other is already in the essence to the extent that this essence is logos, but this otherness is only the concept of otherness, in this simple intuition of oneself in the other. Being other is thus not posed as such, it is a difference such that in pure thought it is not immediately any difference, a recognition of love in which the two are not opposed in their essence. 31 But spirit is only actual if it actually negates itself. It is self only in this negation or mediation which, as absolute negativity, re-establishes it. Thus in the element of pure thought God is his own becoming other, his negation as nature. 1. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. In this element, which properly speaking is that of representation and no longer that of thought, differences acquire a substantive existence. Spirit is as if lost and has become external to itself. Nature is not only the other of logos, as logos is the other of nature, there is an essential otherness within nature. When biblical history speaks of the creation of the world, it means that the world cannot be conceived of in itself, that it is always posed as a moment. Hegel would later say that nature is, in itself, in the idea, divine, but since it exists, its being does not correspond to its concept, instead it is a contradiction which is never resolved. 32 God becorns self in the creation, but the world, insofar as it expresses this movement itself, becomes a finite self in the world. However, the world is not only the spirit cast forth into the integrality of existence and its external order, since this spirit is essentially simple self, this self is also present in the world, spirit existing there sind which is specific self, which is conscious and as other or as world distinguishes itself from itself. According to a romantic image, Spirit comes forth from the depths of nature and is nature first before being itself. This is why the state of nature or of original innocence must necessarily disappear. Religious consciousness speaks of an earthly paradise, and then of disobedience. It is by eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil that man lost the innocence that was his when he was lost in creation, but we know that he had to leave this animal innocence in order to become spirit for itself. So that it be in fact self and spirit, it must first become an other for itself, just as eternal essence presents itself as the movement of being equal to itself in its being other. This rending of human consciousness or this otherness which has been introduced into it is the knowledge of good and evil. Man, as the field of this opposition, and to the extent that he is for himself the consciousness of this contradiction, takes himself as evil and expels the good beyond himself. Thus he poses his difference from and his equality with God. Spirit knows itself in itself as absolute, divine as essence, but for itself as non-absolute, as being in the world. This contradiction makes it both self and spirit, but it does not yet know this. Indeed, this contradiction is not only that of finite spirit. Absolute spirit is absolute because it always poses this contradiction in itself and always overcomes it, which in logical terms signify as its negativity, in more concrete terms its being self or spirit. That is why religious consciousness can expel the origin of evil out beyond man into a fall of angels, but it cannot go so far as to portray evil in God, despite Boehme's attempt to see evil in him as his anger. Representative thought, which portrays, always grasps the terms of the contradiction in their spiritless exteriority and cannot understand that God himself poses his otherness so as to discover himself as self and as spirit. This thought occurs to religious consciousness, but as the event of the incarnation and as the sacrifice and voluntary death of the God-man. If Dasein is evil in relation to divine essence, nevertheless God made himself flesh. Divine essence humiliated itself to Dasein which is alien to it, but in the sacrifice and the death of the mediator, it suppressed that alien Dasein and raised it to itself. At that point, and only then, God revealed himself as spirit. That is why his death is not the pure and simple return to the original essence, to the abstract God or to substance which was all that natural religion knew. As death, the death of the divine man is abstract negativity. But it loses this natural signification in the self-consciousness of the community, which alone understood the resurrection, the death of death. Death is no longer what it immediately signifies, the non-being of this specific entity. It is transformed into the universality of spirit which lives in its community, and dies and is resurrected in it every day. The death of Christ is thus the position of the spirit of the community, universal self-consciousness. The movement that took place in Christ must now be executed in the midst of the community and must become its own movement instead of being alien to it. That is the passage into the third element, that of self-consciousness. Spirit is thus posed in the third element. In universal self-consciousness, it is its own community. The movement of the community, like the movement of self-consciousness, which distinguishes between itself and its portrayal, is the movement of producing what has become in itself. What has become in itself is the descent of the abstract and distant God, his reconciliation with human existence, that is, his being posited as spirit. The community in turn must reconcile finite existence with divine essence, by internalizing the death and resurrection of Christ. The relation between these two dialectics is this death of the mediator. What must be understood in all possible meanings is the phrase God himself is dead. The death of Christ is not only the death of the God-man, but also the death of the abstract God whose transcendence radically separated human existence from his divine essence. The life and death of Christ mean that the pure or non-actual spirit of mere thought has become actual. What dies is the abstraction of divine essence which is not posed as self. As spirit, God has become the universal self-consciousness of the community which, through the mediation of its history, raises its particularity to universality and makes this universality, within which the particular dies, concrete and moving. For its own self, spirit is the reconciliation which we encountered as the in itself of religion, and from which our dialectic issued. This self-consciousness does not die in actuality in the same way that we think of the particular being actually dying, but its particularity dies into its universality, that is, into its knowledge, which is essence reconciling itself with itself. The tragedy of human existence is not eliminated, as though one were to say evil is good. For, as immediateness, this is of judgment is found to be without spirit, whereas what is at stake is the living spirit. The tragic is in the movement by means of which finite existence raises itself to universality and dies into this universality, while in this existence universality becomes for its own self and shows through in that which dies. As Hegel writes in the preface to the Phenomenology, manifestation is the movement of being born and dying, a movement which itself neither is born nor dies, but which is itself and constitutes actuality and the movement of the life of truth. The death of the mediator signifies the death of the sensuous here below and in a that the disciples vainly tried to retain, as well as that of the unfathomable beyond Odella which would irremediably condemn all human existence. Through this death, substance wholly transforms itself into subject. God himself is dead. This harsh phrase is the expression of the simplest and most intimate self-knowledge, the return of consciousness back into the depth of the night of, which neither distinguishes nor knows anything any more outside itself. But since this expression is the torment of unhappy consciousness which has lost the substance of the divine, it is also the alienation of this specific consciousness and its ascension to concrete spirit which lives in the community. This community is no longer Christ as a specific figure, but the Holy Ghost in which the incarnation becomes eternal. The Christocentric point of view of the Bible tends to disappear to make place for this universal Christ which is the community. The divine man or the human God who is dead is in itself universal self-consciousness, and now comes so for itself in the knowledge that this community has of spirit, a knowledge that is its own self-knowledge. This knowledge is thus the spiritualization through which substance has become s object, through which its abstraction and its non-vitality have died, through which it has become actually both simple and universal self-consciousness. But as yet the religious community is only an imperfect form of absolute knowledge. Even though in this community representation comes back into self-consciousness, this return is not actual for it, it still represents the return to itself in such a way that the reconciliation that the community embodies does not appear to it as its work. The community is indeed truth that knows itself, but it is not conscious of producing this truth. Production of truth as a development or the self belongs to absolute knowledge. Its own reconciliation enters its consciousness as something far off in the future, just as the reconciliation effected by the other is manifest as something far off in the past. The nostalgia for the past, the fervent expectation of the future constitute the imperfection of the religious community which casts out away from itself the church triumphal, and awaits its salvation in a beyond which presents itself to it in the form of temporality. Specific divine man has the abstract God for his father and actual self-consciousness for his mother. Universal divine man, that is, the community, has its own action and its own knowledge for father, but for mother it has eternal love which it only feels but does not contemplate consciously as an immediate actual object. The community's reconciliation lies in this love, but love appears non-actual to it. What enters into its consciousness is the world which awaits transfiguration. The world is indeed in itself reconciled with essence, but this in itself is not given to consciousness as such, so that the consciousness of the world or actual spirit is, for this community, distinct from its religious consciousness or from spirit in religion. We have seen that this distinction which, like that between consciousness and self-consciousness, was the driving force of the dialectic of religion, still subsists. It is suppressed in itself for the community, but this in itself is not realized or has not yet become absolute being for itself. But what does this realization mean for Hegel himself? That actual spirit, the spirit of history, becomes its own self-knowledge, and that this knowledge of itself is presented to its consciousness in history, indeed imply the dialectical reconciliation of finite human existence with essence, but when this reconciliation is grasped as our work, this double requirement leads to a divine humanity which temporally poses an eternal truth. Aren't all the difficulties of the Hegelian system brought together in this last relation between the finite and the infinite, the specific and the universal, in the form of time and eternity? The Phenomenology presents the temporal conditions of this absolute knowledge of the self. But how can we conceive this absolute knowledge? What community succeeds the imperfect religious community? History presents us only with nations which live and die. In this life and death spirit again finds that it is that which is equal to itself in its being other, and takes refuge in the knowledge of itself which becomes its eternal self-knowledge, philosophy. But is philosophy merely a knowledge, or is it at the same time an act? These last questions must be resolved by the chapter on absolute knowledge, but in that chapter they are merely posed. In the works of 19th and 20th century philosophers, Hegelianism proved unstable as a dialectical synthesis. It opens the way to multiple possible interpretations. 35. Phenomenology and logic. Absolute knowledge. No chapter of the Phenomenology is more obscure than the one with which the book ends, absolute knowledge. This obscurity no doubt has multiple causes: the difficulty of the subject matter, Hegel's varied intentions, probably also a hasty composition which is sufficiently explained by the circumstances of the book's publication. Only these external circumstances can explain the fact that Hegel, when he deals with absolute knowledge, that is, speculative philosophy, condensed the entire development of philosophy into a single page, beginning with the medieval church and ending with the philosophy of his time. 1. The extreme condensation of the passage makes it difficult to interpret. Since the preface of the Phenomenology was written after the work with intentions similar to those of the conclusion, we can use it to help us in interpreting this chapter. For Hegel, it is a question of introducing the logic, or speculative philosophy, which is supposed to constitute the second part of the system of science, the first part being the phenomenology of spirit. 2. What is the originality of this logic, which in a sense is all philosophy? How does the phenomenology of spirit prepare for it? What is the meaning of this absolute knowledge which raises itself above religion, and how is religion surpassed? Why does this absolute knowledge appear at this era in the history of the world and no other? What role does time play in this knowledge, which in its essence is non-temporal? These are the main questions that Hegel raises in these passages. All are important for comprehending Hegelian philosophy. However, the main lines of the organization of the chapter on absolute knowledge are fairly clear. We have indicated them in a note to our edition of the Phenomenology. Through the reconsideration of certain previous figures of consciousness, Hegel begins by showing how the self has experienced itself as identical with being. This identity between self and being, which has been revealed concretely through the various alienations of the self and through the characters of being for consciousness, is the result of the Phenomenology, which culminates in the conception of a science which is simultaneously the science of being and the position of the self in being. Being thinks itself as self, and self thinks itself as being. This thought of the self, this ontologic, which is the thought of thought at the same time that it is the thought of all things, constitutes absolute knowledge. In a second paragraph, Hegel summarily indicates the characteristics of this science, which essentially exists in the form of the concept, and he examines the historical and philosophical presuppositions of this absolute knowledge. Then, in a last paragraph, Hegel, following his circular method, comes back from this ontological logic to phenomenology, to nature and history. Just as phenomenology is the path leading to speculative philosophy, so too, speculative philosophy leads us back to the experience of consciousness and to its development, to the alienation of spirit in space and in time. As we can see, the difficulties have to deal less with the general movement of the thought than with its details. But these details are essential. It is meaningless to say that a philosopher is an absolute idealist if we cannot see the exact meaning of this idealism. The identity of the one and being is a very general proposition which remains merely verbal if we do not specify its scope and its consequences. Then too, we have encountered the word concept in too many different meanings not to be suspicious of the interpretation that we might at first give to a proposition such as this one, Science, that is, Philosophie, essentially is in the form of the concept. With Hegel, the reduction of philosophy to logic does not at all lead to formalism or even to the intellectualism for which he has often been reproached. Rather, it leads to a spiritualization of logic. If we want to understand Hegel, it is thus important to interpret exactly this reduction of philosophy to logic. Rather than following Hegel's outline, we think it preferable here to grasp some of his questions in order better to bring out certain characteristics of Hegelian thought and to indicate the difficulties of interpretation that present themselves. Characteristics of the Phenomenology. We begin by insisting on the distinctive characteristics of the Phenomenology as compared with the logic. We will then be in a better position to specify the precise characteristics of this logic and the link between the two works, both of which express the entire Hegelian philosophy, but from two different points of view. Such as it immediately exists, spirit is consciousness. The element of immediate Dasein is thus the characteristic by which this part of science is set off from other parts. In this element consciousness is presented as duality. The immediate Dasein of spirit, consciousness, possesses two moments, that of knowledge, and that of objectivity which is negative with respect to knowledge. This distinction is characteristic of the entire phenomenology or science of the experience of consciousness. It is nothing other than the distinction on which every theory of knowledge rests, in particular Kant's transcendental philosophy. It is the distinction between subject and object, knowledge and being, for itself and in itself, certainty and truth. Hegel presents it most often in this last form. Consciousness is consciousness of an object which constitutes the truth of consciousness and which appears to it as alien, as other than itself. But consciousness is also conscious of its own null edge of this truth. The knowledge that consciousness has is overlaid with the knowledge of its knowledge, with a subjective reflection that of the self with respect to being or to substance. The disparity between these two moments is the motive force of phenomenological development. It is the mainspring of what is called experience. We insisted on this fact at the beginning of this book, when we examined the technique of phenomenological development. The distinction between knowledge and its truth is the internal opposition of the concept, for it is what disappears at the end of the phenomenology. Broadly interpreted, it means that knowledge is contract opposed to being, self to substance. Being appears to consciousness as alien to the self. For its part, the self, with its reflectiveness, is distinct from being. For this reason any philosophy that is limit to an epistemology may culminate in the thing in itself, in an opaque being which is impenetrable for knowledge. Null edge will always be subjective knowledge, understanding will always be our human understanding, and the basis of things, being, will be unknowable. In certain respects, despite Kant's remarkable statement of the problem, despite his thesis which grounds synthetic judgments and according to which the possibility of experience is the very possibility of the objects of experience, Kant never went very far beyond the subjectivity of Locke. The natural attitude of human spirit is a naive realism which then degenerates into a critical skepticism. 5 But the phenomenology has shown us that the object of knowledge is none other than spiritual substance. This is the spirit that comprehends itself in the universe, the spirit that presents itself to consciousness as its object. That is what the phenomenology has to reveal progressively during the course of its winding and varied itinerary. The knowledge of being was shown to be a knowledge of self, and, versely, self-knowledge has led back to the knowledge of being. Finally, reason, the synthesis of consciousness and self-consciousness, did indeed grasp being as thought and thought as being, but it did so in an immediate fashion. Insofar as this reason was the reason of the phenomenology, it allowed the internal opposition of the concept, that between the for itself and the in itself, between the subject and the object of knowledge, to subsist in observation and in action. This internal opposition of the concept, in Hegel's words, constitutes consciousness itself, which results from this internal requirement of the self that exists for itself only in this split. Self exists only by opposing itself, life is self only because it appears to itself as other than itself. However, Spirit becomes object because it is this movement, this becoming an other to itself, that is, becoming the object of its own self and then suppressing off even this being other. 6. We know that the entire Hegelian system starts from the intuition that absolute life is absolute only in the movement by means of which life poses itself by contractopposing itself to self. It is not Fichte's absolute yes elevated above every dialectic, rather, it is this yes only through negativity, that is, the negation of its negation. Life which discovers itself in the midst of the deepest laceration, therein lies the soul of the dialectic of life. Consciousness expresses this division in the opposition between self and being, an opposition internal to the concept. But if this opposition is suppressed by demonstrating the identity of being and self, do we not fall back into the immobilism of the Eleatics, or into Schelling's absolute, the identity about which Hegel wrote in the preface to his work? To consider a certain Dasein as it is in the absolute amounts to stating that we may well be able to talk about it now as though about something, but that in the absolute, in A equals A, there certainly are no such things because everything is one? Beyond the phenomenology of consciousness, is there no room for anything except a philosophy of identity, like Schelling's. In his 1801 system, Schelling, going beyond transcendental philosophy and in particular Fichte's philosophy of the I, rejoins Spinoza's ontologism. Intellectual intuition attains the self-intuition of the absolute, and this intuition can only be that of the identity of this absolute with itself. The supreme law for the being of reason is the law of identity. One absolute life knows itself, and knowledge is buried in this life, which is therefore the total indifference of the subjective and the objective. Everything, that is this absolute identity and not its manifestation. Being and knowledge of being are but one, and the law of identity expresses this unity. But Schelling does not manage to explain the differences presented in existence. Nothing, he says, is finite when observed by itself, and since philosophy considers everything by itself, it runs the risk of rendering incomprehensible the differences which emerge from the absolute and which are presented in experience. Knowledge cannot content itself with the in itself or with essence while ignoring form. Nor can differences be grasped as mere quantitative powers, as different degrees of expressions of the same absolute intuition. And yet Hegel takes up Schelling's ontologism in his logic, whereas the phenomenology cor responded to transcendental philosophy or to the theory of knowledge. But opposition, the essential difference, abstraction and mediation will not be absent from this thought, from the thought that at the same time is the thought of being. We no longer find the internal opposition of the concept, that of knowledge and being, but rather the opposition within content which will be presented in another form. Be that as it may, we still have to show the originality of Hegel's logic by justifying its dialectical character and by insisting on the difference between this dialectic and the one proper to the phenomenology, which rests on the difference between knowledge and being. Thus the phenomenology rests on a difference which is not that of the logic and which, at the very least, is presented in a distinct form in the two works. In the phenomenology, the movement of spirit to overcome this difference is what is properly called experience. For this reason we should say that nothing is known that is not in experience, or to express the same thing in a different way, nothing is known that is not present as felt truth, as the eternal revealed internally, as the sacred in which one believes, or whatever other expression one wants to use. In effect, experience consists in the fact that content in itself becomes the object of consciousness and links itself to self-certainty, to self-consciousness. Experience is the transformation of the in itself to the for itself. It expresses the necessity of making real and revealing what is at first only interior, that is, of demanding the certainty of oneself. The history of consciousness. The phenomenology of spirit is thus the history of its experience, the progressive revelation of spiritual substance to the self. Consciousness knows and grasps nothing other than what is in its experience. Indeed, what is in this experience is merely spiritual substance and is, in fact, the object of its own self. In the phenomenology, spirit stages itself as a spectacle for itself, it conquers its own wealth, posits it outside itself as its substance, and then brings it back to itself. Only then, by becoming the property of consciousness, is immediateness presented in its actuality and in its truth. We have already indicated three broad sense that should be given to the term experience. Wh in Kant was restricted to the realm of theoretical experience. The passage we quoted above is further evidence for our interpretation. What is at issue here is all human experience, theoretical, practical, aesthetic, and religious. Human experience allows the self to discover itself and substance to reveal itself to the self. This experience necessarily takes place in time, for within consciousness the whole, although not conceived of, precedes its moments. 9. Thus the concept appears to consciousness as an unfulfilled requirement, as the self which is still outside itself and in a sort of ecstasy. In relation to self. The point is that the substance which presents itself as the object of consciousness is not yet conceived of, that is, does not pertain to the self. It must be developed in an experience which links it to self-consciousness, to the concept, but then this concept is present as a possible experience. That is why time is the very concept that is there and that presents itself to consciousness as a vacant intuition. Time is thus the disquiet of consciousness which has not attained itself, which sees itself as outside itself. Time is the teleology immanent in this consciousness. Thus it manifests itself as the destiny the necessity of spirit which has not yet culminated within itself, as the necessity of enriching the participation of self-consciousness in consciousness, of beginning the movement of the immediateness of the in itself, the form in which substance is in consciousness, conversely of making real and revealing what at first is only interior. The intuited concept is time, whereas the content to be revealed is the in itself. However, this spiritual substance which is revealed through experience is not equal to the self of consciousness. But this disparity, which is the common source of their movement, pertains to substance as well as to consciousness. One can envisage this disparity as their common defect, but in fact it is their soul, it propels them both. The disparity between consciousness and substance is that between knowledge and its object, a difference which calls for a perpetual self-transcendence in the Phenomenology. But this disparity is also disparity of the substance with itself. What seems to occur outside it, to be an activity directed against it, is its own action. Substance is shown to be essentially subject. 10. Thus the object of consciousness becomes subject for consciousness. Its revelation consists of manifesting itself to the self as it is in itself. Yet it is essential spirit, and it must therefore manifest itself to consciousness, which finally discovers in its object what it itself is. Thus in the Phenomenology we have seen the immediate being of the beginning of the book present itself as a thing, as force, as life, and finally as spirit. This spirit in turn, the I that is a we and the we that is an I, has become for consciousness spirit certain of itself, infinite spirit, which through its reconciliation with finite spirit is the spiritual subject, absolute spirit. Absolute spirit finally appeared in religion and manifested itself completely in manifest or revealed really to I. On Religious consciousness grasped in its object what it is within itself, it discovered itself. However, this object still has the form of an object, it is beyond the self. It does indeed contain all speculative truth, but it contains it as a content contract opposed to the self. The proof of this lies in the nostalgia of Christian consciousness, which feels reconciliation but projects it into a far-off time. Its own reconciliation enters its consciousness as something far off in the future, just as the reconciliation effected by the other self is manifest as something far off in the past. This future of religious consciousness is also the sign that it has remained a representational consciousness, that truth is indeed for it, but that it is not itself this truth, and that the separation of knowledge from truth has not yet been overcome. It is overcome in faith but not in knowledge. Divine universal man, the community, has not arrived at the knowledge of spirit as itself, and of itself as spirit. Its knowledge is not absolute knowledge. 2. The logic or speculative philosophy. The absolute knowledge that results from the fact that substance has presented itself objectively as subject, and that the subject, the self, has become equal to its own substance, is the last figure of consciousness. In this last figure, the element of existence of the spirit is no longer the Dasein of consciousness, but the concept, universal self-consciousness. Spirit now reflects itself into itself in this element, it becomes the thought of itself, or logos. What does this speculative logic mean, and how should it be characterized in relation to the Phenomenology? Here we cannot imagine giving even a sketch of Hegel's logic, one of the richest and deepest works of the entire philosophical literature. To do so would markedly go beyond the scope we have set for ourselves, and yet since this logic is mentioned at several points in the Phenomenology, our task would not truly be accomplished if we did not show the signification of this philosophic logic, as it is derived from passages in the Phenomenology. We know that in this logic divided into objective logic and subjective logic, Hegel starts from the poorest and most abstract categories to raise himself progressively to the richest and most concrete ones. He starts from being, passes through essence, which is the negation of immediate being, and arrives at the concept, which is nothing other than the self positing itself as identical to itself in its being other. The last section on the concept concerns subjective logic as opposed to the logic of being and of essence, which was objective logic. The distinction we have just mentioned brings us back in certain respects to the distinction between self and being, which seemed specific to epistemology. This is because Hegel's speculative logic claims to reconcile Schelling's dogmatism, the ontology of the system of identity, with Kant's criticism. In the Phenomenology, Hegel took up the Kantian problem, that of the foundation of experience, but he constructed the theory of experience speculatively. In the logic, Hegel takes up Schelling's problem. Before his philosophy of nature, Schelling treated, in just a few paragraphs, the essence of the absolute as reason freed from all particular content and from any link with the problem of knowledge. But Hegel wants to reconcile this philosophy of the absolute with the philosophy of reflection, ontological dogmatism with Fichte's reflective dialectic. Reflection is not outside the absolute, it is the absolute itself that is reflected, and reflection is itself absolute. In this sense the absolute is subject. The system of categories in the logic is presented as the reign of pure thought before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit. The categories are not only those of our cognition, the forms in which our finite understanding thinks reality as a phenomenon, they are also the categories of absolute thought, categories which constitute reality as well as knowledge. Absolute categories are indivisibly the essentialities of form and things. In the chapter of the Phenomenology on perception, which corresponds to the determinations of essence in the logic, Hegel had written earlier. In fact, it is these elements by virtue of which understanding makes its way through every matter and every content. These elements constitute the power of domination and the principle of coherence of understanding itself. They alone constitute sensuousness as essence for consciousness, they alone determine the relations of consciousness with the sensuous world and are that by which the movement of perception and of its true takes place. The task that Kant first proposed under the name deduction of categories is taken up again here in the most universal form. It is logos that itself thinks itself, and the thought of logos is not only our thought as opposed to a thing in itself, it is absolute thought, absolute reason. The element of the separation of knowledge and truth is overcome. Being is absolutely mediate, it is substantive content. Hegel says precisely, the presentation of God as he is in his eternal essence, before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit, the I, it has the characteristic of self, that is, it is the concept. The phenomenology of spirit terminates at this point. Moments no longer fall apart from each other into the opposition between being and knowledge, rather, they remain within the simplicity of knowledge, they are the true in the form of the true, and their diversity is only a diversity of content. Their movement, which develops into an organic whole in this element, is the logic, or speculative philosophy. This logic, which is the absolute's thought of itself, is thus an ontologic, it reconciles being and logos, it is being as logos and logos 3.s being. It fulfills the work Kant had begun by surpassing formal logic through the idea of a transcendental logic. Th is speculative logic, far from being a throwback to the empty formalism of formal logic, is on the contrary a spiritualization of that logic. Logic is of course abstract, but this abstraction is not our work, the work of a finite reason, which would be human reason, it is the work of spirit itself which, by thinking itself through as logos, negates itself as nature. If in one sense logic is all of philosophy, it is no less true to say that philosophy cannot be reduced to logic in the common sense of the term. Rather logos, being spirit, is more than itself, it is itself and its other, so that it is then truly the absolute or spirit. The justification of this last proposition is the justification of the dialectic of the system, logos, nature, spirit. It will occupy us a little later. Point 12. We should first notice that the abstraction that separates logos from nature, as well as the moments of logos from each other, is not a human abstraction, the work of discursive understanding as opposed to intuitive understanding. Reflection is not excluded from the absolute, which in that case would be the night in which all cows are black, Schelling's identity which is incapable of going outside itself. The categories are abstract in itself, they are the reflection of logos into itself, and because they are abstract in this way they have their own life, their own internal development. They are specific vanishing moments, whose truth is merely the whole of the thinking movement, and is knowledge itself. Thus Hegel reconciles Fichte's dialectic with ontology, because absolute reason thinks itself through, that is, because it is spirit, it is a dialectic and not merely an identity. This absolute reason is like Fichte's Tathandlung, it is the self that posits itself in each category and at the same time surpasses the finitude that is specific to limitation and to the abstraction of this particular moment of absolute thought. It might be said that this infinite thought of self is at the same time finite thought, thought which reflects itself, and that it is infinite thought only because it is simultaneously finite thought, or again, that the dialectical character of Hegelian logos reconciles Kant's intuitive understanding with discursive understanding. Understanding, as it is presented to us in the preface to the Phenomenology, is the activity of dividing, it is the greatest and most astonishing power that exists, or rather absolute power. The circle which rests closed in on itself and which, as substance, grasps and includes all its moments is the immediate relation which therefore arouses no astonishment. But that the accidental as such, separated from its environs, which are linked and are actual only in their connection to something other, obtains its own dossier and a distinct freedom, shows the prodigious power of the negative, the energy of thought, of the pure I. That is surely the first time that a philosopher referred to understanding as the most astonishing power that exists. Now this understanding is not only ours, it is also the understanding of things, of being, of the absolute, or whatever one wants to call it. The power to divide, which constitutes the finitude of every determination, is not excluded from the absolute, which is thus simultaneously finite and infinite. Hegel's allusion to death in the passage following the one we have just quoted recalls to us the image that dominates his entire system, that of an absolute which is not alien to death itself, of a God who knows death and survives himself in death. Spirit is this power only by being able to look the negative in the face and by being able to stay close to it. This staying power is the magical power which converts the negative into being. It is identical to what we have called the subject, the system of categories, speculative logic, is therefore not only our thought, it is also the absolute's thought of itself, the spirit which poses itself as logos. Here absolute reason overcomes the opposition between intellectual intuition and discursive understanding, and reconciles them into itself. But the truth of reason is spirit, spirit that is higher than understanding or reason, it is reason that possesses understanding or rational understanding. 13. The reason that is spirit is the absolute self-knowledge, it is universal self-consciousness and as such it is that truth that is a life unto itself, a subject. Thus the true is the Bacchic ecstasy in which no member is sober, and since this delirium immediately dissolves into itself every moment that tends to become separated from the whole, this delirium is also translucid and simple repose. The true that is subject and not merely substance indeed reconciles into itself ontology and the Fichtean theory of the I. It is simultaneously the logos of being and Tathandlung, the self-positing of the I, for being is basically identical to self. It is the self that poses itself in every determinateness and, abstracting itself from self, through this negativity that characterizes it, contraposes itself to itself. Hence the unique character of Hegelian logic, it is both analytic and synthetic, it unites the thought of identity with that of contradiction. Because the self contradicts itself, negates itself, it can be identical to itself. The role of contradiction and negation in Hegelian logic follows from the conception according to which being is self and every identity has meaning only. Because it is the identity of self in a certain content. Thus this identity is of itself contradictory, for the self can pose itself only by negating itself. By virtue of this simplicity or this equality with itself, substance manifests itself as firm and permanent. But this self-equality is also negativity, and that is why this stable Dasein passes over into its own disintegration. Determinateness at first appears as such only because it is related to something third, and its movement appears to be imposed on it by an alien power. But this very simplicity of thought precisely implies that determinateness has its being other within itself and that it is self-movement. In fact, this simplicity of thought is thought propelling itself and differentiating itself. It is interiority itself, the pure concept. Thus understanding is a development, and as development it is rationality. As a moment of logos, finitude is the abstract or discrete characteristic of categories, their mutual separation, but their infinity, their concrete becoming, is the suppression of Hebung of this state of abstraction, the continuity of the categories, and their totality or unity. This totality or unity would only be an idea in Kant's sense of the term if it did not develop, that is, progress to the point of distinct moments, thereby suppressing its finitude as mere idea or postulate. 3. Difference between the phenomenology and the logic, their mutual correspondence. Thus we find in absolute knowledge, just as in the phenomenology, difference and mediation, but we find them in another form. Since opposition between knowledge and being, between certainty and truth, has been overcome, every moment is presented as a pure determination, and its movement is the result of its determinate and hence finite character. In this science the moments of the movement of spirit are no longer presented as determinate figures of consciousness, but since the difference of consciousness is turned back into the self, these moments are presented as determinate concepts and as their organic movement are rounded in itself. And yet the same content, the same determinations are offered both in the phenomenology, in the guise of figures of consciousness, and in the logic, in the guise of determinate concepts. There is a perfect correlation between the phenomenology of spirit and the logic. But in one case the dialectic is based on the difference between knowledge and truth and is the movement during which this difference eliminates of Hebung itself. In the other case, the pure figure of the moment freed from its manifestation in consciousness, that is, the pure concept, and its progression depend only on its pure determination. In the phenomenology, experience which is dialectical appears as an oscillation between a truth which is alien to certainty and a subjective certainty which lacks truth. In the logic, experience as such is surpassed, it is truth itself that develops in and for itself, but self-certainty is immanent in this truth, and this simple mediation, this unity, constitutes the concept. The form of the concept unites in an immediate unity the objective form of the truth. And that of the self that knows. 15 This unity is the presupposition of the logic or speculative philosophy, it is the result of the phenomenology. But nothing is known that does not exist in experience, and consequently the experience of phenomenal consciousness contains in its fashion the entire content of the logos. To every abstract moment of science there corresponds a figure of phenomenal spirit in general. Spirit being there is no richer than science, but neither is it poorer in its content. To comprehend the pure concepts of science in the form of figures of consciousness constitutes that aspect of their reality according to which their essence, the concept which in science is posed in its simple mediation, as thought separates the moments of this mediation and portrays itself according to internal opposition. This simple mediation is undone and the concept that opposes itself within itself becomes knowledge and being, certainty and truth. We can attempt to go still further in the correspondence between the logic and the phenomenology. The phenomenology is not a phenomenalism, a description of finite experience, or rather it is not merely this description, it includes a for us, an aspect which pertains only to speculative philosophy, and in this respect it is more than a theory of knowledge. Kant had already far surpassed phenomenalism with his conception of transcendental logic, but in the phenomenology, Hegel surpasses Kantian criticism by as much again. He presents a speculative theory of experience, the philosopher who says we in the phenomenology, and sets himself apart from consciousness enmeshed in experience, perceives the speculative necessity for the progression of consciousness, a necessity not seen by the naive consciousness. The phenomenology deals with the problem of experience according to the speculative method. 16 Reciprocally, the logic or speculative philosophy is not without its phenomenological aspect, it is a speculative logic and also a theory of knowledge, but the roles are, so to speak, reversed. The theory of knowledge appears in the foreground of the phenomenology. Whereas speculative thought is behind the back of consciousness. 17 In the logic, speculative thought is in the foreground, whereas the theory of knowledge is only for us, that is, for thinking spirit which reflects the movement of categories. This reflection accompanies this movement, although it plays no role in it, and only at the end of the logic does identity appear between this thinking spirit and the actions of thought that lead from being to essence, from being to nothingness, from being to becoming, and so on again. We may say that in the logic the identity of being and self is implicit or presupposed at the beginning and progressively becomes explicit, whereas in the phenomenology this identity is the problem which must be resolved. All the objections to the Hegelian system bear on this passage from the implicit to the explicit, from potentiality to action, as well as on this problem that is already resolved. The phenomenology is a cause of containing something beyond the description of experience, which then makes possible its genesis, and the logic is a cause of supposing at the beginning what is shown only at the end. In other words, it is the mode of Hegelian thought itself that is in question, the circularity of the thought or the finality of the self. The true is its own becoming, it is the circle which at its beginning presupposes and has its own end as its purpose and which is actual only by means of its developed actualization and by means of its end. What we have said can also be expressed this way: reason is action in accordance with a goal. The result is what the beginning is, because the beginning is the goal. Logic is also a theory of knowledge because it is truly a self-knowledge, which Schelling's absolute identity was not. It is the self that poses itself as being, determinate being, quantity, measure, and so on, but self knows that explicitly only at the end of the logic in a new reflection which embraces the general movement of the moments of the logos. It is this new reflection which is for us in the logic and which is not yet explicit in the moment we have considered. At this point it would be useful to give an example of this phenomenological character of Hegelian logic. Perhaps the correspondence between the phenomenology and the logic will become clearer. Let us consider the point of departure of the logic and the famous opposition between being and nothingness. This corresponds to the starting point of the phenomenology, but whereas, in the phenomenology, immediately given being is opposed by the no less immediate knowledge of that being, and whereas a disparity comes to light that is the germ of the opposition between realism and idealism, in the logic being is given as pure category, the object of thought which does not have to be confronted with knowledge. Being and the consciousness that thinks being are immediately, in itself, identical. As such, this being has only one determination: it excludes nothingness from itself and it is by itself the contrary of itself, nothingness. Indeed, At the start being occupies the entire field of the conceivable, but its contrary, nothingness which is the nothingness of being also demands for itself this same extension. Being and nothingness contradict each other because they are these determinations and not others. But if we reflect on this first dialectic, we see that it is possible only because the self has posed itself as being. The judgment being is nothingness is not made by being itself, but by thinking spirit, which is immanent in this first determination and which will not be made explicit until the end of the logic, when being itself will be completely explicit and will have become concept for itself. It is because being is the concept of being that it is this movement and this dialectic, and that fact is for us in the first chapter of the logic. Thought does not think itself here as thought, it thinks itself as being, and yet implicitly it already thinks itself, and this appears in the judgment being is nothingness. We subsequently see that the opposition between knowledge and being, which was specific to the phenomenology, reappears implicitly for us in this opposition between being and nothingness. Being in itself as immediate determination, would be opaque, massive, impenetrable to knowledge. Besides, how can we say that this purely positive being is in itself, since that would introduce a sort of relation with itself, or distance from itself, which pertains to the category of essence and is not applicable to the immediateness affirmed by this first moment. Even if being is intended, thought is completely excluded by this being, and without being thought is nothingness, it is a thought that thinks nothing. Conversely, this being that is excluded from any thought falls back into nothingness. In fact, the exclusion can not be maintained since thought thinks being, and for this reason this purely positive determination, which absolutely excludes thought, is that which is purely negative. Thus thought and being are recovered for us in the famous opposition between being and nothingness as well as in their identity. But that is due to the fact that it is the self that has posited itself as being, and that this positing is not tenable, it engenders a dialectic. The self is absolute negativity, and this negativity shows through in its positing itself as being. If the self is being, that is because being as such negates itself, and if being is the self, that is because it is in itself this negation of itself. But once again, all this is for us at the beginning of the logic. It is to us that being appears as a positing of self, and thus as a contradiction. As far as being itself is concerned, it is merely nothingness. There is yet another way of manifesting this immanence of self in the determinations of logic. We might say that it is because being is not only being, but nothingness as well, that the question of being is possible. The problem of being is the problem of the positing of being. In the question, why being rather than nothing, thought rises above being. Seeming to confront two opposite possibilities, repeating Hamlet's to be or not to be, that is the question, thought, the thought that asks the question, seems to transcend these two possibilities. But being replies that the question itself is possible only because being is already presupposed. In the question why isn't it nothingness that is? The verb to be reappears, when nothingness is posited hypothetically in place of being, it becomes being. But how can being reply, if not by its own positing of itself? 1 am that which is, I am still I in my contrary. This answer reveals only the power of thought, of the self in being. In this reply, being is revealed to us as thought, as itself. It no longer is the immediate being from which logic began, it is already essence, self-identity. Being is being, which implies a contradiction, and by the fact of this contradiction it is more than essence, it is the concept, that which is itself in the contrary of itself. Thus it is indeed because the content of the logic is the self which thinks itself and which opposes itself in each of its moments, that this content is propelled forward and explicitly uncovers the implicit identity of self and being. In the logic, the I has completely alienated itself into content, and this alienation or negativity of content is the source of the development of the categories. That is what Hegel expresses in the section on absolute knowledge when he writes: in line with the freedom of its being, content is the self that alienates itself, or the immediate unity of the knowledge of oneself. The pure movement of this alienation, considered in content, constitutes the necessity of content itself. In its diversity, content as determinate content is in relation, it is not in itself, and its disquiet consists of suppressing itself dialectically, that is, it is negativity. Thus necessity or diversity are equally free being and self, and within this form of self, in which Dasein is immediately thought, content is concept. What Hegel calls here the freedom of the being of content results from the complete alienation of the self, which has disappeared into content instead of abstractly turned back on itself. What he calls necessity is the movement of content which stems from the fact that the self has posed itself in content and thus has opposed itself to itself. That is why this content is an abstraction in itself and why it negates itself, necessarily becoming other. But this becoming, which is rationality, is nothing other than the movement of the self. Science is thus the conception of the self itself, its thought of itself. 18. 4. Demonstration of the identity of self and being. The Phenomenology sets out to establish this identity of self and being from which the logic starts and which is a paradox for the common consciousness, an attempt to walk on one's head. It culminates in the element of existence that Hegel terms the concept and in which alone as if in ether science can develop for its own self. We will examine in succession, using the passages of the Phenomenology on absolute knowledge, how the Phenomenology proved this identity, how this element of existence of science is characterized, and how it could appear temporally. Concerning the first point, at the beginning of the section on absolute knowledge, Hegel again takes up certain figures of consciousness to show how the object of consciousness as object, or if one prefers the object of consciousness as form of objectivity, has been surpassed along the way. The truth of the object is the self, consciousness of the other has been shown to be a self-consciousness. But this demonstration is insufficient. If being leads to self as its truth, then conversely the self must have discovered itself as possessing the characteristics of being and of objectivity. By alienating itself, the self posits thingness, and remains close to itself in this alienation. Thus the demonstration must consist in seeking those figures of consciousness in which the self has alienated and posited itself with the different determinations appropriate to objective being. In this alienation self-consciousness poses itself as object, or by virtue of the indivisible unity of being for itself, poses the object as itself. Now, what are the different determinatenesses of objective being as manifested by the first experiences of consciousness? These determinatenesses are not presented to us in their pure conceptual form, as will be the case in the logic. Instead, we gather them ourselves by considering the different figures of consciousness. The object is first revealed as an immediate being, a thing in general, then as a relation, a determinate being which is just as much for itself as it is for others, that is, the thing with its multiple properties, and finally as essence and universal. In its totality, the object is presented as the movement from the immediate universal to the concrete specific by traversing particularity, that is, mediation and determination. The entire object is the syllogism or the movement from the universal, traversing determination, towards specificity, as well as the converse movement from specificity, traversing specificity as suppressed Aufgehobenel, or determination, toward the universal. This totality is only for us. For consciousness, it was a new object, for example life at the moment of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness must have alienated itself according to each of these determinations and have presented itself to itself as thingness according to the three dimensions of this thingness. Self had to alienate itself and become an immediate thing, a pure being without siq11ification. It had to become a system of relations like the thing of perception, and then finally it had to become a universal that was still objective, an interior like the force of understanding. By recollecting the entire previous experience, we should rediscover these successive alienations, which not only prove that being has been resolved into self, but that self has posed itself in being.q. Given the indivisible character of the self. This alienation of self, which Onlf shows th itself poses thing q11s, constitutes the strength of the demonstration as well as that of the converse proposition, that which unveils the truth of the thing to be the self. 1. The self as immediate being has alienated itself. In its observation of nature, the self indeed discovered itself as a thing in general. It observed the world, and what it was unconsciously seeking in this world was itself. Thus it discovers itself, but it discovers itself as absolutely alien to itself, as a pure thing, an existence without meaning. When we say the soul is, or the self is, we don't yet quite know exactly what we are saving. But when we contemplate a skull and find in it the being of the self, we understand for the first time the absurd signification of the verb to be, applied to the self. Self has retrogressed into mere nature, into the facticity of Dasein, as we would say today. As regards the object, insofar as it is immediate, an indifferent being, we have seen observing reason seek itself and find itself in this indifferent thing. 19 Its action, for the self is pure action, has appeared to it as just as exterior as the immediate being of the dialectic of sensuous certainty. Hence the infinite judgment, which is absurd for representational consciousness, but so profound for spiritual consciousness, that the being of the I is a thing and precisely an I'm. Mediate and sensuous thing. Self is just as much posed in this complete exteriority to itself, in this alien being, as it is in mere being for itself. 2. Self has alienated itself as determinateness and as relation. In the world of utility, which is the expression of the truth of the Enlightenment, the thing is suppressed, it only has meaning in relation, only through the I and its reference to the I and 20 self posed itself in the fabric of exterior relations, which allow being for itself to subsist for a moment only, then to dissolve it in its relations to others. The perpetual movement of utility expressed the self, just as through perception the dialectic of things and their properties expressed itself. The cultivated I, through its alienation, produced the thing as its own self, thus it rediscovers itself in this social universe, in the perpetual alternation of its being for itself and its being for others. The thing and the self here have the characteristic of usableness which modern philosophy since pragmatism has often described. One should notice in passing the concrete character of the demonstration of the identity of self and being that Hegel gives. It can clarify the scope and the meaning of this demonstration for us. 3. Self has alienated itself as essence or interiority. The thing must be known as self, not only insofar as the immediateness of its being or its determinateness is concerned, but also as essence or interior. This last is what is given in moral self-consciousness. 21 For understanding, the objective thing was a universal, an interior of the phenomenal world in contraposition to its manifestation. The same was true for moral self-consciousness as Kant conceived it. Moral self-consciousness knows its own knowledge as absolute essentiality or knows being uniquely as pure will or pure knowledge. It is only this will and this knowledge. In this world-view, the supersensuous is the self as pure knowledge and pure will indivisibly. Here self has alienated itself, it is pure knowing will. But this will is still, insofar as it is pure, an interior, a beyond in opposition to sensuous Dasein in time and space, just as the force of understanding was contract opposed to its phenomenon. However, in neither case does this opposition stand up, for understanding just as for moral self-consciousness, there is a perpetual passage from interior to exterior, from the supersensuous to the sensuous. Insofar as moral consciousness unshackles the Dasein of self in its portrayal of the world, to that extent it gathers it up into itself. That is why, just as understanding became the unity of this transition or living self-consciousness, so too moral consciousness becomes the Gewissen which knows that its Dasein as such is this pure self-certainty. If self-consciousness alienates itself now, it is into an element of existence such that it is for self-consciousness simultaneously objective and subjective, that it is simultaneously being and self-certainty. The objective element in which it exposes itself as acting is none other than the pure knowledge that the self has of itself, the element of existence of science, universal self-consciousness. Thus the self has alienated and posed itself in all the dimensions of Benji, at least that is what we, philosophers, retrospectively discover through the recollection of figures of consciousness, which is our job. But the last figure, that of Ge Wissen, must contain all the others in a condensed form. It of fers us precisely this element of existence, this ether, in which absolute knowledge becomes possible. Spirit certain of itself has for its truth, for its objective element, the very self-certainty that it is inside itself. This self-knowledge is mediated only by the universality of self-consciousnesses, by universal recognition. It is expressed by language, which is authentically the prefiguration of the logos of the logic. We should say explicitly that this element of existence is the universal self-consciousness being there in the universal divine man. It is in such an element that the self-consciousness of the Absolute will be possible. This last figure indeed presents in a condensed way what we have termed the three dimensions of being. The knowledge of consciousness certain of itself is immediately there as a being. It contraposes itself to itself and enters into relation and determination because it is simultaneously universal and specific, and because acting consciousness necessarily poses this duality at the heart of this element. In the same way, what is opposed to itself is a knowledge, qua determinate Dasein or relation. It is a knowledge of the purely specific self on the one hand, of knowledge as universal on the other. Then it is established here that the third moment, the universality of essence, is valid for each of the two opposites only as knowledge, and the Y together similarly suppress this empty opposition which still remains and are the knowledge of the I equals I, this specific self which is immediately pure knowledge or universal. The reconciliation of finite spirit and in-FTE spirit expressed in this last passage is absolute knowledge itself, a knowledge which is simultaneously the knowledge that the Absolute has of itself and that of this finite spirit which raises itself to universal self-consciousness. Point 23. This encounter between a non-temporal infinite spirit and temporal humanity in the I equals I, an encounter which alone makes spirit absolute, is the central problem of the phenomenology of spirit. It contains the problem of the relation between religion and philosophy, since religion also presents this reconciliation, albeit in the form of the in itself. In religion, this reconciliation is the object of a faith; in philosophy it is an act that is simultaneously a knowledge, which is why in philosophy this reconciliation has become in and for itself. In addition, it contains the problem of the link between the phenomenology and the logic in the following form: how can a knowledge which of itself is atemporal, an absolute knowledge, have temporal conditions in the existence and development of a humanity? There is not in Hegelianism a clear solution to these problems, and it is on these points that the great Hegelian synthesis will tend to come apart in the hands of Hegel's discus please. Our task here can only consist in explaining as clearly as we are able the passages in which Hegel raises these different problems and somewhat symbolically resolves them. In the Phenomenology, absolute knowledge seems to be for Hegel not merely the construction of a speculative logic, a new system of philosophy which is to be added on to the previous ones and complete them, but the inauguration of a new period. In the history of the world spirit, humanity has come to a consciousness of itself, it has become capable of bearing and generating its own destiny. This idea, which was expressed by certain romantics as that of a new religion, is basically common to the thinkers of the Enlightenment and to some romantic poets. In the preface to the Phenomenology, Hegel expresses the sentiment of an entire generation which had lived through the French Revolution and the Napoleonic epoch and which had gorged itself on Germany's philosophic discoveries. Besides, it is not difficult to see that our time is a time of birth and of transition to a new period. Spirit has broken with the preceding world, with its Dasein and its representation. It is on the verge of burying that world in the past, and it is laboring over its own transformation. For Hegel, absolute knowledge, philosophy, seems destined to play the role that was formerly played by religion. In his early works, there is hardly any possibility of anything other than religion that would allow a people to conceive its reconciliation with its destiny in history. But starting with his arrival at Jena, Hegel attributed equal importance to philosophy. It is philosophy that allows absolute reason to come to consciousness of itself, and in each great system of philosophy, as if in a work of art, reason has been presented in a form perfect unto itself. The history of philosophy is thus the history of pure and eternal reason which presents itself in infinitely diverse forms. 24 In the Phenomenology, Hegel is less under Schelling's influence, and he no longer compares philosophy to an independent work of art. He no longer says that in philosophy there are neither precursors nor successors, but speaks of a development that he compares to an organic genesis. The bud disappears in the blossoming of the flower, and we could say that the bud is refuted by the flower. These forms are not merely distinct, in addition, each one suppresses the other because they are mutually incompatible. But at the same time their fluid nature makes them moments of an organic unity in which they not only reject each other, but in which each is as necessary as the other, and this equal necessity alone constitutes the life of the whole. It is the province of philosophy to resolve the contradictions of a culture and to reconcile the rigid determinatenesses in which understanding has fixed the moments of spiritual life. The element of existence of philosophy, as Hegel conceives it in the Phenomenology, is the concept, and it is this element of existence that the Phenomenology proposes to reveal as the result of human experience. We have already indicated some of the characteristics of this element. The concept is the subject that is simultaneously specific and universal, self-consciousness that is this specific self-consciousness and at the same time is universal. What is exposed in this element is an objective element and at the same time acting self. That is why the perfection of this element can only be attained by traversing a long history. Specific consciousness, closed in on itself, had to become the milieu of universal recognition. In other words, the individual had to become aware that his being depended on recognition by others and by all others, that is, by all of history. It is through the mediation of history and of previous knowledge that this element shapes itself. Thus the thing of perception became the common deed at the human level, and this common deed has finally become the self-conscious subject, which is subject only in the action through which it reconciles within itself essence or abstract universal with the finitude of its self-consciousness. 25 In the concept a living contradiction, because it is the unity of the infinite and the finite. Human and temporal self-consciousness transcends itself, it becomes self-consciousness of absolute spirit, which does not mean that it contemplates the spirit, but rather that it generates it. Since it is the dialectical unity of the finite and the infinite, the concept is also the unity of knowledge and action. LT is the knowledge of the action of the self by itself. The knowledge of the subject as substance and of substance as this knowledge of the action of the subject. When Marx later wrote, the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. He was not too unfaithful to Hegelian thought. To be sure, he broke the equilibrium of the Hegelian synthesis, and tipped the balance toward the side of action. But although Hegel claimed to attain an action that would be self-knowledge and a self-knowledge that would be action, doesn't the philosopher's speculative thought itself indicate a preference for knowledge? Philosophy always comes too late, like the owl of Minerva. It is more a knowledge than a will, and if we still give the name accession to the conception of self that absolute knowledge is, does that not involve a certain abuse of language? We should most of all say that the meaning of this action in Hegelian philosophy always seems to be to lead to a deeper self-knowledge, as though the supreme goal were this very knowledge. The access to the goal, absolute knowledge, or spirit knowing itself as spirit, passes through the recollection of spirits as they are in themselves and as they bring about the organization of their kingdom. However, in the element of the concept, this absolute knowledge appears as the very action of the subject that thinks it. The self-knowledge that is goes is not a passive contemplation, for we ourselves are the reason that comprehends itself and poses itself. We are the object that knows itself and produces itself in this self-knowledge. Spirit manifesting itself to consciousness in this element, or what amounts to the same thing, produced by it in such an element, is science. The concept is the generation of self. Thus infinite reason knows itself in human self-consciousness and is infinite only in this finite knowledge of itself, Conversely, human self-consciousness only attains itself in this self-knowledge and this actual reconciliation. Spirit is absolute only when it becomes so, and it only becomes absolute in the action by which it transcends itself as finite spirit. This reconciliation is indeed portrayed by religion, but in the form of the in itself, it appears to religious consciousness as a content which is still alien to it instead of being its own work. Thus what in religion was content or the form of the portrayal of an other, that very thing here is precisely the action of the self. 6 pm 7 fq. In the element of the concept, by contrast, it is this specific subject, this finite self, that raises itself to universal self and brings about the reconciliation, which no longer appears as the effect of an alien self. This moment of the return of consciousness into self-consciousness has in some respects been presented in religion, with regard to the spirit of community. The religious community interiorizes the content, which is the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. It is in this community that spirit lives, dies, and is resurrected. Qua community and tradition, the religious community exists as a continual revelation of speculative truth, and this truth has become its own self. That is why it is a prefiguration of the element of concept, in which speculative truth no longer appears as alien to the self that poses it. If we look back at these passages by Hegel on the religious community, we can say that it would have been possible to elaborate a philosophy of the Church on the basis of the phenomenology of spirit, but Hegel no more ends up with a philosophy of the Church than he does with an abstract philosophy of humanity such as that of the Enlightenment. Absolute knowledge, as a moment of world history, which reconciles this temporal moment with a truth which in itself is atemporal, is presented to us in a form so vague as to open the path to diverse interpretations. We are unable to indicate exactly which interpretation constitutes the authentic heritage of Hegelianism. If religion portrayed speculative truth in the form of a content still external to self-consciousness, the beautiful soul affirmed the form of the concept for itself. Indeed, it was not the intuition of the divine, but the self-intuition of the divine. It was the figure of self-certain spirit, absolute subject. As a figure of consciousness, it was still imperfect, as it remained enclosed within its subjectivity and lacked content. But it is only in unity with its alienation that the concept exists in its truth. When the beautiful soul renounces its stubborn obstinacy, it becomes spirit that acts, it abandons its eternal essence, is there in a determinate way, or acts. This action, taken up again in the concept, raised above its finitude by the self which has inscribed itself in it and surpassed it by translating it, becomes absolute concept, which, through its extension as well as in its temporal development, is also in its depth. This reconciliation which in religion was in itself becomes for consciousness and finally becomes consciousness' own accession. It is at that precise moment that the self, which alone actualizes the life of absolute spirit, becomes for its own self this absolute spirit that it already was in itself. Now, what happens in itself in the first instance is at the same time for consciousness, and is thus at the same time reproduced. It is for consciousness and it is its being for itself or its own action. Universal self-consciousness exists and comprehends itself in this specific and historical self-consciousness, which actualizes this absolute life and in its turn recognizes itself in this universality. 6. Return from speculative philosophy to phenomenology, nature, and history. The passages from Hegel do not allow us to delineate further the concrete signification of this universal self-consciousness. In the last pages of his work, after summarily indicating that the primitive religious community, the medieval church, and then modern philosophy prepared the ground for the speculative knowledge that absolute knowledge is, he shows how this philosophy allows for a return to the phenomenology, to the philosophy of nature and of history. Absolute knowledge can only appear when the actual history of the world spirit has led it to consciousness of itself. But insofar as the Dasein of this concept is concerned, science does not manifest itself in time and in actuality until the spirit arrives at this consciousness about itself. As spirit that knows what it is, it does not exist earlier or in any other way, it exists only after the fulfillment of the labor by which, having overcome its imperfect figuration, it creates for its consciousness the figure of its essence, and in this way equalizes its self-consciousness with its consciousness. Science, the self-thought of logos which, as we have seen, is the unity of self and being, also contains the necessity of alienating from itself the form of the pure concept. It thus contains the passage of the concept into consciousness, then the passage of the logos into nature and into history, its alienation in the form of nature and history. Thus in summary is delineated the entire future organization of the Hegelian system with its divisions, logos, nature, spirit. We would merely like to emphasize an important point concerning the transition from one of these terms to another. Hegel has frequently been criticized for passing arbitrarily from logos to nature, and it has been said that this deduction of nature from logos is unintelligible. How can thought which is only pure thought generate nature? But it seems to us that to ask this is to ask the wrong question, and that this criticism does not apply to the Hegelian system. Logos and nature mutually presuppose each other, one cannot be posed without the other. It is absurd to imagine a causality of any kind in logos which would produce nature. The very word creation, Hegel says, is a word pertaining to representation, and the philosopher adheres to this representational language when he speaks of a reign of pure thought prior to the creation of nature and of a finite spirit. This terminology gives rise to misunderstandings. In the same way, one cannot say that Hegel deduces nature from logos, unless we change the usual meaning of the word deduction. This is the place to explain the paradox that we mentioned and according to which Hegel reduces philosophy to logic and at the same time surpasses this reduction. Logos does not exist without nature nor nature without logos, just as being is not without nothingness nor nothingness without being. Both of them are the whole, for both are themselves and more than themselves, and it is in that respect that they are spirit. 26 Logos is the whole which negates itself as nature, it is the abstraction of pure thought which poses itself as pure thought and in this posing of itself excludes nature. Now, we have already said that this abstraction which is negativity itself was not the work of a simple human understanding, but that it was at the very heart of the Absolute. The Absolute exists only in this negativity. So if the Absolute poses itself as logos, it is because it negates itself as nature, but by the same token it opposes itself to nature, by excluding nature from itself it presupposes it and bears it within itself, just as nature on its side is the whole which negates itself as logos and thus opposes itself and presupposes this logos. That is why nature is a hidden spirit, in itself it is logos, but a logos which is in nature in the form of having become alien to itself. One might perhaps say that these formulas are unintelligible. In this case what is unintelligible is what Hegel names the concept, which is what remains itself in its being other, the identity which at the same time is a contradiction and which is a contradiction because it is an identity, an equality of that which is differentiated. The Hegelian concept is like this ensemble of all ensembles which contains itself. It is the universal wh iris itself in its particularization and which discovers itself in this part of itself. We must not think of nature and logos as two species within a genus that subsumes them, in such a way that the negation of logos, far from yielding nature, would simply yield non-logos and would be shown to be incapable of the creative virtue that Hegel confers on speculative negation. The logos is spirit, it is the whole, the universal, but as logos it abstracts itself from itself. It is this negation of itself as nature which poses logos and which has a creative force only because it is an internal negation, a negation of self, in other words, because it is the movement of negativity that constitutes the subject. That is also why logos is more than itself and contains nature in itself, why it is all of philosophy, and why we cannot however say that Hegel reduces philosophy to the formalism of the logic. The whole is always immanent in each of its determinatenesses, but it is the whole and not an alien understanding that determines itself by negating itself and reconstitutes itself through the negation of negation which is self or authentic specificity. Thus there is no reason to speak of a causality of logos which would engender nature, for if there were only pure thoughts, there would be no thought, nor to speak of a deduction of nature in the sense of an analytic deduction, or even of a mathematical deduction in which, according to Hegel, the abstraction of the proof is the work of comprehending spirit instead of being the very movement of the thing. 21 Thus there is a certain dualism in Hegelian philosophy, and indeed we must grant it. For if that were not the case, this system would not know the seriousness, the torment, the patience, and the labor of the negative. But this dualism is not the juxtaposition of two substances, logos and nature. For example, it is the work of the self which poses itself, and, insofar as it poses itself in a determination, opposes itself to itself. But precisely because it is always self that poses itself in a determinateness, it surpasses this determinateness, and as negation congruent to itself, as negation of negation, it is the self itself at the heart of this determinateness. Thus the dialectic of logos and nature is the perpetual self-positing of their living umpty, which is spirit. The absolute, as Hegel had already said in his first philosophical work, is the identity of identity and non-identity. Spirit or the absolute is therefore not only identity, but also contradiction, and the identity of this identity with this contradiction. In addition, these logical forms merely translate into a thought which reunites the ideal of analysis and synthesis, a profound intuition concerning the life of the spirit, to which we have continually returned during the course of this book. Thus if we pose logos, the thought immediately identical to being, we are led to rediscover the opposition from which the phenomenology begins, that between knowledge and being, through a first alienation of the knowledge of self. Indeed the spirit that knows itself, precisely because it grasps its concept, is immediate equality with itself, and in its difference this equality is the certainty of the immediate or sensuous consciousness, the beginning from which we started. The movement of detaching itself from the form of itself is the highest freedom and the isudat-rans of its self-knowledge. 28. Logos leads us back to consciousness, for the trutpi, which at the same time is self-certainty, includes this alienation of self, this becoming other than self, through which spirit discovers itself as alien to itself in the relation of consciousness between object and subject, between truth and certainty. But in this relation the alienation is not complete. This alienation is still imperfect, it expresses the relation of self-certainty to the object which, precisely because it is in relation, has not yet gained its full freedom. Knowledge alienates itself from itself, and this alienation is termed nature and history. In nature, spirit alienated itself from self by becoming a being dispersed in space. It is spirit that has lost itself, and nature is nothing other than this eternal alienation of its own subsistence and the movement that restores the subject, but we know that this movement is, so to speak, frozen in being an immediate development. And that nature which has the form of subsistence has no history. 29. The other side of the development of spirit, history, is the development that actualizes itself in knowledge, is the development that knows, that mediates itself. This is no longer an immediate development of spirit as nature, it is the mediation by means of which spirit, which has alienated itself in the form of a free contingent event, alienates its own alienation and conquers itself. History makes manifest the way in which the negative is the negative of itself. In actual history, spirit rises to consciousness of itself as spirit. Because it had lost itself, to take up Hegel's image, it can find itself again, and it is only by finding itself again in this result that it makes itself what it is. Concerning this development, Hegel recapitulates WH_AT. He said in the introduction to the Phenomenology of Spirit: in each moment of history, the spirit must penetrate the richness of its substance, where it is entirely present under a certain aspect, just as the Leibnizian monad reflected the absolute from its point of view. Every figure of world spirit is born from the preceding one and bears it within itself. It is the negation of that figure, but a creative negation which possesses this virtue because it is always the whole that negates itself as having clothed itself in a certain determinate form, having existed there in a particular way. This negated Dasein is internalized in a new substance of world spirit, and spirit arrives at a deeper knowledge of itself. It is this self-knowledge that is its supreme goal, a knowledge which is the revelation of the depths and in which spirit remains close to itself in its depth, at the heart of this extension, and this revelation is its temporal incarnation, the time during which this alienation alienates itself into itself, and thus in its extension is also in its depth, in the self. The sequence of these spirits which succeed each other in time is history. Seen from the viewpoint of their conceptual organization, it is the science of phenomenal knowledge. The unity of these two aspects, which Hegel distinguishes from phenomenology properly speaking, yields a 29 cf. Part 4, Chapter 2. The presentation of his future system that Hegel gives here is not quite the same as the one he carried out in the Encyclopedia, perhaps because the phenomenology will then only have a specific place in it and will no longer constitute the whole of the system from a certain point of view. Philosophy of history, conceived history, and this history, far from being a digression, something separate from absolute spirit, an itinerary in God which would not concern God himself, on the contrary constitutes actuality, the truth, and the certainty of absolute spirit's throne, without which spirit would be a lifeless solitude.